go fishing in,
But
horizontal
if
on the
the world
surface.
was smaller, if the globe was a teeny tiny thing, maybe it wouldn't be. That's the thing.
The globe is much smaller than you think it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You really look into the details. It's surprisingly small. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was interrupting you. This is why DJ was bringing up earlier the rate of curvature that we should experience over distances. We don't experience that rate of curvature over the distances that the globe Earth mathematically tell us based upon the radius. There's no curvature to be measured or observed anywhere. Even if the Earth was bigger or smaller, there's still no measured curvature.
It still doesn't make sense about what shape we are.
Bro, listen, we already covered this. What shape is the universe? Can you even say? No, you can't.
It's an explosion.
No, that's not a shape, bird brain. We already told you to take a paper and a pen and draw this explosion. You never put it in the chat. There's no way to draw reality as a whole. How would you be able to see it? You don't know what it looks like.
How do you draw the conception of life?
Exactly. So there's no way to you don't need to try to visualize it. You can just open your eyes and look at reality from the only POV you're ever gonna get, your eyeballs. You're talking about seeing reality like it's some sort of puppet on your hand. You're never gonna get that point of view. So we're not worried about any shape. We're just talking about the surface of the Earth, period, which can either be 1, curving, or 2, not curving. It just happens to be the latter. And that's it.
Part of the trick.
So what was the evidence
is convincing
you?
How it's measured?
Zero curvature. It measures flat.
Yeah, you have to remember there's only 3 claims that they actually make. The Earth being a shape, the shape being in motion, and the motion through the vacuum of space. There's only 3 claims that we have to really home in on, but for every single one, you're going to need a ball in motion and a ball in motion through space. So the measurement of curvature would be the most applicable thing. We don't measure curvature. So the thing that got us is understanding the natural hydrostatics of water. Water lays level on the surface when at rest and contained. And that's for all distances.
And then you just stop there. Like, we're in a container, and then that's it. That's all we know, and I'm cool with that.
What else do you need to know?
If the question's what's the shape of the Earth, and we measured the Earth to be flat, then it's not a globe.
This is a common psychological barrier for some people. Some people prefer sweet, comforting lies and a story to the horrible truth that maybe we don't actually know a lot of things that we thought we knew.
Well, that's why I say it doesn't actually matter to me, because there's no answer to all these questions. It doesn't matter whether it's flat or it's round, because it's...
Right.
We always say the shape of the Earth,
of the creation.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth either, right? They are claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and they're giving us all of these dimensions. And when we go out and test them, we're like, hey, this doesn't match. Right? And that's what flat earthers say that all the time. It's not the shape that matters, it's the lie that matters, and it's the way that people have forgotten how to critically think. Right? They just blindly believe.
How do people combat the curvature of the Earth is not real, usually? What's the common...
Use typical arguments like, oh, what about boats over the curve? Or what about, this and that, right? It's a list of about 10 talking points that get repeated all day, every day by them, and they're thoroughly debunked.
Yeah. Because obviously you guys would go the globals, or whatever you call them, globalites, globalists.
Yeah. Globers. Or whatever. Yeah. Globe Earthers. Globe Earthers is the most polite term.
Globe Earthers. Yeah. Okay, so, because globe earthers and flat earthers would just go back and forth with each other, like
Oh, yeah.
with mathematical data.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. We have all of this empirical evidence, and that's what we're saying. Like, we have all of these high definition videos in all these different locations where we can show you them, like right now. I mean, the high
but then they would do
definition
the
videos
same thing and show me their shit.
they don't. That's
Where
the
does
thing.
it
That's
end?
what we want. We're like, okay, so show us the evidence, right? That drop over distance, or that there's a geometric horizon, right? Both of these things you have to have on a globe, and there isn't anything, right? We have countless amounts of laser tests, long distance observations, and if you look at what the globe side has, right, which is the majority side, they should have 100 times as much as what we have, but they don't have anything, because when you actually go out and test the Earth, it doesn't test like it should if it was a globe, like it would have to. So that's what we encourage people to do. We say, don't believe all of this evidence that we have. Actually go out and test it yourself, right? And that's what a lot of us actually did, right? Like, I went out and tested. I used to live on Lake Macquarie near Newcastle, and it's a huge saltwater lake, right? And I had a boat. I bought a super zoom camera, a Nikon P900, and we had an 18 kilometer stretch across that lake, right? So I would go out on different days and I would set my camera up at point A on one side of the lake, and I would zoom it in from just off the surface of the water, and I could see the sand on the beach on the other side of the lake, which should have been hidden behind a huge amount of Earth curvature. But I did it over and over again. I was like,
is there like is 18 kilometers how much there should be before there's a curvature?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly how much drop there would be over 18 kilometers in just 1 second.
Wish there was like a full-on math nerd in here that knows what the...
Yeah, well, you can just put this into calculators. It's a
These
pretty
numbers
easy
aren't in
calculation.
dispute.
Yeah.
I mean, when you really start digging into this stuff, at the base of all their claims, they require a flat Earth. All their models, all their maps, all their claims, they always reference a horizontal plane.
Do you have a good debate?
How do you define good?
Do you know, like, middle ground or...
It isn't really a topic of debate. It's measurements. Like,
just more like a conversation between two really intelligent people. I don't know.
If I get out a ruler and I measure your height... Right, just this last idea. If I get out a ruler and I measure your height, and then I know what your height is there any debate to be had about how tall you are?
No, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're like, we've done this experiment. I understand what you're saying. It's like
kilometers, there's 83 foot of drop, right? That's like I think that's about like a 7 or 8 story building. Huge amount. Right? So there's no way you should be able to set up your camera just off the surface of the water and zoom in and see the other side of an 18 kilometer lake.
Yeah, well, that is true, right?
Yeah.
If the site can globers, if the globers are saying the curvature of the Earth is XYZ, you should be able to prove that.
Yeah, exactly. They can't though. That's the problem. So can you have a look in the side chat for a second?
Yeah.
All right. This isn't my observation. This is one that was done in California off the coast of Santa Barbara, right? And this is a high definition video, but this is just a little clip taken from the video. I can post the high definition video after. But what you'll see in this one, he's set up the camera 8 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming out, and you can see a couple of oil platforms, right? And we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms. Okay, so the reason the oil platforms are there is because they serve as distance markers, right? So we know the second oil platform, which is called Platform Habitat, is 10.1 miles away from the shoreline. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon would have to be at 3.5 miles. we can see the horizon way beyond the second oil platform. This isn't possible on a globe. Right? So this guy actually went there on a whole bunch of different days. He did it from 1 foot, 1.5 foot, 8 foot. He did it from even higher, and all these different times we can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see on a globe. See, without the distance markers there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was. So that's why it's important either to have a lake where you know the distance from point A to point B, or some distance markers if you're testing the horizon.
Let's say you were in what's the, like Kosciuszko, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mount Kosciuszko. Like, you should be able to go far enough away where the curvature, but you should always be able to see Kosciuszko no matter where you are on the globe with a good enough camera, right?
No, there's other factors at play.
Yeah, it's actually like the air is opaque over distance, right? Just like water is opaque over distance, air is just a less dense medium than water. So the maximum distance you can actually see through the air on the perfectly, like the clearest day, is 200 miles or 300 kilometers, right? That's why if you're standing on a mountain and you're looking out over a mountain range, right, you'll see each mountain that gets further away from you is less and less visible, right? That's because the air is opaque over distance.
So,
and then also you've got the angular size of things, right? So think about this, right? If you've got a big jumbo jet, right, it's almost the size of a football field, right? When it's up in the air at just like 10 kilometers, you can't really see it anymore because it's like a tiny little dot in the sky. So it turns out that the human eye can't resolve anything that gets below 0.02 degrees, right? So as things move away, as soon as they get below that angular resolution limitation of the human eye, you can't see it anymore. So you've got the opacity of the atmosphere, you've got the angular resolution limit of the eye. So yeah.
So we can see the moon. We can see the moon from further away.
Yep. It's because you're looking up, right? Yeah, you're looking through. You're not looking through much atmosphere when you're looking up.
How would you go about proving how far away the moon is and how big it actually is?
Well, that's the thing, is like I put my faith in the space industry, to not lie, I guess. So that's why I would believe how big it is and everything, because we've got telescopes and rockets and satellites and all that stuff. So
all of those sizes and distances are just based on calculations, and those calculations start with the idea that the Earth has a radius. Whenever they calculate and work out these distances, they start by assuming the Earth is a sphere with a certain radius.
So there's no atmosphere.
What?
So I'm trying to visualize how you see, like, from Earth to the moon. Like,
well, maybe the moon isn't 250,000 miles away.
How high?
Maybe it's much closer.
How high up in the sky do you think people have actually traveled or sent stuff that you rely on?
The first satellite was a balloon that was sent 1,000 miles up, called Echo. Echo 1 and Echo 2 were balloon satellites.
Mm-hmm.
That and atmosphere, gas doesn't have a shape. It makes the shape of the volume of the container that it's in. So atmosphere, a gas does not have an inherent shape.
I'm just curious how much.
Look, when you're looking into that, you're going to have to start relying on having faith in NASA and things like that. But the highest that we can get to is 40,000, 50,000 feet on a plane, or then we had those flights like the Blue Origin or the Virgin Galactic. They went up to around 300 to 350,000 feet. Right, and even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, right, he said that you wouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height, right? And on the Blue Origin, there was a trained astronaut on there, and she said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. She wishes they went higher she said they didn't go high enough to even see the curvature of the Earth. So, I mean, other than that, you're having to just rely on, trusting NASA, and that's a whole nother conversation, right? Starting to go over countless hours of NASA footage where we can prove that they've been caught faking footage by all different means.
Yeah, because like obviously it's still fucking America. I'm just curious about so how much of the technology that they have do you trust? Because that's something that can be used by anybody, right? Like a flat earther can get a degree in whatever and use a telescope to see out.
Telescopes only have one lens. You have to have two to see in 3D.
And they can get into...
Can you name any technology that absolutely requires the ground to be curved in order to function?
No, I don't think so.
Right, so
No, I don't know.
Is there any technology that was made that requires the Earth to be a sphere?
I guess what I'm asking is, what do you where do you think the fake, where are the lies from the space industry? Like, where are they? Because these are.
I'll tell you one thing from interviews. People who work at NASA have talked about how when they simulate the missions, they simulate them so well that they can't tell the difference between the real missions and the simulated missions from ground control. Exactly the same for them.
So you think they're just being lied to and also working in the...
I couldn't tell you one way or the other, but there is very few people that I could name that I would be reasonably confident of saying that they're actually lying. I think the vast majority just believe it, just like I used to believe it.
What about Brian Cox?
What about? Has he been to space?
No. Do you think he's lying, or do you think he believes what he's saying?
Well, him in particular is a bit of a tricky one, but in generally, I think he just believes it.
Okay, thank God. Because even if he's wrong, he talks like he's talking from his heart.
Exactly.
And soul, I would hate to find out that he's lying.
To get a lot of these degrees, right, you just have to be very good at memorizing and regurgitating the mainstream textbooks. That's all Brian Cox is doing. He's basically like a celebrity in a way, where or Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He's another one. So they're very good at memorizing and regurgitating what I would consider like books of bullshit, and then they will eloquently relay that information as fact, right? When they've never scientifically tested what they're talking about. But most of that information that they're telling you is textbook definition pseudoscience, right? Because it hasn't been run through the scientific method. And yeah, they're just parroting information. Like, that's what teachers are doing. They're not lying to you, right? They're just very good at memorizing and regurgitating information.
As far as Brian Cox goes, the field that he is in, particle physics, there's nothing about that requires the Earth to be a sphere. Like his actual speciality, it just isn't really a factor. They just have giant circle particle accelerators under the ground, and they're flat circles, by the way.
What about Einstein? How he did equations for things that we had never discovered and then eventually discovered with telescopes and could prove it with technology. Like, why did his equations work if the Earth was...
Well, they don't work. They don't actually work.
So do you think he was... What do you think Einstein's theory... do you think he was just talking shit, or...
It's just math. You can calculate anything you like. Doesn't mean that's what reality is.
Like
So it's
Nikola Tesla
coincidence.
calls it magnificent mathematical garb.
Einstein wasn't
conceptual.
correct. Like, have you heard of dark matter and dark energy?
Yeah.
Well, that completely breaks relativity.
Hmm.
They had to invent 96% of everything in order to make, in quotes, make relativity work. It doesn't line up with observations.
So when you stop at this, okay, I don't know what's further than the ice wall or edge or whatever you call the. Is there a common word that you use for the?
No one knows what the limits are, if limits exist in any direction, not up, not down, not out horizontally. No one does.
So when you say no one does, and I don't know.
That term ice wall is actually a military term that was coined around the time of Admiral Byrd. That is not a flat earther term. We didn't coin that term.
Oh, okay.
It's literally the official definition of the coastline of Antarctica. It's on the Wikipedia page, if you want to look.
Okay. Sorry. So when you say, oh, I just don't know, nobody knows, we are flat though, and that is it.
Well, that's how it's measured, yep.
Right. Do you believe anything further than that, or is it just, I stop there and that's all I know?
I can speculate about all sorts of stuff, but how can I go about proving it?
Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm not really a prover. I'm more of a, all right, this is what we actually can prove and what we know. We don't know anything else now. We have to kind of accept what we know. And
It goes a lot further than just the curvature, though, right? It's also the gas pressure argument is rock solid, right? You need to have a container to have gas pressure, right? They tell us that we have a gas pressure system here on Earth, and that outer space is a vacuum, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, more powerful than any vacuum we can create here on Earth. Right, so if we set up a test, right, and you have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum, and you release the valve that separates the high pressure system from the low pressure system, the high pressure will instantly equalize and fill the available space in the low pressure system. Right, so we can go deep into those types of things. It's not just the curvature, and that's the end of the day. But even though that is the end of the argument, because that is the necessary antecedent to having this globe is the curvature. But yeah, it goes a lot further, right? You probably have a bunch of questions, and then we could have a 2 or 3 hour conversation about every single one of those questions.
We're not just blindly rejecting all human knowledge, right? Like natural law, we're gas law, thermodynamics, like these things that have been proven and demonstrated, we accept them. The issue comes when it's just claims with no underlying proof.
yeah, right.
We're not just carte blanche rejecting everything.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing about globers, I guess. Like, once they get to the Big Bang, if they say that they've got proof, they've got evidence, they've got all that they need to prove that the Big Bang was real, and then you say, but what caused it? Well, I don't know. Then it just stops there. Okay, then. Would you just accept that and move on with life? Yep, okay. I'm more interested in the after that acceptance of, it's just flat and that's it.
There's lots of theories about that.
Yeah, I like to talk about the theories. That's my favorite thing to talk about, because nobody knows.
But all of those theories are happening in a place that can't possibly exist, though. That's our issue with it. So you're theorizing about what's essentially science fiction or fantasy. That's fine. But the base claims go against natural law, so they can't actually exist in reality.
Yeah, but that's the same as like a Christian saying God is the law. That's just what it is. Like
It's
you're
not quite the
trying to
same
prove to
because
me something that, yeah, but it's faith based. You have to.
no, like I don't have a faith in gas law. I have an understanding of the physical demonstrations that were used to prove that it's true. I don't have a faith in the flatness of Earth. I have an understanding of how the Earth was measured.
Which is what a glober would say, also, right?
Right, but they don't have any measurements of curvature. They have
They would say that
calculations
they
of
do.
curvature based on measurements that require a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but they would say they do, right?
I mean, people can say whatever they like. But, I mean, I go back to the measurement of your height again. I mean, you can pretend that you're 8 feet tall, but the measuring tape will tell you how tall you actually are, right? You can theorize about what it would be like to be 8 feet tall, but that's not actually happening in reality.
I don't have the like. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. So I can't dispute that. I can't argue with you about that, or So that's not.
It's
that's
not that
going to
complicated.
convince.
If you have the inclination to look into how the measurements are done, it's really not that complicated in the end.
Yeah, which
They are
I will
pretty
do.
They're quite
That takes
basic
time.
principles, really. Yeah. I mean,
That takes time.
we all didn't get here overnight. This conversation's been going on for at least 15 years at this point in this modern version
I find
of
just
Flat Earth.
people. I find like when people talk about religion or they talk about stuff like this, flat Earth or veganism or anything along those lines, a lot of people aren't. It's like they're defensive about talking about their beliefs because they're so passionate about like the evidence they've collected in their life and like how do you like if you were to walk up to someone and say I'm a flat earther, they've already got this assumption of you and what you believe, and the same way if you walked up to someone and said I'm a Christian, somebody that's not a Christian will just automatically believe a bunch of stuff about what you think and feel. They'll talk about scripture and like, oh well, this passage says this and this passage, and they'll argue for years, centuries about this fact and that fact and this fact when it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is just more of a nerd with no spirituality connection kind of.
I think there's a distinction between discussing interpretations of scripture and objectively observing measurements of the surface of the Earth. They're two different categories of knowledge.
Everyone's just going off of what like evidence they personally have possessed in their life. Like if somebody came across and gave you evidence that the Earth was round, would you do you just write it off, or would you believe it?
I mean, I believed in the globe for the majority of my life.
That's what we're here. We're here asking people all the time to present their globe evidence, right? We have physicists, we have university professors, right? Mathematicians, all kinds of people coming through this channel. Especially over the years, we've had satellite engineers. We're asking them like, okay, so present your evidence. Like we compare evidence, and they're presenting what Endless is talking about. It's just kind of assumptions, calculations, faith-based evidences, nothing empirical. That's what if someone comes in here and presents evidence, we'll go over it. We won't dismiss it. That's what we want. So we'll go over it and then we'll discuss, how valid it is and give reasons why it is or isn't valid evidence.
Fair enough. That's good. So did Elon shoot that car into space? What was it? A Chevy or something? You don't think so? You don't think there's
Roadster.
there's a car floating?
Well,
yeah, Roadster.
there was some odd things in the live stream that made it appear like it was shot on a film set, and also they left the air in the tires, which doesn't make a lot of sense. He
Elon's
also
a bit shady guy, isn't he?
he said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. That's a direct quote of his about that parlor
Did you see him
trick.
fake Diablo playing?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, Elon, as far as my interpretation of Elon is, he is just a front for a lot of money. He's never started any businesses. He's not actually in charge of any of those companies. He's just the front man, like a figurehead.
So I think too. So what did
He literally doesn't have enough clearance to run SpaceX. He's not allowed to know how SpaceX is run. He doesn't have a high enough level clearance.
Everyone's so in love with him.
Some people are.
What was your existential crisis? What was the thing that flipped you over from being a glober to a flat earther?
Long distance observations along the surface was a major piece. But
you don't wake up and go, I'm going to do a long distance measurement of the Earth.
No, back in 2016, there was a whole bunch of stuff turning up on YouTube with boats over the horizon videos and stuff, and that kind of, I think, it freaked me out, and I ignored it for another few years. And then there's been a whole bunch of various world events that made me reassess what scale of lies are capable of being maintained. And so I looked into it again after, essentially, I lost faith in academia. That was the last little piece of faith I had in society.
Fair enough. Would that cause you at all to look into your diet?
You're barking up the wrong tree there. I'm planning on becoming
I'm just wondering if you thought... No, I'm just wondering if you thought, be a carnivore. That's not a bad... I'm not a vegan because I'm against eating animals. I just think that it's poison, mass-produced meat and dairy and
I don't get my meat from factory farms. I know a farmer. Yeah. I buy half an animal at a time from a guy I know.
Oh, good. See, that's something that that's my passion, is working towards more natural, healthy.
Permaculture was one of the big topics I've researched over the years. About to move
great!
to a farm,
I love permaculture. Oh wow! One of my dreams is to build a food forest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to put some swales in and get an orchard going.
Oh, cool! That's a great dream to have. Get out of nature.
Yeah. I don't think cities are a good place to be.
No, it's not good for our little animal brains to be constantly bombarded with stimulation and chemicals and lights and sirens.
Yeah, lots of sirens. Lots of sirens these days. I can't leave the house without seeing an ambulance.
It's pretty shocking. I'm a bit of a wild. I like being out in the bush. So, back to the question though, would it actually make you consider looking into your diet, considering how the industry can be so shady? Because
I lost faith in the food industry a long time ago.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Long time ago. Yeah, no, avoid seed oils.
And there are there's just like a lot of lies about our health.
Yeah. I think we're all riddled with parasites.
Yep. Yep. And plastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I grew up on rainwater. I grew up out in the middle of nowhere on rainwater.
Well, kids that grow up
where I live, the air is nice and clean.
Oh, lovely. But children that grow up in barns and are exposed to like inhaling crap, pretty much like cow shit, and touching and exposing themselves to all of those microbials and stuff, have less issues growing up with autoimmune diseases, allergies, skin problems, and
it's so many causal factors for all of those things. It's not a single thing.
Well, I just think we're really like sterile.
Yeah, that's over clean society. Yeah, it's. I think different people are sensitive to different things, and we're under attack by many vectors, and there's nothing that's going to necessarily just kill us all off, but 1% here, 2% there, 5% here. We've been weakened and made to be ill.
What's the topic?
What is this line and why? Who said that? DJ. Oh, that's the roadster
artifact
picture
in the live stream. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You look at a couple pictures up, you can see the roadster mounted to a frame. There's a moment in the live stream where it looks like it's still in that location.
I see. God, you know what sucks is just you just don't even know what you're looking at anymore. With AI and
indeed. See, that's one of the major so-called globe proofs. But we have photos from space. Why don't you just believe them?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, if you were to, like, you yourself grab a camera and a balloon, and how far up would it go in your? Someone said that planes fly about 50,000, and then there was
yeah, it looks completely flat at that height. You can get weather balloons up to about 120,000 feet.
120?
Still looks flat.
So how high up?
You can't actually see that far. How high up is what?
How high up do you believe we've been?
What's the actual maximum height? I don't know. I mean, I have to take it on faith that things have gone higher than that. I certainly don't believe that they've gone 250,000 miles. I've got no reason to believe that.
Do you think NASA has like fake technology that they say, oh, we've got this camera, we've got this telescope and it's shown us XYZ? Do you think that's a lie? Like, or fabricated?
I think it's a whole mixture of things. I mean, I can take a telescope out and have a look at the sky. I'm not denying the existence of those lights. I just don't believe the story. There are, I mean, like the telescopes that are accessible to, everyone, allow you to see what they call deep, like nebula and galaxies. You can see these things.
That's what I'm
Doesn't
saying.
mean
Like,
that they're...
do you believe that's fake technology, or you believe that they can see these things?
Right. Some of it is just CGI. Some of it is just colorized data, essentially. I'm not disputing the existence of these lights. What I'm disputing is the distances and the sizes they claim, and what they're floating around in, let's say. I don't believe in an near infinite, near perfect vacuum beyond the sky with objects that are thousands of light years. It's just I don't believe any of that.
Do you have a theory about why? Do you have a theory of why they
came up with?
That?
I mean, it's not a theory, it's just history. You can go back and look at how heliocentrism was created. I mean,
like,
the official
for example,
story is that they needed a way to calculate.
Sorry, you go.
The reason that the Catholic Church wanted heliocentrism is so that they could more accurately predict when Easter would be. They wanted a map of the sky. Helio is the sun, and centrism is centrism, so sun at center.
Yeah.
It's the idea that we're going around the sun, as opposed to geocentrism, where the Earth is at the center and everything is going around us.
Okay.
I mean, it's been superseded now because they talk about the great attractor at the center of a galaxy, and now that's what we're going around. But at the beginnings of this idea of outer space and balls and all that sort of stuff, it's heliocentrism. It's, Galileo and Copernicus and all those guys.
Mm-hmm. And what was the purpose of, why would they lie about that?
They wanted a map of the sky. They created a model because they use it for telling time and working out when significant events occur. The sky essentially can be used as a clock.
Right.
But eventually this model of the sky got reified into reality. So reification, it's misplaced concretedness. They had a model.
Do you have an example of that? Like a different example of someone doing the same thing?
Reifying something. I guess you could talk about gravity, some of those models. Even like let's say when they taught you atomic theory, and they told you about there being little balls orbiting other little balls, like atoms being these balls that electrons are going around orbiting. That's a reification. It's just an idea to talk about these, how atoms work, but it's not literally true. And eventually they start talking about point clouds and probabilities.
But if we use a microscope, a good enough microscope, like and then we eventually do see, if we were to eventually see
you can't see them visually. You have these things called electron microscopes. They work by measuring potentials with a very pointed needle, essentially. So you're not actually seeing it. We have different tools to probe things at that size. Our ability to actually visually see things is pretty limited in that regard.
Yeah.
And we fit this data into a framework or a convention. We have these models, and as far as they are functional or helpful or useful, that's great. But the problem comes when you start assuming that that's literally reality.
Yeah, it's just how we explain. It's just how we talk, like communicate with each other about what's going on in the world, like how things work, and
Yeah.
the same way as writing a story. Like we write a story about the baby being born, growing up, dying. We can tell that story, but we don't. No, sorry, ignore me. I'm trying to. I mean, it's pretty late. I should probably get some sleep, to be honest. It's nearly 1 o'clock, and I'm going to be thinking about this for the next 2 weeks.
Oh well. There's always someone in here
really
to
appreciate you
help you with it.
giving me time.
Yeah, no worries. It's refreshing to have someone who's willing to have a conversation about it rather than just screaming at us and calling us retards.
No, I'm totally up for a chat all the time. Like I love understanding other people's worldviews, how they get about in the world. I appreciate you, answering all my stereotypical dumb questions that you would come across regularly.
Another meme for you in the side chat.
Okay. I just don't think I would be able to find peace or comfort not being able to answer like what is underneath us and what is out there. Like I have a clear image in my head that gives me peace and comfort. So it would be like trying to convince a Christian that God's not real. Like, why would you take that away from them if it's giving them like comfort?
Yeah,
I think that's understandable. But the fact is, you can't answer that. You've only been told an answer that you've accepted, but you actually don't know that it's correct.
But I've also gone through the experience of like not trusting what I've been told in the world already. So, like, I make up my own.
Yeah, go with what the world's telling you, not what the TV and the media is telling you. Try and see if there is a difference between what you can experience and what you've been told. You'll find there is.
Well, there is, and that's how I ended up a vegan. That's how I ended up thinking that the Big Bang is like mum and dad just doing it and creating life. And
then this is the same thing. It's just a Western tradition that the Earth is a heliocentric globe. Maybe the same way as you see it being a tradition that people have decided to eat meat. Right? It's not based in fact or science that it's a globe. It's just a tradition, like oral history passed down, but a bit more advanced.
So I'm definitely going to look into more of the curvature stuff. That's piqued my interest. Curvature. And going over what was the one last? Was it one last? Oh, God damn it! You know the trip that went near Antarctica and then did a Yui.
Orbit.
Last orbit. Yeah, one last orbit, was it? One last orbit, yeah. I'll look into that because that's actually one more orbit.
It's called One More Orbit.
Because I've always asked, why don't we just fly over the middle of Antarctica and confirm that there's no Nazis there and then there's no space? Like, because people think obviously there's some crazy shit going on. There's some conspiracy theorists that think there's like a whole nother country going on in Antarctica.
There's another place you're not allowed to fly directly over, and that's the North Pole.
You can't? I thought it was in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, they don't fly directly over it. All the flights divert.
What's their reasoning for that?
Wouldn't we all like to know? Some very old maps, 500-year-old maps. There was a place called Hyperborea and a whole bunch of islands there for some reason. But, who knows?
So the North Pole, is that in the Siberian? No. The North. Sorry.
As you go north out of Norway or Russia or Greenland, it's the area that's in between Greenland and Russia or Canada and Russia.
Yeah, I don't think it's on my actual map here. So
no, the Mercator completely distorts the north and the south.
All right. So what? But when people have said, "Why don't you fly over the North Pole?" What do they say?
Dangerous weather, temperature.
Well, they shut it down with a dew line in the 70s, 60s, 50s, didn't they? Because of, like, America basically said they were making it a militarized zone because they were worried about Russia shooting rockets over the North Pole to America. So they put up a dew line, DEW, was a Defense Early Warning System. And they put up stations all around it, and they said, you can't cross this line. We're keeping an eye out for Russian missiles. I think that was the early excuse. You can watch old propaganda videos from the US military being like, and here's why we're establishing a dew line. And it shows you their old timey cartoons with setting up missile stations and all this kind of stuff.
So where's Trump in all of this? Why isn't he releasing all of it?
Well, he wants Greenland, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants to go north. He wants that land.
What does he know?
It's like Britain and the Falklands. Why did Britain fight tooth and nail for this seemingly inconsequential barren island as far south as you can get next to Argentina? Proximity to Antarctica. A base.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Really makes you take another look at history. Like when they tell us they were firing nuclear missiles up into the sky in the 60s, testing nukes in the Atmo, and you think, why would they do that? And you read some accounts where they were saying they wanted to test whether they could set the atmosphere on fire. Like, wow, sounds like a noble goal. Just kill everyone. But when you think about it, if there is some kind of barrier up there, that would have been a good way for them to test it. And funnily enough, it was called Operation Fishbowl for some weird reason.
Oh my god! See, this is where you can capture my interest, not with like this maths and stuff.
Yeah, you like
available license plates.
You like the law.
I like
the endless amount of this stuff.
So sick of people and their secrets.
Mm-hmm.
The issue with any of that stuff, any of these breadcrumbs that point you in a certain direction, it all comes from either explorers under the auspices of the Crown or American military, declassified documents. So
Bloody
you
America.
end up having to trust.
But you can see footage of
You end up having to trust that stuff.
Missile tests in the 60s, firing up rockets into the sky and all that kind of stuff. A few of them. But yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, do you have the license plate?
Yeah, well, send me any of that kind of like sneaky military stuff. I love that shit.
Well, if you look through the server that I sent you the link to, under Antarctica and all that stuff, there's an Antarctica channel. I'm sure there's loads of stuff.
Operation
and you can type in the search Operation High Jump, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic. Which is funny, because Operation Fishbowl was a subset project in Operation Dominic, and Dominic means of the Lord. So it's Fishbowl of the Lord.
Oh, God!
Very odd. Very odd.
You can look up a guy called Admiral Byrd as well.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
BYRD.
And then another one like that, semi-related, is what's his name? Werner von Braun, the father of rocketry for NASA. So he's supposed to be the guy that pioneered
one of the good Germans.
exploring this vacuum of space. But on his gravestone, when he died, his epitaph just he put Psalms 19:1, which is a reference to a fairly obscure passage in the Bible that says, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. And the firmament is the biblical term for this ceiling, this container,
like a dome
cover. Yeah, so the guy who invented rockets and is the father of rocketry, on his gravestone put a direct reference to that. Why would he do that?
Just reading. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Okay.
Yeah, so the firmament shows
so do
his
you reckon
handiwork.
Do you reckon he was just trying to? What do you think? Why was he trying to?
No, was he trolling from beyond the grave? Or no, he wasn't involved in that. That's later. He was the Nazi that the Americans took over to develop their rocket program, which then became NASA. So I don't know. I'd have to ask him why he's talking about a physical ceiling on Earth when he's supposedly the guy who's responsible for getting to the vacuum, not a ceiling. But you can listen to his secretary and personal friend.
What if he was just fucking with him? What if he was just fucking with him? Like, he's just a Christian and
maybe he decided he wanted to put a little bit of truth out in his death.
Yeah, perhaps.
There's also declassified documents from around the time of the creation of NASA, essentially saying that it's basically a psyop, the whole thing. That the Russians were running an operation on their own people in regards to outer space, and America needs to get on board.
Yeah. See, people are such cowards. Like, they work for these... Sorry, I'm just reading a little bit more. Yeah, people are such cowards. Like, do you have interviews with people that, like, did that work? Hang on, no, they wouldn't be alive. Is there footage of people that worked with Werner?
They have the writings from his secretary.
They have what from the secretary?
Her writings about her time with Werner von Braun and what as a person, what he said behind closed doors and all this kind of stuff. And she says some pretty interesting things about his views.
There's videos of her speaking as well, yes. White-haired lady.
You can listen to Admiral Byrd. There's another one. Got some video of him talking about his trips to Antarctica, which are very strange. Not that those are necessarily true. I'm not saying that. Don't know what you could actually verify from any of those, but it's interesting.
So you pretty much just like made your mind up based on like something that you did yourself and went, oh, COVID is not real. Now I'm like in this no zone.
Now we're open. Now we're trying to figure things out because what we thought we had figured out, we didn't. So now it's like starting from scratch. So hop on board. Help us figure it out. Where the hell are we?
How do you feel?
Great.
Yeah? You feel great about
once
this?
You get through the shock.
Lying to you?
Well, no, not about that.
You already knew that.
Specifically not about that. But I mean, yeah, it's no surprise that the governments lie to us. So, I mean, if you already know that, it's not that big a change. But in terms of like, I mean, I understand when people are defensive about it because it's essentially pulling the rug out from under them and saying everything you thought you knew about reality or the earth isn't true. So you think, shit, well, I've got nothing. But in reality, that gives you the freedom to really see things with a fresh set of eyes and start to discover things for yourself and reclaim that agency of your own brain, which for so many years we just automatically farm out to these anonymous third parties. Say, okay, you're telling me the world I observe isn't what it looks like, and I don't have access to what it actually looks like and is, and how it works, how it got here. But these people do. So it's a great deal of power. If people can convince you, you can't understand reality, but we can, and we get to construct the reality that we're telling you it is, that's a great deal of power. They can just tell us anything and people will believe it. And we have people coming here who say that, literally. Whatever NASA say, I will believe. And that's why. That's why they do it. Well, yeah, but this is because in our system that they've created, right, because this system that we're in, I mean, we're talking about like an economic, societal, modern system. This is like almost, it's a fabrication. So we're existing within this system that we've kind of created. And you could argue about whether it aligns well with the natural order of things. But they get to create this system and they make the rules. So people who are in charge of that's a great deal of power in their hands, and people will follow that. And within that system, there's different levels of propaganda, some of which are allowed to be debated, the left-right-wing paradigm, but some of which are sacred cows, which everyone must accept, regardless of their political affiliation. That would be the likes of NASA. So these are like the sacred cows of modern propaganda that we're calling out here, which is why it's such a divisive and controversial topic. But yeah, they are just essentially very well-funded propaganda machines. $80 million a day. So people are like, oh, why don't you guys go and like map the entire Earth? Why don't you guys go and explore space? Like, well, give us $80 million a day and maybe we'll start looking into some of these things. But at the moment, we're just normal people doing our job.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, if there was a wealthy flat earther that sent a balloon up into space or a rocket up into space and found out that, oh, shit,
Yeah, people have already done that. You don't need to be that wealthy to send up an independent balloon. People have already done that. It goes up to 120,000 feet and it's flat. Because the globe story is not that you could do anything as a private citizen that could evidence the globe. Their story is there is no thing that we can do as human beings on Earth to see or experience the globe. Only they can, with their secret proprietary technology that only they have access to. They can go to a place where they can tell that it's a spinning ball, but there's no publicly accessible height that we can go to. So their story is just trust us, bro.
Same way as Galileo saying, it's the same way as Galileo saying, I've got the ship, I went there, just trust me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just, they're telling a story, and it's up to you whether you accept it or not. But if you actually compare the story with observable, measurable reality, you'll find that reality says something different. And that's what we're interested in. We're interested in what really is, not just what they're telling us.
Gets lonely, though, when you're aware of all that.
Well, it can do, yeah, because if you start getting into this in your private life and you don't have anyone to speak to about it and you're going to want to, it can be difficult because a lot of people cannot handle this idea that they don't know where they are and they don't know that it's a globe. And that's why this place is so good, because this is 24/7. There's people in here speaking about it, answering questions, all that kind of thing. So there's always a place that you can go to talk about it. But definitely, I wouldn't recommend going into your social circle or your work and starting talking about this, because most people are just not there yet. Although this is changing as well, because the topic is getting more and more widespread. Like if you, I was just on one of the social media platforms the other day, and whenever someone posts a news article now of NASA say they're going to do this, and it's like a picture of a globe in space, now the entire comment section is just talking about flat Earth. That's the whole discussion. So that's a big change. Like 10, 15, 20 years ago, those comment section would be like, whoa, NASA, so cool, that's amazing. Now it's 100% just flat Earth chat. Folk arguing, folk debating. That's all it is. So this is really creeping up.
Moon landing.
Yeah, all these things are being called into question now. So it may change in the years to come. But for now, I would not recommend going out and speaking in your career, or unless there's people you can really trust in your friends and family who are open-minded and already quite challenging of some of the stories that they're told. I wouldn't recommend going out and mouthing off about it, especially if you don't understand it yourself that much. But you can always come here There's always people here. We're always talking about it.
And even if you could successfully...
Go, sorry.
Sorry. Even if you could successfully convince someone, I'm not sure it's a kindness. I'm fine talking to people who come here, come looking for the information, but to just go and pull the rug out from someone, especially like a loved one, you know, it's not really...
Yeah, it's like what I was saying before about, like, it's like convincing somebody that God's not real. It's like, okay, then what else do you have to offer them to give them peace and comfort and understanding of the world and where their place is in it?
Well, this is it, and this is where you have to be careful about it. It's not very fair just to land it on someone who's unprepared and hasn't gone looking for it themselves. But the difference is, and it might sound harsh, we're not here for providing peace and comfort. We're here for the truth. So that's what it is. Wherever it goes, no matter how painful it might be, this is the decision that people here have chosen to make. They want to know what the truth is, even if it hurts, which, yeah, for many it does.
I like the truth. Yeah. It's just when the truth is unable to be answered, like we physically don't have like the capability of answering, like, why are we here? What's our purpose?
At least in as far as we can know that what we've been taught about our reality in terms of the Earth, how it got here, the solar system and space, we know that's untrue, which gets us a step closer to what is true. I'm not saying we have all the answers, far from it. We've probably got more questions than anyone. But we're at least on the path of finding something more than
you'll never get to the truth if you just accept the lies.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, like secularists would have have the same issue that you have, explaining to somebody that's a theist. It doesn't matter. Science is just science. This is just fact. What happened before the Big Bang? I don't know, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff. That's in a different realm of things. So when we're making claims about things, it's what can be physically, empirically tested.
Yeah, well, let's just say like physically, empirically tested was what I'm talking about. Globers.
Yeah, but they don't have.
Consider their facts.
Nah,
but they come across the same issue with telling people that.
I mean, they can tell you, but if you ask any of them, they say, "Oh, the Earth's a globe." Okay, and you say, "Okay, so who measured the curvature?" No one. Who's observed the curvature? No one that we can actually verify. Just a handful of people that claim to see it as a ball in the '60s when they went and played golf on the moon. So there's a very big difference. We're talking about the physical nature of water, the physical nature of gas, how it behaves. These are empirical, obvious, demonstrable things, common sense. For the globe, you don't have any of that. You've got claims, you've got images, you've got videos, none of which you can verify. It's a philosophy, a mathematical model. That's it. So when you say, okay, show me something in the globe in reality, show me an aspect of the globe occurring in reality, that cannot be done. That only works for flat Earth, which is the difference. So yeah, people can say anything, but it's about demonstrating it in reality that we care about.
Yeah. I guess people just won't listen to you, I guess, if you don't have all the answers.
Yeah. So a lot of people think that if we're disputing the globe, then we have to replace all of existence, when that's just illogical. That's not the case. You don't have to replace an idea to be able to show that it's untrue. You just have to be able to show that it's untrue.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, it's not that. And that's sufficient at this stage. I mean, we're not here to provide an alternative world for people, but we are letting people know that what they've told us so far is untrue. So really, it's in all of our interests to figure out what the actual situation is that we find ourselves in. It can't just be on us, a group of flat earthers, quote unquote.
That's what I was saying. Like, you guys are just gathering together as a horde of people going, but what's the truth? How do you find out without...
Well, this is it. This is what we're trying to do. This is the whole process. We are in the process. This is the early stages, speaking, generally, of this endeavor, which is what is the truth about where we are, because it's certainly not the globe. So whatever it is, we would like to know. That's what we're trying to do. But so far, we're having to like battle these people who are like determined for the lakes to be curved and for a vacuum to be beyond the sky for some reason, despite none of that occurring in reality.
If you found out your maths was wrong about the Earth being flat and it was in fact a globe, would you be like more comforted or more distressed?
I wouldn't really mind. Like I would if they had the measurements and we had the evidence for the globe, I would still be a glober.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't. I think
But has it dawned on you that has it occurred to you that you could be wrong about your maths?
Well, the thing is, it's not our maths that we're testing; it's the globe maths, and that is wrong. So what we're doing is we're comparing a mathematical model to what's observed and measured outside in the physical world in reality. So the Earth is telling us.
That's what I'm saying. Are you sure you're not measuring wrong? That's my point.
Yeah, we're sure. The measurements have all been done. I mean, there's thousands of them by this point. You can go and do it yourself. It's very easy to test your line of sight. So it's not a question of what if we're wrong. You would be asking what you would be saying is, what if the Earth is wrong and the conceptual mathematical globe model is correct? Well, that's just kind of nonsensical.
Right.
Because what we want to know is.
Right now, I'm trusting you and your maths, and you're saying yes.
I'm not providing any flat Earth math, quote unquote, right? And I'm not asking you to trust anything. What I would ask you to do is go and look up what the globe math is, which is tied to the curvature calculator. You can just Google curve calculator, distance to horizon calculator, see what they're saying, and then compare that claim with observable reality. Go outside and see if that is anywhere to be found. And what you'll find is...
Have you gone to a book? Sorry.
Have you
gone to a glober and said, this is my math that I did, and it shows no curvature? And you've done that, and then that person has said...
Yeah, we do that every day. We show people every day that the globe math is not present in reality.
And then they say your maths is wrong.
Well, they either say, well, that size of a ball is incorrect and the ball is actually much bigger, which gives them a whole host of other problems. Or they'll say the light is just bending in such a way that lets us see round the curve as if it's all totally flat, when in reality it's hidden beneath a physical curve.
See around a curve.
Yes, I know. It's absurd, isn't it?
Okay. Unless there's just some kind of like mirror. Unless there's a mirror, that one doesn't make sense to me.
No, they're saying that they're using the word refraction incorrectly, and they're claiming that the light rays are just perfectly bending around the curve of the Earth, so that we essentially can see round the curve of the Earth to the point where there's no curvature visible, and the whole thing, the surface, just optically flattens out, essentially.
Like a reflection-y kind of thing. Okay.
Is insane, and they have no evidence for. So that's basically where we're at. But yeah, if you go onto the server that I sent you earlier, and you look in the additional information sections under L, there's long-distance observations and laser tests. You should check those out. And then go and do some yourself. You're in Australia. I hear it's very flat there. Got some Australians in here. Yeah.
Sure is. Sure is.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you very much for the chat. I'm going to head off now because I'm buggered. I got to wake up real early. So I'm probably going to do a bit of research, and I might ask you some more questions in the DMs if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And you can come back anytime and ask questions about anything Flat Earth related. We're here 24/7. And we're on YouTube, by the way. I don't know if anyone mentioned. We're live streamed to YouTube and a few other platforms. So you can find it on YouTube under 24/7 Flat Earth Discord under Helio Skeptic. Shout out Helio. So thanks for stopping
I
by,
love you.
Ethan. The best Glober we've had in a long time. You're a star Glober. So well done.
I'm a vegan. Oh my god.
And a vegan.
Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for not roasting me too hard. Really appreciate
No, you were great. Thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime. Have a good night.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm going to bounce too, guys. See yous.
Yeah, nice one.
See you
Ed.
guys. Have a good one, mate.
Catch you, bro.
Peace.
What about
I'm
Robert
also
V?
gonna go
He's
on mute for a
champion
bit, but-
Glober.
Yeah. Robert wants to explain the experiment that proves a curving surface
Well,
idea.
it is Robert. We want to hear
What
some
experiment?
really intelligent arguments from a Glober for once.
Oh yeah. Well, Robert's not
Ooh,
your person
Robert.
for that.
Don't watch away the
Exactly.
good,
Exactly.
the good moment we had listening to that woman. Now with Robert, please let him stay in the chat
Yeah,
for
we'll
now.
just don't
Well, I like-
we'll just let it sit for a while.
Yeah.
I see that Robert's updated his profile picture from a flat horizon to a cartoon globe. So that's good.
Yes, excellent.
No, Robert, you're a globe zealot. That's the problem. You just chant. You're not here to learn. You're not here to investigate. No, nothing. You ain't powerful.
Maybe he's capable of explaining his experiment, if it's even his.
He isn't. He isn't. We can ask him some basic questions about it, and then he's going to go back on mute when he fails to give the basic things, right? Like the observer height, the validation to the distance to the horizon, and what we already went over this exact observation with him last week.
You know what the funny
But
thing
he's-
about
he's-
these people is? They keep coming back.
Yeah, he's obsessed, right? He's an anti-flat Earth zealot. He's completely obsessed. He NPC resets and comes back with the exact same argument every single time.
But you
It
gotta
is
have a
crazy.
branch to hold on to, right? Don't you realize there's always one thing most of these anti-flat earthers hold on to, like one major thing that they hold their hands to as a little branch that is already, is already broken.
Critical
Yeah, he's
Inception.
already
Can you go
lied.
on mute?
So
Critical
Robert, what
Inception.
Robert said, right? This is why I lost all respect for Robert. I asked him, I showed him a whole bunch of different black swan observations. He said, this is impossible on a globe. It cannot be done. It has to be faked because it is impossible, right? And then in the next sentence, I asked him, so if it turns out that it wasn't faked, would it be a problem for the globe? And he said, oh, absolutely not. So he's dishonest. Look in the chat right now, Black Swan is fake.
Yeah, sure.
CGI, man. You guys are shills.
But then you ask him why it's fake, and he'll say, "Oh, because it can't be done." And then you say, "Oh, if it
Oh, so if it doesn't
wasn't
match the
fake,
globe, it's
hold on,
fake,
it's
man. Fake.
That's it. He's updated his lie now. Now he says it's either has to be fake or it's refraction, but that wasn't his original talking point.
And the NASA bloopers are all fake too. So someone's gone in re-edited NASA videos and put, all the dudes floating around with harnesses. That's all fake. He says.
Oh man, Globers still don't get
We
this,
got
right?
another anti-flat earther Euclidean who's not as
Hey
bad as
Euclidean,
Robert.
why is with every, you gotta ask this question, resonate on, meditate on it, do it as long as it takes for your brain to comprehend and process this, right? But what I'm about to say, right, do the exact same what I just said, which is, why is it that with every image where you have some bulk of water covering something, there is no dip angle? You only have a visual barrier, but the thing never dips, never angles away from you. Neither with ships, neither with anything else, okay? Please meditate on this and get it through your brain cells and then come back and post this image again and think that it shows proof of a curving surface.
Well,
There hasn't been any dip angle ever photographed.
So I'm assuming you have a number that you would like to see. Like, what's your number, or what's the magnitude of the dip angle that you would like to see?
I would like to see something that doesn't look horizontal. That is according to. I can see if I would recreate this on a model, right? If I would recreate this on a smaller scale model, that thing. Actually, I should actually do this, right, to once and for all prove how ridiculous these images is. You would see that the thing will be angled away from you, right?
By how much? Do you have that number?
Dude, it must be a lot because according to you, there's half.
Don't have a number?
Listen.
Okay,
according to you,
don't have a number, and you're asking for me to do something.
According to you, you just have a picture, dude. You haven't provided any numbers yourself.
No. It's the same as the Black Swan.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
It's the same as the Black Swan. So
you want something from me which you provide yourself.
No, you wanted
which you didn't provide yourself. The only thing you provided was a GIF image, and now you want something from me in accordance to a GIF image that you should have actually provided in the first place, which makes you a hypocrite. So let me just point out again, the problem here is you see half of the thing missing, and if something is missing and is sticking to a ball, it needs to be tilted. There needs to be a tilt, and it will be visible if it is visible to see something that half of the thing almost missing. So again, show me a picture where you see a tilt. Go ahead, show me a picture.
All right. So then I asked you, how much do you think it should be tilting? And you said, I don't know,
we need
probably
to stick to pictures. You haven't shown any numbers yourself. Okay, go ahead, show numbers, then we can talk about numbers.
Clay,
give an argument with numbers. Hey,
this is so
give
bizarre.
an argument. Give an argument with numbers, then we can talk about numbers. But for now, you've given picture, therefore I'm going to talk in picture.
But
give numbers, we can talk about numbers.
No, Clay, you made the claim first. You're going to
give numbers according to your picture, or we're just going to talk about pictures.
I know, I'm trying not to interrupt.
You're not listening, right? You post
Clay,
picture.
I give you a minute to speak. Can you give me a minute to speak too?
No. Because you want something that you haven't included in the first place. So again, if we want to talk about pictures, we're going to talk about picture. If you want to talk about numbers, provide the numbers to your pictures. Very simple. Am I speaking Chinese, or is this also something that doesn't get into your head?
All right. So you made the claim that it should be tilting away from you. I asked, how much do you think it should be tilting away from you if we're on a globe? You said, I don't know, probably a lot. So you don't even know how much it should be tilting. So why should I be the one trying to find anything for you when you didn't even know how much it should be tilting from you? This doesn't make sense.
Again, I'm saying that the picture you posted that shows something covered by water is just a picture. There's no numbers or information given. Therefore, I can't give you any numbers according to the picture. I'm just saying, I'm proposing, and I'm probably true by... Okay, I'm obviously not able to finish, but I would say and claim that I am truthfully saying that if I would recreate that image on a smaller scale model, and I would make things disappear due to a true spherical curve, the thing will be visually dipping. That is a logical consequence of something hiding behind a curve. If you see a car going behind a curved road, you will see that the car changes according to the dip angle of that curve or any other object.
All right. It's the same.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Consequence.
How much does it have to be dipping away from you is the question, the thing in question. So it's the same distance as the oil rig and the Black Swan.
I don't know how many times I need to repeat myself. You haven't given any numbers to your image.
It is the same thing as in the Black Swan.
No mathematics. No numbers. How can I talk about numbers? Oh yeah, go ahead.
It's the same oil rig as in the Black Swan.
Yeah, Euclidean, I know what you're talking about, man. Okay, I've seen both the images. But yeah, this is easily explained as well, right? So where the flat earthers are coming from is that a horizon's an apparent location, right, where the sky and the ground meet, and it's going to appear in different places, right? And we have different well-known optical effects or atmospheric effects that can take place, right? So the atmospheric effect, right, and you are right, it is from 1 foot observer height, right? The one that they call the white swan, which is still technically a black swan, right, if you do the math. But what we're seeing in that one, it was done much earlier in the morning, I'm assuming, right? And what we see there is literally textbook definition sinking, right? So sinking happens on clearer days, right? It happens usually earlier or late early in the morning or late in the evening, right? And another effect of sinking is that the horizon will appear much closer than what it normally does, right? And the basic definition of it is an effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? So it is easily explained by that, right? And in that location, we can also factor in some ocean swells, because most of the footage I have seen from there is a decent amount of swell, right? People go surfing there. So it can also be that at play as well, that can affect it. Like when Matthew Weathers went there, or Matthew Learns, there's quite big waves there, but you can still see much further than what you would normally be able to see if the Earth was a globe. All I'm saying is that it does match with our explanation of what a horizon is, right? This particular effect is well known, sinking.
Yes, but the thing is that the photographer himself even says that the majority of the time it does not look like the image in the Black Swan. So it's the outlier in his data set. Like, it is different.
I've seen the one that. I've seen the one he did from 1.5 foot. I've seen the one that Matthew did when he went there with his telescope, and then I've seen a whole bunch of other ones. I mean, I was doing these types of observations myself over Lake Macquarie in Australia, over 18 kilometers, and I wasn't seeing ever where there should be a geometric horizon. Right, I was seeing the shoreline all the time, unless there was swell on the lake, right, due to wind. But I mean, all I'm saying is that this isn't necessarily like a globe proof, right? It can be explained just by atmospheric conditions. And in counter to that, you would probably say, well, the Black Swan, right? The original Black Swan can be explained by atmospheric conditions. But I would challenge you on that. I would say that we can replicate this sinking effect quite easily on a smaller scale. But because in the Black Swans, we're actually testing the horizon, and we can see the horizon behind the oil rigs, right? There's no type of refraction, right? There's no type of mirage or optical illusion that can make something appear 10 times further than what it should be and hide the geometric horizon, right? You can't set that up and demonstrate that actually can happen on a smaller scale. And I usually refer back to the Skunk Bay time-lapse, because we see all of the known atmospheric effects taking place, like sinking and stooping and towering and whatnot, over the time lapse in the Skunk Bay time lapse, right? You'll see things going higher, lower, towering, stooping, all of those things happening throughout the day, right? But at no stage are you going to see something all of a sudden it's 10 times further away, right? You can't see nearer and then further.
In Skunk Bay, can you not see further and like nearer as it goes on? Like, doesn't it obscure stuff and then obscure stuff?
Yeah, so nearer, yes. Maybe a little bit nearer you can see, like in sinking, one of the effects that you have in sinking is you'll have the horizon will appear closer than what it would normally appear, but none of the effects show something further away than it would normally appear. I'll post the Skunk Bay time-lapse. We can have a look at it. Yeah, I'm giving you my honest response. I'm not trying to be dishonest or bad faith or anything.
Also, the Skunk Bay is in change of the weather vertically, not horizontally. Never, ever can you observe that.
Wait, what would we see horizontally?
You mentioned Skunk Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that proof of? The globe?
No, I wouldn't. It was more. I'm starting to just use the images of stuff being obscured as, well, it can be inconclusive either way. I mean, there's no, like, we can't use observations then if there can always be atmospheric things in play for both sides to use. Like, it's just ultimately futile.
Yeah, I mean, Skunk Bay is a perfect example of what you posted with the oil rigs, the GIF. one you posted is a perfect analogy of that weather type of effect. Is vertical change. It sinks, it rises. Ramps up, it sinks. Due to weather conditions of the effects of it. Yeah? It's not curvature. It's not the globe.
But, I mean,
horizontally going back and forth. Yeah.
The atmosphere affects objects that are in your line of sight. Doesn't refract things that are not in your line of sight over behind a curve or a physical obstruction. It's ridiculous. So saying refraction bends 30 miles over the curve up and refracts the image. No.
Well, yeah, it's in your line of sight isn't. It's just what the light coming to your eyes, like the path that it takes. If there's enough refraction either way, it can make it do whatever it wants effectively. But I mean, you'd have to substantiate that refraction, which is very hard.
So that's my point, right? We can, if you have a look at the definitions of all of the effects we can see taking place in the Skunk Bay time lapse, it's all due to vertical temperature gradients changing, right? Inverting, changing. So you'll have looming and stooping and all those type of things happening, which, like Quetzal said, right? It makes things appear higher and lower, or stretched or compressed. But it's not making all of a sudden you can see a horizon, 10 miles away when it should be at 3.5 miles away. That's why you guys aren't able, there isn't a type of effect that does that, and it definitely can't be replicated on a smaller scale. But we can replicate all of these other known effects, right, on a smaller scale, and we also have definitions for them all and explanations, citations, all that sort of thing. They're well known. Different types of mirages, basically.
And the horizons in a lot of them are in the Black Swan, it's just the horizon doesn't appear to be that apparent. I would the horizon is more apparent before the oil rigs than it is after.
No, because the horizon's always defined as the place where the sky and the ground appear to meet. Every definition of horizon, even if I bring up, right, I have the National Geographic Society a definition of a geometric horizon, and it still says the place where the sky and the ground meets, right? So that is definitely behind the oil platform. So that's why I always like to use this one as an example here, right? Because we can clearly see the horizon behind the oil platforms. Right? It's definitely not in front, and we don't have any amount hidden of the oil platform legs, right? Because if you look at close-up photos of them, we see the same amount.
Yeah, the 8-foot one is actually pretty crazy, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 8-foot one's always the one that I sort of lead with because it's done late in the afternoon and it's very clear. Yeah, the 1-foot one, there's definitely a lot more humidity or whatever, it's done during the day, I guess. Rather than the afternoon, it looks a lot more hazy that day. But there's really good ones done over lakes, like the one on the lake in Canada. It's really clear, right? He holds the camera down 3 inches to the surface, and it's there's no swells or waves or anything like that in a lake, or in this lake. And you can see the 14-mile peninsula. It should be a 0.6 mile horizon, and then 120-foot obstructed of the peninsula that you can see. So I mean, there's just an accumulation of these, and I don't think they can be replicated on a smaller scale in regards to the globe's rebuttal to it. It's just sort of saying the word refraction. And what you said before was, maybe, we don't use these observations to say this is proof that the Earth is flat. This is us in relation to, the Black Swan. The observations are us attacking the geometric horizon claims on the globe. Right? When we're talking about you can explain a lot of these things with sinking and stooping and things like that, that's because the globe earthers are saying, what about boats over the horizon, right? And then they'll show boat that looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, and then we're just rebutting that. So yeah, that shouldn't be used as proof of a globe, right? But we're not trying to say look at the black swan, this is proof the Earth is flat. That's not what that is. This is just us attacking the geometric horizon.
Yeah, I mean, like the claim that the horizon is going to be perfectly geometric, I don't think makes much sense. Of course, because you don't see geometry.
Hard work for you guys. Yeah, it's hard work for you guys to be able to find it. I get that, because you always have different effects in the air, but the magnitudes further that we can see, right? There, as far as we can demonstrate, right? There's no type of effect that will. Right, think about it, like on a small scale, right? If you set up a fake geometric horizon, and then you put like something behind it to represent the oil platform, you can start introducing temperature and more air, like humidity and whatnot, into the scene. You're never going to be able to hide the geometric horizon, right? And then have it appear 10 times further away or 20 times further away, right? Where it completely hides the closer geometric horizon, right? And then makes it look flat and see another horizon off in the distance. You just can't replicate that. It even sounds silly suggesting it. Even
has anyone attempted to try and like figure out what refraction would have to be?
Earth isn't flat.
I mean, then you start debating like what even is refraction, and you start getting into that it requires two transparent mediums, right? If you're talking about the law of refraction, Snell's law, right, with a sharp boundary separating the two mediums, and it's just the angle of light change as it enters from one medium to the other medium. I think refraction's probably not even the correct word to use. But there's definitely known effects that take place when you have higher or lower refractive indexes due to the vertical temperature gradients, right, between point A and point B through one medium, right? You can debate whether refraction is the right word to use, but what we know about those particular effects is that they can make things rise, which is looming. They can rise higher, which is superlooming, or towering, which makes things stretch out. And then we got the opposite, right? You can have an inverted temperature gradient, whereas instead of having the cooler air closer to the surface, you have the warmer air closer to the surface, and then you start going into things appearing lower than they should, which is sinking, right? And sinking's a type of inferior mirage, right? And then sometimes when it's an inferior mirage, you get like that mirroring effect you see on the road, or the mirroring effect you see out in the ocean. And then you've got stooping, which is the opposite of the towering effect, where it stretches things out. Like stooping's where it like compresses things. So all of these effects we know, right? We know how they're caused generally, and we can recreate them on a smaller scale. None of these, make you be able to see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see beyond a geometric blockage.
I mean, I wouldn't say magnitudes because it's not even one order of magnitude higher. Well, what was it, 1.6? I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so in a lot of these, we can see 1 to 3,000% further than you would be able to see on a globe.
But the black swan would be what, like 700% or something?
1,000. 1,000, yeah. I mean, the thing is, we can't tell how far. We can't tell how far the the apparent horizon is beyond the oil platforms. I mean, I would argue that it's way, way, way beyond, right? Because of the angle, like especially in that 8-foot one, which I'll just repost again quickly. So if you have a look,
it's like 150 over 6R.
Yeah,
and then the question would be like
that horizons.
If this is like the norm or whatever, like why can't we see much, much further, like the majority of the time? Like we don't see like 10 miles from 1 foot observer height, like normally.
I mean, usually when people actually go out and do these observations, they seem to be able to see way further. I've never seen anyone present anything where there's a geometric horizon around where it should be. I mean, even that one that you guys call the white swan, that's still a black swan in itself as well. I mean, that horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Right? That second oil platform is like 6 miles away. And the horizon looks like it's just around where that 6 mile platform is. Because you don't really see anything obstructed from the bottom of that first oil platform called Hill House.
The video it shows that they're like the legs on the Hill House are obstructed, and the one in
maybe the tiniest little bit. Yeah, I mean it's still not showing a geometric horizon, but it is textbook definition sinking. Makes sense. But usually,
yeah, I mean like showing a geometric horizon doesn't make much sense to say. Like it's never going to be geometrically where it should be.
Yeah, but it does have to be there, though, right? It can't move. Right?
If we had we have to start saying.
Yeah. No, I mean, you just say if you're on a sphere, right, the geometric horizon, right? Just say hypothetically you do the black swan observation and somehow magically you can remove all of the atmospheric conditions, right? The geometric horizon's at 1.225 miles, and it cannot move unless you change your observer height, right? It's a physical location. If anyone goes out there on a canoe, right, they're going to start to disappear over the horizon. And adding the atmospheric conditions back in again isn't going to change that horizon location because it's physical. So it has to be there, right? So technically, you're having to claim that those oil platforms, right, the second one, platform habitat, is 50 foot obstructed behind the horizon.
Well, we don't see geometry like we see through optics. We see geometry through optics, which is the atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, but technically, right, the second oil, like the oil platforms are behind the horizon. They have to be behind the horizon technically.
Yeah, they have to be behind some obstruction, yes.
Yeah, so that leads us to being able to confirm whether your claims of refraction is something that exists and is possible to replicate or possible to even happen, right? I don't even think I've never even seen a good explanation of how it could possibly happen, right? Because the thing is, right, if it was just that one observation, sure, I could be more on board with maybe it's like some anomaly or something like that. But then we go to like a lake in Canada and you go to this other place and you look at all these other observations, and in every single one of these, the geometric horizon that has to be there is completely hidden, and then everything beyond it is perfectly refracting up and making it completely hide the alleged geometric horizon. So to say the exact same refraction, quote-unquote refraction effect is taking place at all these different locations seems like a bit of a stretch. I mean, a lot of a stretch.
I don't get what you mean when you say like perfectly. Do you think like the light is like it's just determined by what the medium is? Like it's not like the light is all deciding to do one thing and then doing other stuff. It's just what the medium between you and the like target you're trying to observe is. It doesn't have to do any.
But we have all of these. I know, but like look, like we have very different gradients. Gradients make very different effects. Right? Sometimes you can see a ship looks like it's floating in the sky, right up in the sky, and then you can have an inversion of that vertical gradient, and then all of a sudden it looks like this ship sunk below the horizon. So, I mean, to claim that there's this generic type of refraction effect that can hide the geometric horizon all the time, I don't think that exists.
Well, the majority of the time for like observations of the water, the refraction like index is going to be because you have colder air near the water and it gets hotter as you climb in altitude. So that already has a like index set up for you that would make things appear.
Yeah, but that's definitely not always the case. Look at the Skunk Bay time lapse, for example. You see it fluctuating and inverting constantly, and then you can have pockets of air, pockets of different temperatures and things like that. But it's definitely like there's not like a uniform gradient that always exists.
Yeah,
it's definitely not always cooler air closer to the surface. But yeah, and that's why they have, standard refraction, right? But if you apply standard refraction, it's only going to take the horizon from, right? That's if we grant you standard refraction, then it only takes the horizon from like 1.2 miles to 1.6 miles or something like that.
It's not much.
Yeah, I don't think there is a type of consistent gradient that could explain, right, all of these different long distance observations that completely hide the geometric horizon, right? I mean, because if you think about it, you've got say from the 1 foot observer height, right? So once you pass that 1.22 mile mark, say you go to 5 miles, right, you would have a particular amount of drop. Like, just say you're looking out, imaginary line horizontal from your eyesight from 1 foot height, right? And then at 5 miles, you do a right angle, right? And then the length of that line that goes down to the surface of the water is going to be a particular height, right? Then you go out to 7 miles and then measure that line that's going down to the water again, right? It's going to be even higher because it drops off on a globe exponentially, right? And then you go out to 10 miles, right? And then that's 66 foot of drop from that straight line, and then the right angle, right? Then the line going down to the surface is 66 foot long. So claiming that it all somehow refracts up perfectly to make it look flat, it's a bit of a stretch, right? It has to...
Yeah, so I was asking if anyone
has to rise up 20 foot, and then it has to rise up 30 foot, and then it has to rise up 30, 40 foot and 50 foot as you get further along that horizontal, imaginary horizontal line, and then the drops more as you go out. So it's a bit of a stretch. I mean, and then we've got all the laser tests, right? Over different distances, you guys say refraction once again. So somehow you've got this uniform refraction that somehow allows the laser to bend around the curve perfectly in all of these different weather conditions, over frozen lakes, over humid lakes, over salt flats, all sorts of different things, right? Or somehow the laser's perfectly bending around all these different distances.
Lasers, like, they diverge immediately from the aperture that they shoot from. So lasers are like probably the worst thing you could use for trying to do line of sight.
They do diverge, but they also, I mean, you would also have like hundreds of feet of obstruction between point A and point B.
Yeah,
so just because they diverge. I mean, if you get expensive lasers, they only diverge so much over a certain distance. I mean, it's going to tell you in the manuals.
Yeah, I don't know what lasers I'm assuming you're like talking about FE core?
Or Dr. John D, or even Taboo Conspiracy, yeah. I mean...
I think they put out a manual for the FE core one. I should look up what laser they used for that.
Probably did. It's something to look into anyway. Anyway, I have to get back to work. It was good to have a chat to you anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, have a good one. I'm going to keep listening in, and then try to get some work done for once.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Brenda, are you here to prove the globe with your shoe?
I proved it. No one responded.
How did you do that?
Check side chat.
Are you the Rainy Lake experiment guy?
Yep.
How is it an experiment?
I literally wrote a whole paragraph about how it's an experiment.
What was the question? I was washing dishes.
Oh, I asked you if you were gonna prove the Earth being a globe with your shoe.
I know that you guys have this sort of thing about the shoe, but that didn't have anything to do with flat Earth or anything.
It's just funny.
It was a discussion between me and Quantum Eraser.
I'm aware.
And I was bringing up Kant's distinction between noumenal and phenomenal. I said that shu is a phenomenon. It's part of our phenomenal experiences.
Is it a naturally observed phenomenon?
Yeah, you don't know what those. You need to familiarize yourself with Kantian transcendental ideology.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was my mistake, was going way over the head of flat earthers.
Naturally. Something like that.
Basically, shoes and other objects are part of our experience of the world, and we can do scientific tests on them, even though shoes are made by people.
I know, I get it. I'm pulling your leg.
Oh, okay. So you accept that we can do scientific experiments on man-made objects.
Yes.
That's great, because you're at odds with the Nathan Oakley crowd. Because they have it as religious dogma that you can't.
Well, yeah, it would be like saying, if I combust hydrogen and oxygen and make water, is the water no longer the same as water from a lake that was already there?
Well, the hypothesis or the assumption in science is that all atoms are, identical. So hydrogen and oxygen everywhere in the universe is just hydrogen and oxygen. They're all identical. Every electron is just like every other electron.
That was the point.
Yeah. No, I was agreeing with you. I know that.
The contrary would be to say that it would be supernatural, which would obviously sounds absurd.
Well, yeah, the supernatural, I don't even know what that would mean, because all that supernatural does is tell me it's not natural. It doesn't tell me what supernatural is.
Yeah, it would be saying that the shoe is supernatural and not something that could be explained in our natural world or something ridiculous like that, right?
Yeah, if it's supernatural, how can I see it? Right? Because photons, leather, shoelaces, those are all natural phenomena.
Sorry, Brenda, what was the Nathan Oakley crew claiming religiously?
They have a dogma of science that does not conform with the modern understanding of science. It conforms with the Vienna Circle and logical positivism.
The scientific method, you mean?
Yeah, it is based on logical positivism, which is a now defunct part of the philosophy of science.
So you're saying the scientific method is defunct?
No.
No, that's what you just said.
Their conception of the scientific method is based in logical positivism.
What's the definition of pseudoscience?
The demarcation
that claims to be science that hasn't followed the scientific method.
No. Correct. So
just hand wave the definition of pseudoscience then.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you. Pseudoscience, generally, the demarcation generally is falsification, right? So if you propose something that is unfalsifiable, that would count as pseudoscience.
I think it'd be more useful to explain.
Definition, then.
I think it'd be more useful to explain how to reduce it to absurdity of the claim that you can't do science on man-made things. Like, could I not determine cause and effect relationships on a man-made piece of lead or something? Like if I heat it up,
yeah.
I don't know. It just doesn't seem could I not set up a scientific experiment with something and determine a cause and effect relationship, right?
It's like, for instance, forensics, right? I can test a gun to see if it was this gun, I have a hypothesis, was this gun used to commit the murder, right? So I have the bullet I pulled out of the murder victim, and I put another bullet in the gun, fire it. If the markings are the same, then I have a good reason to think that that gun fired that bullet. That's science on man-made things.
Yeah, exactly. It's not considered natural science. It's considered applied science, right? So just call it that and say it's not natural science.
Yeah, there's no such distinction as natural science.
Yeah, there is.
No, there was in the 19th century. We're in the 21st.
That's not exactly I wouldn't have used that explanation. I would have used something like boiling water you found in a lake versus, I don't know, determining the boiling point of water if you made it with combustion of hydrogen and oxygen. Like going back to that, it's man-made, but why can I no longer determine?
It's not man-made. That's man manipulating something that's natural, right? So, I mean, natural science, here, I'm going to read this off, right? Natural science is concerned with naturally occurring phenomena, things that arise through natural processes without intentional human intervention. A shoe or many other man-made objects does not fit this category because it is a product of intelligent design, manufacturing, and purpose-driven modification of materials.
Yeah, quotes from the Creation Institute aren't always going to be
this
accurate.
Isn't from. Oh, this is straight from ChatGPT. This is straight from AI, right? I can get the sources for these, and we can. Yeah, this has got nothing. I'm not even religious, Brenda. Yeah,
I'm not going to accept AI.
Oh, come on!
Because it hallucinates.
You don't have to accept it. No, I'm not asking
hallucinates.
you to. Yeah, because it's your worst enemy in situations like this.
Can you attack the argument instead?
Shoe is not a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Of course not.
Just categorize it as applied science, and then you can still do an experiment on a shoe. It's just not considered natural science by definition.
Yeah, this is just not a fact. You won't find this in modern philosophy of science courses today. Nobody makes this distinction.
So it was fine. This was a fact in the 19th century, was it?
200 years ago.
Because we're in the 20th century.
Yes,
so it changed in the year 2000, did it?
It changed after Popper, Feyerabend,
and 1999 was fine.
Because there's been philosophy of science
in 1999, and in 2000 it switched over to you being correct.
There's been philosophy in the 200 years since then, right? Particularly Popper, Feyerabend, and Lakatos, as philosophers of science, showed that you need falsification, showed that there's no single scientific method, and Lakatos showed that you need to have a productive research program versus a degenerate research program. Right? Nobody makes these distinctions anymore because the Vienna Circle and logical positivism failed because of the verification principle cannot itself be verified. So it became self-refuting. I mean, you people do talk about verifying the results of an experiment. That's the verification principle. And it's not possible to verify the verification principle. Hence, logical positivism died.
Sounds like a you problem and your opinion in that matter.
No, it's a logical problem. If you can't logically
justify, that's a you problem.
No, if you can't logically justify your claims, then they can be rejected.
Yeah, obviously, if you don't follow the scientific method, how the fuck you logically going to apply anything?
Okay.
Yeah.
Show me the verification. Show me the verification.
You post a citation where scientific method is not being applied anymore at all. Show a fucking citation for that, or shut the fuck up, okay? Spitting fucking misinformation here.
No, this is just elementary, first year, freshman level.
Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. That was a citation for what you said, you dumb fuck.
Brenda never made that claim.
Yeah. Brenda did.
Okay.
You clearly didn't listen. spreading that horse shit in this VC is not allowed at all. And people like Brenda calling us science deniers when we talk about scientific method at all times. And then you have Brenda coming here dismissing the scientific method because it can't be logically followed. What kind of stupidity is that? That's fucking misinformation. False information. You don't need people like Brenda in here spraying that crap. Yeah? Simple as that.
All right, so
Brenda can fuck off.
All right, can I ask
Until
you
there's a citation saying scientific method is not being applied anymore.
I wasn't recalling.
Because of the logical faculty of this idiot spreading misinformation.
You really thought you did something, bro.
Yeah. I clapped your cheeks as well.
Fucking loser.
You can also fuck off. Just chanting with your posted links. You can't even back it up by your own words. Dumb fuck.
You.
You guys gonna let me speak? I doubt it.
Hey, Robert, what's up, dude?
No, you guys are not gonna let me speak, man. Come on now, be honest.
Yeah,
Be
you can
honest
speak. The floor's open.
Robert, if you can start off by saying that when you got unmuzzled, then you will be put on muzzle again, okay? So now you have the chance to speak. Stop chanting the same thing over and over every time you're being unmuzzled. Or you be put back on a fucking muzzle. Simple as that, Robert.
I'm just laying the land here. I'm just trying to know.
Go ahead then. Go ahead.
Damn, you sound super insecure, bro.
No, I'm not insecure, brother.
No, not you. This other guy.
Oh.
Who sounds insecure, you dumb fuck?
You do, bitch.
Okay, so another idiot that needs to be muzzled. Clearly. All right, Robert, go ahead.
Yeah. So the gentleman posted the last image. Let's start with the last image, where he's outlining the spot of the Indian probe, that the picture that the Indian probe took of the Earth. So the Indian probe is obviously taking the Earth from a different angle, right? So it's a little lower towards the south as the probe is going off to the sun. It's a solar probe. All right. So the image that you put beside there was done on a different time, from a different probe, from a different angle. You're just making our point.
Who was that directed at? Or you just share some information?
No, I'm talking about Mr. Overfences.
Oh, you're speaking to about that? Okay.
Right. He posted 2 images taken at different times. He's just making our point. Guys, there are millions of images and pictures taken of the Earth over the last 50 years. All right, and all of these are legitimate images. Some are composite images. You know why they do composite images? They do composite images because they use those images for closer research, right? For mapping and measuring the planet, and for also making sure that the images show up perfectly when printed. But there are plenty of other images that are done with very basic P900 cameras. The ISS has over a dozen cameras. Some are fisheye, most of the others are not. You understand me? And those images are available to the public to see them every day. The Earth indeed is a sphere.
We are aware of that. Yeah, clearly. It's only a shame that on the 360 view when they are taking those shots, though. They've never done the other ones.
Yes, they have.
But it's not a proof of either way. It's just whatever they're showing you, have to go along with if you want to believe in that, of course.
No, you don't have to go along. What you do is this information.
You do, because you can't verify that. How are you going to verify that? Have you been up in ISS?
No, you don't have to do that.
Clearly not.
What you do is verify the specs of the probes. You can do that. That is public information. You can go and see this information yourself, right? This is not information that is withheld from anyone. You guys understand? Also, I suggest you guys buy some telescopes and take a look at the moon. Take a look at the different planets up there. Because I do that on a regular basis. I'm an observer. The moon is not just a light. It has features. It has indentations. It's like a rock, right? And it moves.
Who said anything else about the moon? We see the same moon. We all see the same thing.
Okay,
but making claims about it without verification or falsification is kind of ridiculous, don't you think?
Wait. No, the verification is we're looking at it through the telescope. What are we?
How do you verify and test it? Like you can't go to the moon, right?
Hold on. When you guys on the Black Swan observations that you guys are pushing, those are looked at through cameras, right?
Yeah, but that's local. You can go and replicate
those images. Have you verified? Have you gone to those rigs?
Robert, please, 1 second. You're comparing the moon, which you can never go to, obviously, and then a place like the oil rigs, which you can replicate and find a similar spot or the same spot if you're nearby. I don't know, and replicate that.
Who said you can?
Obviously, you can do that anywhere on Earth, on the surface of this Earth. Yeah, or bodies of water. Yeah.
Show me a document that says you and I can never go to the moon. Show us a document that says.
Well, have you gone there? You think you're going to go there?
Of course.
Are you saving up money for space travel over there? What?
Are you saying
you bought some land there? Have you bought some land there also?
Hold on. Are you saying that money is the only block towards us going to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
You're making a huge claim about going to the moon compared versus a local area where anyone can go daily. That's a huge difference.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm saying you cannot go to the moon as of now, and probably never. I would say I don't need to post anything for you about that. That's pretty logically sound.
Really?
Yeah. Tell me, is it commercially available? When is that going to come in?
Listen, you and I. We saw
comparing about something that's not available at this time and probably not in the near future at all.
That's
compared to a person that can go to a beach and replicate the Black Swan. Obviously,
that's different.
What is this analogy you're making? I don't get it.
That's different. The time factor is irrelevant.
Obviously, difference. Two different fucking things.
Harder. It's harder to go. It's also harder to go to Siberia. I've never been there. I can say Siberia doesn't exist, as far as I'm concerned.
You know what the beauty is? You don't have to go to Siberia to make a Black Swan. That's the beauty of it. You can do it anywhere on the surface of the fucking Earth. As long as you have a body of water, which is much simpler than over land, you don't have to go to a specific location on Earth called Siberia to do a Black Swan, compared to going to the moon to verify what you think is made of.
You can go to the moon. You can go to the moon at some point. Time is different. Time is different. The only difference is the time, the technology. That's the only thing, right?
Yeah, it's called appealing to the future fallacy. So we're not doing that. Sorry.
Are you saying the future is false? Is that what you're saying to us on this stage here?
You're appealing to the future fallacy. We're talking about today, the present,
hold on.
present time. Robert, we're in the present. Stop floating around in your.
Okay, I'm going to use your logic. I'm going to use your logic. As of today, what you're saying is, as of today, the Earth is flat. That's what you're saying. You get it? As of today.
Sorry, repeat that? I didn't hear.
You're saying, as of today, the Earth is flat. That's what you're saying.
As of
you're not saying the Earth is flat.
As of the first. As of the first. Okay, can I? As of first time ever, when the globe model was falsified, that is the day it was made by flat earthers saying the Earth is not a globe.
The globe has never been falsified.
It has.
So please, you have to correct your statement. Never.
It has.
Ever been. Sir.
Yes.
You have
Plenty of evidences have been presented to you, Robert. You just deny them. I don't know.
No. Your evidence is not strong. You have never falsified 25,000 miles of circumference. You have never done that.
So if you think that evidence that being presented in this VC from this community is not sufficient for you, then you present that follows. You present that evidence, experiment, a scientific one, whatever, that proves the globe by the globe model and the radius value of it.
Right.
Measurements
we show you images of a circumference of 25,000 miles. It's time for you to disprove 25,000 miles. But only thing you're doing is showing short little clips. Black Swan.
It's called falsifying the radius. This has been done multiple times. Yes, Robert, it has been. But you're not willing to investigate that properly. Maybe do your own testing over bodies of water and see if it matches the globe or not. See if you can falsify it. Yeah.
Au contraire, brother. I grew up in the island.
You were invited by Flat Earth Ranger one time to go with him.
No, he never sent me. He never sent me any invite.
You kind of refused that offer even.
Yeah, but he never. I told him he was not going to invite because he knows he was lying. He has not sent me a direct message to date.
How do you know he was lying? How do you know he was lying?
Because he has sent me. As far as I'm concerned, as of today, he's
You didn't accept his offer, though. I didn't hear that. There's no record of you saying your. No, there's no record of that.
Let's do it.
There's no record of that.
What? Go back and.
Can you calm down, dude? Oh.
In other words, he said, that's the guy that was talking about the Bahamas observation, correct? That's the gentleman who was talking about the Bahamas observation. I didn't see who his name was, but he said he saw the Bahamas 50 miles from 100 miles from West Palm Beach. He went up 50 feet and saw 100 miles. That, my friend, is a patent lie. So I told him, I said,
how do you know it's a lie?
Because I myself have done observations. I have done observations.
Give a P900, Robert. Give a P900, Robert.
I told him, send me the direct message. I'm willing to meet him in West Palm Beach because, as a matter of fact, you guys know where I am right now.
Palm Beach for a while. Are you on the bridge?
you know where I am currently? I'm in Central Florida right now. Because I went to Cape Canaveral. I've been going to Cape Canaveral for the past couple days.
Awesome.
Right?
So what observations have you done there that you can record and measure? Collect some data.
Wait, hold on. I've made many observations. I've seen the rockets. I've spoken to astronauts. I've spoken to scientists. Okay? I've seen rocket launches.
Bro, talking to people is doing what exactly? I said, did he collect any data, observations, recordings?
I have recordings of the launch. I have recordings of speaking to these people. Yes, there were launches. There were launches at Cape Canaveral. Did you guys know that?
But there's plenty of videos of that. No one is interested in that. Not in here, at least. We want measurements that follows the globe model. Data that backs it up. Yeah.
Okay. I posted a video in the chat of flat earthers and globers actually went and did a measurement. They had 4 feet off the ground, and they were trying to see the balloons 10 miles away. They made the calculations that you will see the balloons at 40 feet. Guess when they saw the balloon? At 45 feet. You see it? And people are saying, no, we're releasing the balloons. You should see them. They did not see them. They did not see them until they released them to 20 feet. They didn't see them. They released them to 45 feet and boom, the balloons were there. With room to spare. That means the balloons were visible at 40 feet. Go look at the video. These are observations that I make in my day-to-day life. I grew up in the islands. I watch oil tankers, cruise ships go over that horizon. Regular basis. These are observations that I make, and I make them from different observation heights. I make them from 50 feet. I make them from 10 feet. I make them from 6 foot tall, 4 foot off the water. Me, myself. And they follow the curvature calculation almost to the penny. You know what I'm saying?
So no measurements.
I just told you the measurements a while ago. Thank you very much.
No, I only heard you say calculations and a balloon. Where's the measurements?
Again, if you we guess what? I was looking at a boat go over the horizon at 6 foot tall. At 6 foot, it went over. It started disappearing from the bottom up at about 3.2 to 3.5 miles.
Robert, bottom up obstruction is not exclusive to a globe. You do know that, right?
It is, because when you do
not.
It is. Yes, it is. Okay, tell me why. Go ahead.
What do you mean, tell me why?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Jesus Christ, man. How many times have you been in here? We've been talking about
I'm calling out the Lord's name.
the law of perspective, optical phenomena, like vanishing point, like angle resolution. Like we've been through this with you so many times. I don't know, maybe you don't like those things. I don't know, maybe you deny them in order to uphold the globe, your globe story, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's not exclusive to globe, bottom obstruction. It's not at all. And it can be demonstrated. We have demonstrated. There are videos. You can do it yourself.
No flat earther has
there it goes. Well, that's a you problem then, not us.
Okay, none. And you're saying incomplete sentences. You're saying optics, vanishing points, perspective. Where are your numbers? Where are your measurements? Where are your numbers? What optics is blocking the object? What's in your eyes? Optics means your eyes. What biological phenomena in your eyes is blocking that object out there? You said optics. You need to come back with the data.
So at a certain point, we can't. I mean, can you see an object forever when it goes away from you? No, clearly not.
If an object is bright enough, your eyes will see it.
We're not talking about the brightness of a object. We're talking about a object disappearing in a far distance until you can't resolve it anymore.
That means it's gone over the horizon.
What is that called?
That means it's gone over the horizon. Or atmospheric interference, or the object is just too tiny. Right? It's just too tiny. These things happen. I used to watch.
So we give another example. So you can read a book up close to you, yeah? But then you move the book away from you. Can you still read the text? Clearly not. It's not resolvable anymore. It's not the curvature of the Earth. So it's not exclusive to a globe, dear Robert.
Of course it is, because you repeat it with different instruments.
And that is just one factor of things bottom-up obstruction. We have weather conditions.
There are three factors.
There are multiple factors with things being bottom-up obstructions of a flat surface, not a fucking globe only. Been told many times, been shown many times.
At sea level, still water. At sea level,
just keep resetting every time in here.
No, you're the one that's resetting back to just words. You don't have any measurements. You haven't given us anything. You're just saying optics. You can't read it. Blah, 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 perspective.
Yeah, you don't have any measurements, bro.
I do have measurements. I'm going to give you measurements again. 4 feet off the water, the object disappears at 1.2 miles. it starts disappearing from the bottom up. That's spot
It's kind of
on.
weird. I mean,
that's not even
we
the
have on
correct
recording
formula.
DJ being going through with you so many times with evidences and measurements, with long distance observations with measurements, and you're in here now saying we are lying. We have never presented once. Robert, if you keep up like that, you know you're not going to be staying long here. Yeah, we have YouTube, we have recordings. I don't know. You want us to dig up the things you like? People being
I just mentioned one thing quickly. Robert, you just completely... Hold on a second, Robert. Hold on a second. Robert, you just got that completely wrong, right? 4-foot observer height isn't a 1.2 mile horizon at all. You don't even know the basics, dude. That's from a 1-foot observer height. Drastically further than that from 4-foot observer height, right? So if you try to present something that you just claimed you have where something starts appearing to disappear from 1.2 miles away from a 4-foot observer height, that doesn't match the globe either.
Sorry, 2.22 miles. I apologize. That is when we saw from a 4-foot observer height. 2.22. That's a correction.
Now you just have to present the evidence, right? And you also need to present the validation of the vertical temperature gradients between point A and point B for that observation, right? Because those play a huge role in how you're perceiving what you're looking at over distance.
Okay. The fact that you have the horizon, my friend, at only 2.22 miles for a 4-foot observer, that is telling you that's ground obstruction.
No, it's not telling you that, right?
You know why? I'm going to prove it to you. Because if you rise up to 6 foot, the ground obstruction goes further out because you're able to see over the previous marker.
Yeah, it should go to 3 miles if you go to 6-foot observer height.
Exactly.
Okay, so this
so why?
only happen. Hold on a second, Robert. Relax, man. Relax. So this would only happen in a hypothetical scenario where you have no atmosphere.
Clear day.
Yeah. No, clear days. Okay, so hold on a second, dude. You just said clear day. You shot yourself in the foot by saying clear day, right? So we have effects that happen on clear days, which are well known. Right? So sinking. Yes, listen. Okay, so sinking.
Robert, listen.
Okay, so
Robert, listen. You need to listen. He's about to tell you something. Hopefully, you learn as well something. So please listen to him for once.
Yeah, so sinking, right, is an effect which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so it occurs when you have a layer of warmer air and then a layer of cooler air above it. So you have an inverted refractive index gradient, right, due to the temperature differentials in the vertical temperature gradient. Okay, so when you normally have sinking, right, it normally occurs on a clear day. It can only occur really on clear days, usually early in the morning or late in the afternoon, right? And the effect that you would see, as well as the object that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinking beneath it, you will see the actual horizon line much closer than what it would normally appear when you have regular conditions.
When you have
and I can provide you citations.
Okay, yeah, but on clear days, listen, you have about a degree of refraction every day around you at all times. So on a clear day, you only have a degree of refraction out there. So that is why your objects are going to hit that marker 99% of the time on clear days,
Okay,
because
explain
you
to me
only
what
have a degree of
what you think. What do you think refraction is? Explain it to me. Define it. Actually, post the definition in the side chat.
Diffraction is the redirection of light into the observer's eye.
Due to what?
Due to moisture in the air, heat, pressure, all these kind of things, bro.
So why would the heat cause a particular? Okay, so what does it do? Right. Okay, so you're not really defining it, are you? You're not able to post the definition in the chat, and you're misdefining it, and you're simplifying something that isn't simple.
What? I gave you the clear definition of refraction.
No,
just
that's
a while
not,
ago.
that's not the definition of refraction.
Okay, let me post it.
Okay, and also, okay, so when you're talking about what you're talking about, right? You're misusing the word refraction, but what you're talking about, right? You have one medium, and then you have differences in temperature, right? Vertically. So when you have differences in temperature vertically, you have gas particles that are further apart from each other where it's warmer, and then you have more condensed gas particles where it's cooler. So the cooler gas particles will have a higher refractive index. So depending on the vertical temperature gradient, whether you have warmer air closer to the surface or cooler air closer to the surface, you're going to have a completely different effect, right? These effects are mirages, right? So you have sinking and looming and inferior and superior mirages, and the list goes on. So when you just say the word refraction, you're misusing it, you're oversimplifying something that's actually very complicated and can have multiple different effects on what you're looking at, right? So you
refraction is
can't just say refraction as an escape word.
No, I didn't do that. What I'm saying to you is refraction is a word we globers do use, right? Whenever you see long distance observations like Peak Gaspard, like the Chicago skyline, right? Those are examples of refraction because they do not happen all the time throughout the year. And as a matter of fact,
these are examples of different types of mirage effects that you're talking about, none of which can make you see a horizon 10 times further away than what it should. There's no type of effect that does that.
But mirages are refraction.
Okay, so
right?
No. In physics, refraction is the redirection of a wave as it passes from one medium to another medium, right? With a sharp boundary, right? So if you have a glass of water and you have air above the glass of water and you get a pencil and you stick the pencil in the water, you can then use Snell's law and you can calculate, right, using the Snell's law formula, right, on the angle change as it enters the second medium. That's what refraction is defined as.
I know.
Right, what you're talking about are different types of mirages, right? So sometimes you can have a mirage where something will look higher than what it should, right? Or something could look lower than what it should. You're never going to have some type of refraction that you're talking about where you can have a horizon all of a sudden appearing 10 times further away, right? So you have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. There's no type of refraction or effect that all of a sudden you can have a horizon all of a sudden 10 miles away. You can't reproduce that. You can't cite that. You can't model that. You're just saying it as like an escape word.
My friend, why are you not fighting for refraction when it comes to black swan? Why are you not doing that?
You're misusing the term refraction.
But you're fighting against refraction in my observation, but not fighting against refraction in your black swan observation. Do you see the hypocrisy?
You don't know what you're. You don't know what you're talking about. That's the problem here. You don't know what the weather conditions were in any of those situations that you're talking about.
No, it's repeated. It's repeated several times. That's what scientists do.
No. Okay, so
on different days. That's what we do.
You're not a scientist. You're not a scientist because you're literally shitting all over the word refraction right now.
I did not.
It's really bad. I'm not a scientist, and I know. Why do I know more about refraction than you do?
No, you do not. I guarantee you don't.
Oh, dude. Okay, so
refraction.
Look, I'm going over the official. I read you out the official definition just a moment ago.
Yeah.
I can show you diagrams. I can show you citations backing up exactly what I'm saying, and then I can show you real-world demonstrations that back up that these effects.
I can do the exact same.
You'd never do. You never do that.
Okay, but you didn't do it right now. What are you talking about? You want me to do it, but you didn't do it. I gave you the actual definition.
What do you want to see? We've been over this before. You didn't give me any actual definitions.
Brother. You have never given me any examples of refraction. What are you talking about? You and I have spoken. I'm the one that gives you examples of things, and you post on refraction, right?
Robert, post your definition in the side chat. Post it.
I posted the definition already. Redirection of light towards the observer, right? As it passes through different mediums, light slows down. Yes, of course. This is what's happening with refraction. Not to stay away from too much technicals. but people can read it, the definition themselves.
Hey, Robert, I'm looking in the side chat. I'm not seeing what you said you posted. Post a source and a citation from the source.
Yeah, I just clicked the definition. It's from the Oxford Dictionary.
What, are you computer illiterate? You don't know how to copy paste something? It takes 5 seconds.
In the interest of moving the conversation, I posted the raw definition. I didn't post that is from Oxford. It is indeed from Oxford. Okay. Do you want me to post the entire thing from Oxford? I can do that, but it is from the Oxford Dictionary.
Yeah, it's just simple. Look, I just read you out the definition, but look, it doesn't matter because you don't. Do you disagree that there is sinking and looming?
They are sinking. They are looming, of course.
Okay, so what causes sinking?
They're mirage, right? These are the things.
What causes sinking? What causes sinking?
Okay, what causes sinking is the reverse of what causes looming, right? So for example,
and what is that? What causes looming? What causes sinking?
What causes looming is there is the pressure gradient that is different. The humidity is different. The moisture in the air is different. That causes the light rays to slow down, right? It's the same thing. What happens? The day may be extremely clear, less of those things that are there that may cause the light to come faster towards the person's eyes, right? So you may get that sinking kind of effect that rarely happens, right?
How rare is sinking?
Sinking refraction is rare. It's much rarer.
Under what conditions? Under what conditions would you normally have sinking? Would it be on a clear day?
No, not on a clear day.
Incorrect. Wrong.
On a clear day, you will get the 1% of refraction index that is around us all the time. That's what you'll get.
Incorrect.
Now, we can put money on this. Okay. Now, if the day has less pressure, much less pressure than normal, much less heat than normal, then you'll get the sinking effect, right? But on
less pressure, it's not going to be less pressure. It's just going to be a different vertical temperature gradient. It's just due to temperature. Just due to temperature, dude. Yes, it's due to vertical temperature gradients.
Less atmospheric pressure, temperature gradients, these kind of things.
Dude, it's always going to be roughly 14.7 psi at sea level, right? But what's causing these effects is the vertical temperature gradient, right? And because of the vertical temperature gradient, you're going to have different refractive indexes in the cooler and the warmer air.
It's not all the time, okay? All right, not all the time, right? You see, the air density increases with height, right? So what happens is the air density is a little less towards the object. So what you just said, it's always that 14 psi. No, it's not.
Oh, I didn't say it's always at 14. I said it's always around. I said around, not at. It's not always at that exact.
I'm not sure why you.
I said it's always. I'm pretty sure I used the word roughly. I used that word for a reason.
Okay, so I'm not sure why you would use the word always there. I'm not sure. But the density of the air is much less around the object, and it increases.
Density of the air is less. Look, the density of the air is less where it's warmer. That's what's causing these effects. I can look to just read over a citation right now.
Yes, but the density.
American Meteorological.
But heat causes pressure, right? So pressure differences. Atmospheric pressure. The density of the air is less. So if you read the barometric pressure around the boat or whatever object is less.
Oh, you're just chanting things we've been through with you many times. Like you're not telling us anything like of any globe evidence. Like, what are you talking about?
These are facts I just said, brother.
Yeah, we have been through these facts with you many times. You're just rechanting them to us.
You call it chanting because you don't understand.
Who taught you this? You had to read up about it before. I remember you didn't know shit about anything.
Read. No,
the first time you entered this VC, you knew nothing about these things.
What? Oh, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Do not lie on my name, brother.
Back every time rechanting the same things over and over. Bro, it's fucking it is very exhausting with you sometimes, really.
Do not lie on my name.
Just fucking present some fucking actual evidence of the globe model matching reality. That's what we want to see. You're just yapping in this VC at this point. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
I can't believe you just
every
lied.
fucking time you're in here, reset NPC, rinse, repeat. Holy shit.
Rinse, repeat because facts don't change.
Really bothersome and tiresome with you, sir.
Rinse, repeat
really tiresome, man.
Rinse, repeat because facts don't change.
We've been through with this 100 times. How many times we can listen through this?
You have never. You just want to move on to the next person. Facts don't change. That's why
I want you to move on to the next thing, as in what I just said previously, seconds ago. Present evidence that matches the globe model in reality. So we can go through that with the data, with the numbers, okay? That's more interesting. That's what people want to see. People want to see, why are we here? They don't want to hear you read a book, textbook definitions or what. We teach you this fucking stuff. We teach you the globe model every fucking day. We don't need you here, Robert. You're not a teacher, okay? You're not a professor, okay? You don't have a degree in that, okay?
I do have a degree.
Relax.
You have no degree.
Move on. Thank you.
You have no degrees in physics. None.
Thank you.
I do. I have a
now
degree.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you have
if you have nothing else to say, then shut the fuck up. Thank
you're
you
the
very
one
much.
that's
Yeah. Holy shit, man, this guy. I don't have a degree. Now he's jumping on me, attacking me as a person instead. Yeah. I asked for evidence and data. This VC is here for a reason. This VC is not here for you, Robert. Okay? It's very tiresome with you, man. We're being very gracious with you, man. Every time we unmute you, you just... Yeah, you start off good, and then you divert, and then you... Yeah, and he left, obviously. You don't want to listen even. And then just starts to yap. He just yaps. Tells about his belief, stories, definitions, things we already been through with him so many fucking times. It's tiresome. People don't want to hear that. We go through that every day with people, especially with people here on a daily basis. Holy shit. This guy's been here for months. And is repeating himself over and over. Holy shit. Barely posts anything in the side chat. Doesn't back up his stuff properly. No citations. Like, where's the data? Where's the evidence? It's really boring with him, man. Sorry, but what the hell?
Oh man, it's completely right. He's ridiculous. He's just constantly claiming he has all these observations, right? And he never produces anything. He wouldn't even give a source for his citation.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
That's as far as you will go with him when it comes to actual proof of anything.
Yeah, he's too egotistical to admit when he's wrong about things, and then he just starts like spazzing out.
This is your mom a stall across the way selling vegetables. You hear what?
Going the same way we usually do.
Mm-hmm.
And we have this concave RTH that also rinse repeats for months. The same thing. Man, just boring with this guy in the chat. Chat's skanking. Holy shit. Bye-bye, RTH. Even dumber than Glober, man. You clearly have nothing to show for your belief. It's really boring with these people, same day in, day out. Nothing new. Chat skankers. And sorry for the for the rant I did there.
No, man.
I mean, it was pointless. I mean, when he does that like that towards the end, like he's not here to learn. The things he just repeated, these are the things we already told him months ago when he first stepped inside this VC. I remember him stepping in there the first day. He didn't knew anything about the globe model. I mean, barely. He was scratching the surface.
Yeah, he didn't even mention refraction. When we first started giving him the Black Swan observations, he didn't even mention refraction once. He learned about that later on. He doesn't know shit.
Yeah. And there's recordings of that. So, I mean, and now he comes back.
But you know what?
Trying to sound more book smart, like he's learned, like he knows a lot, like he didn't learn that from us, and just repeat, and rinse, repeat every time he's here. Reset, rinse, repeat. And he gets.
Well, he just shot himself.
Yeah.
He just shot himself in the foot again, right? Because what he said was that he has an observation from 4-foot observer height, and you can see the boat going over the horizon at 1.22 miles, which is completely wrong math. That's from a 1-foot observer height.
Yeah, and also when I pointed out a globe is not exclusive for a bottom-up obstruction, and he said, no. Like, this guy clearly knows nothing. Like, he doesn't know optics, I mean, the law of perspective, like, these things. He hasn't even looked into it, or he's denying that.
Yeah.
In case of favoring
that's why the
globe, I guess. That's the only reasonable, plausible explanation I could give why he does that. Yeah.
That's why the anti-flat earthers don't like him, right? Because he pretends like he's educated, but then he makes a fool of himself every single time. So they're always saying, you know, in the side chat, that Robert's an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, denying law of perspective, bottom-up obstructions, we have demonstrated that many times. I mean, why would you even deny that? That's ridiculous. That just shows you're a globe zealot. You're not actually here to learn. Madness. But yeah, man, I'm sorry, but I mean, people like him, they need to be pointed out. If you just allow them to waffle on like that every time, for as long as they can, so they can get their foot in, just to, save the globe without providing anything. That's just ridiculous. It's just listening to it's like reading a storybook or something. You're not getting anywhere with that. Though it might sound cool for some, maybe, the idea of it, but concepts. It's not matching the reality, though. That's the shame of it.
Yeah, I don't think he's impressing anyone from the globe side, to be honest. You there, Fry?
I'm here, man.
You think Robert's a good representative for the globe Earth?
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, say no more, Fry.
Say no more, Fry.
it's like the thing with Robert is when you apply physics, in the natural world, and mix it with you taint physics with pseudoscience. I mean, when you have those two mixing, physics and pseudoscience in this sense, then you taint your worldview perspective easily. And that's what he's been demonstrating here every time he's been given a platform here to speak up. Graciously enough, many times. But he keeps going by default back into the same position. He's not budging anywhere. He's not moving. He's not really understanding it or here to learn. Actually going through with the data, dissecting the data, try to understand it better, compare it with both to the both sides, things like that. How would you even learn anything? Like, you just have a preacher coming in here just chanting things, this and that and that and this. What's the point? I mean, this VC is not here because of people like him. I mean, like, in the sense of that, we're not here to, like, we're talking about worldview, natural, observational, observable, and measurable practices. Versus a guy, Robert, coming here, chanting, telling us stories, saying, I have some evidence. Rocket balloon, whatever he was mentioning there before. But he didn't post that. I didn't see that. I mean, there was no scrutiny of that at all in that any sense, of any shape or form. And then I mentioned calculations in the end. I mean, okay, where's the measurement? I said, I didn't post any measurements. How do you compare it with the Go model? So yeah, me lashing out on him at the end, I mean, it's just tiresome with people like him. He can just sit there and yap for hours. You're not even going to get anywhere with him. That's the problem.
Actually, a PhD.
No, I think he has. He claims to have a physics degree. I don't know.
See?
That's what he said, I believe. PhD. I mean, I don't know. I never heard him mention PhD degree.
Honestly, I mean, I'm not saying getting a PhD is easy or anything, but I know a lot of people who have a PhD and they're still absolutely bonkers. It's not like it means much, but
no, it would within their field. It would matter.
Yeah, within their field, that's what
obviously. That's what they've been practicing, learning, investing their time, all that. But I think the problem is, I mean, if they have PhD, they have to be somewhat smart. I mean, now when it comes to logical thinking and such, it could vary, I guess, depending on which field they're within, I guess. If they follow the the mainstream stuff, whatever, at peak, but I think most of the problem with people like at that level, they're not open-minded. I think they can't accept new information that contradicts what they've been told and taught about, or what they've learned. That's the problem, I think. Yeah, I don't think they're stupid. They're just incapable accepting new information that contradicts their worldview or whatever they think they know about.
Because here's the thing, right? You're attacking ideas that they have actually pretty much never questioned before. I mean, the thing is, when you're like in high school and you're being taught a lot of this stuff, or like even in like let's say first year of college, you're not really questioning if this is true or not. You're just like going through the motions, solving equations, but yeah, man, I think that's why they sort of get angry because, I mean, I can sort of understand that. But I think that's where, like, flat earthers have, like, a point, as in, you really are, like, sort of told to believe all this. And I don't know, maybe it's like that's just how the system is designed. If you spend like 4 years of college just trying to prove every little part of physics, we just might not make a lot of progress. So it's just like and there's always more stuff to learn. It just keeps adding on. So now a PhD is not even enough. Now you need a postdoc to like be qualified to work in like a lab.
Yeah.
Like as the amount of information we keep gathering increases, it becomes harder for someone to be thinking critically, Because here's the thing, right? Like, until you're in your master's program, you're not actually thinking for yourself, really. You're just catching up with other people's work. It's during your PhD that's when that's pretty much the first time you are like in uncharted territories.
Yeah, I think when they go to, like you said, uncharted territories or something, they end up in a limbo situation because they don't know how to handle that. They've never been taught how to think for themselves. They're being taught in school. The school system is not there to, it's purposely made to make people into slaves, basically.
Okay, but here's the thing, right?
For various different fields, whatever you're applying to, to learn more about in that particular field. But outside that, you're in a limbo. You don't have any, accepting new information, thinking outside the box. I don't know. These things seems to be hard for some.
So here's the thing, right? I feel like this is sort of the trade-off we make as a society. Like, would you rather have people who can like truly think critically, but like not gain as much information, as opposed to a society where like you just catch them up with as much as you've learned, and then let them run wild with their ideas, but you're also sacrificing some necessary steps that, I mean, if they're just taught to like follow and not like create ideas, it becomes like you reach your PhD and you don't know what to do because there's no plan now. You're against like nature and the real world, pretty much. But it is a trade-off, man, because like,
Obviously, everything has a trade-off.
yeah,
I don't. I mean, willing to change something based on new information that contradicts the old, using the critical mind of thinking, using common sense, logic, without being heavily too biased. If you can do that, I mean, endless possibilities. I mean, so many things would change, and that system would probably crumble at some point to a lesser degree, but not completely, of course. The system we've been introduced to within this, in societies, the very system they built to keep us in check, in control, in a way.
damn, I feel like I see hope in you guys. I'm kind of like a pessimist, like a nihilist sort of a guy. Yeah.
The whole system of slavery changed. Before they used to take the chains and whips and force it on you. Now they're getting us to buy the chains and whips and put on ourselves.
Yeah, if somebody's dumb enough, to put chains and whips on themselves, then that's their fault.
Well, that's what's going to happen when they get in that rocket and go to Mars.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Do you think they'll actually show people going to Mars?
They're going to the movie set on Devon Island.
But you think they'll actually do it? Like,
try it.
Huh?
More, when they tell you they're going to Mars, they're telling you more Hollywood basement stories.
I honestly don't think they'll ever do it. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it's kind of like a suicide mission. Because once you're there, you're not really coming back. So.
Right. I heard NASA say that they was going to take humans to Mars. Was it 2008, 2010? I was excited. I was looking forward, and I was waiting, and then it never happened. And now we're here on 2025. Nobody's gone to Mars. So it's all BS anyway. It's all BS. Just ignore them.
It's like a chick that keeps cancelling dates. It's really frustrating.
Let me look this up. Yeah, they claimed in 2008. Or was it like...
Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'm wondering if they had a specific date, or was it just like an offhand comment, or we'll be hoping to send people on Mars? Which honestly is absurd, honestly. I mean, I don't even know how people claim it, because it's... it takes 4 years to get there? Right? Something like that? No? Am I wrong? How long does it take to go to Mars?
Well, just generally when someone says maybe next year, it's usually no. If you ask someone else, you're going to do something that's maybe in a couple of years, it's usually no.
Why even say that?
Exactly.
So here's my question, right? Let's say you're actually
false hope.
To Mars.
Giving people false hope.
That's so stupid. I mean, no. The thing is, they have to be lying, right?
Right. When they say they're sending you into space to Mars, they're actually sending you to an island in Canada.
Yeah, but what's the official story? Okay, so they send people to Mars. It takes
The official story is a lie.
No, the official story is not a lie. The official story is okay. They send people to Mars, and then what? Like they stay there for like a month, a year. I don't know how long. And what? They just die. What happens?
Well, Elon Musk in an interview said this. He said, "We can go to Mars, but it's going to be difficult, and there's going to be millions of people dying when they get there."
Wait, what?
That's what Elon Musk said in an interview. I'm not joking. He said millions of people are going to die.
Yeah, because he's diverting all the.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Food aid from hungry kids to sending people to Mars. So I guess that makes sense.
If you know who Robert V. Utah is, he came here once saying how we need to train the next generation to be spacefaring kids.
Oh my god. No. Please. Man, as much as I love the work, astrophysics does and NASA does, I mean, this stuff can, like, honestly be disappointing, man. So stupid. I mean, at what point do you stop and be like, okay, this is not really possible? Or something we should even, like, focus on, really? Like, I mean, let's say, like, Mars wasn't that far away. Let's say it was, like, few weeks far. I mean, what do you hope on achieving when you get there? I don't know.
Honestly, I don't even know how, in their model, how they would create sustainable oxygen.
Bro, there's so many questions. Okay, so see
the air holds itself. Remember, you just spray some air.
Oh yeah, then the gravity will stick the air to Mars, right?
You spray easy air.
So if you send people to Mars, how do you get them back? Or like, do you just leave them there? Is that the plan?
You bring them back the same way we bring them from the ISS. They jump.
No, what? No, that's not possible.
Listen,
that's impossible.
When the planets align, they got to get their parachute ready and jump to Earth.
Nah.
All the planets
you just yeet them into space, dude. Just yeet them. They've already been yeeted.
The planets don't even line up. Damn, never mind.
Bro, there's absolutely no way you're getting those people back, even if somehow you land.
A parachute.
No.
How high did Felix Baumgartner go up? How high up was he?
Not as close as Mars.
No, I didn't ask. I didn't ask about Mars. How high up was Felix Baumgartner?
I don't know. No idea.
What, 80,000 feet to 180,000 or something like that?
80,000 feet. Oh my god, that's insane.
Where was he at? 10,000 feet? Was he at an airplane's height? Is that the record?
Let me look it up. Hang on.
So I mean, where do you think he was? At Grandma's house on the roof? Like,
he's about 100,000 feet, I think.
100,000 feet in a parachute, huh?
Insane, dude.
Now we've got Yuri Gagarin, the guy who went to space for Russia. He supposedly went way up there too and went somewhere and used a parachute also.
He didn't fucking jump. Did he jump?
A parachute is what he used to get back. What do you mean he didn't jump?
Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Brother. Stick with me.
Yeah, but he was probably inside like a capsule, right? No?
Parachute.
So he literally just parachuted?
Parachute.
Yeah.
Get to Earth.
That's what he did.
You parachute. So they're in the ISS. I wasn't talking about Mars. I was talking about the ISS. They could parachute back to Earth. They're only 250 miles up. They're only straight up from Earth. All they can do is fall to Earth. It'll be a scary fall. They might pass out a couple times and wake up on the way like Bill and Ted.
Bro, that's not how it works. You can't
works. Falling.
You can't
so gravity's not going to bring him to Earth.
No, because you would have momentum. You would still be in orbit.
So gravity's not going to bring him to Earth because of all these magic words and catchphrases. Okay.
Bro, you can't jump out of the ISS.
Why can't you jump anywhere now? So now you can't jump out of cars, can't jump out of trains,
Momentum exists.
can't jump out of planes,
Honestly,
can't jump out of
momentum and
helicopters.
yeah, the velocity.
Momentum of what?
In,
The ISS is sitting still. What momentum?
I mean, they're in orbital
They're sitting
velocity.
still. They're falling in the same place forever. They're sitting still. Momentum of nothing. We got you covered, brother. We did the math. Jump.
They're in, what do you call
I think they'll get back from Mars in a boat.
Yeah, Mars you'll have to use a boat. But when
To use a boat, that's right. And it'll be much easier to do after Canada is annexed to the United States. You don't need a passport to send the astronauts to Mars.
But Amish, honestly, do you think they'll ever like send people to Mars?
No, I don't think Mars is a place you can go to. For real,
but like
I think the Mars project in Devon Island is probably what they're doing.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So they'll do that? You think they'll actually show people on Mars?
They might try to pull it off. It might be the next Apollo moon landing hoax.
Nah, dude, there's no fucking way. There's absolutely
You don't think they'll try?
There's no way in hell they'll have India
If
showing
they
fucking
actually send
probes on
people
the
to
moon.
Mars, I'll become a flat
There's
earther.
no way they're gonna have China sending stuff to Mars.
No, send them to Devon Island and fake it like Apollo or something.
No, dude.
If they do anything.
Yeah, man.
There's no
Capricorn
fucking way that's happening.
Capricorn 2 coming in.
Capricorn 2, baby.
Yeah, I can't wait for the sequel.
Capricorn 2.
I remember picking that one up at Blockbuster on VHS tape. Like the early 90s or something. Capricorn 1.
I never actually saw it until very recently, but everyone raved about the helicopter chase.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Underrated movie for sure.
They made some great stuff in the 70s, you know.
That's when they let people play with LSD and stuff. So of course you got all the creative things.
LSD and lawn darts at the same time.
Oh my God, lawn darts.
Get to see things.
How many people got beat with lawn darts or hit with lawn darts? Oh my God.
They let people make movies without a happy ending.
Tips. The original lawn darts had a very sharp spike, and then they started filing them down into these nubs, and they never stuck into the dirt properly anymore.
Elon Musk got his idea from lawn darts on how to land his rocket upside down backwards. He just waits to ass in, and it's like a lawn dart. I'm just saying.
It's a lawn dart, yep.
Lawn dart rocket.
Elon, if you're listening.
Yes, Elon.
I think Elon Musk checks in every now and then. I really do.
I think he does too, because then he can learn what else to do and say. He's like, these fuckers.
Dude, his actual account retweeted a couple of my tweets a few times about flat Earth. Not even joking.
No way.
I'll have to go. I'll have to check through my screen. I spat out my drink the first time, and it happened like a month or two later, and I'm like, holy crap! And I took another screenshot.
What's it say?
What if Elon uses a bot to do this and gets people excited?
I'll have to go back and check.
Who then spread his
This was like in September of last year.
Yeah.
He'll have a whole new book of memes after I talk to him. We'll call him Memelon.
Why would he share? Okay, was he like memeing or something?
Like a meme now.
So
thank God.
One of the things I said is like, Elon, the Shotwell power couple in charge of SpaceX are lying to you about space, and he retweeted that.
That's funny, dude.
The power couple.
I was like, yeah. Gwen and Robert Shotwell run SpaceX. Not Elon Musk.
Their name is Shotwell?
Shotwell, yep.
Yeah, no wonder they run the SpaceX, because they're like, you know what my name is, don't you? I'm like, yeah, it's a weird last name. I'm like, you will be Shotwell. You will become Shotwell. I'm like, whoa, I don't even want to be a part of that name. You know, if you mess up, you're going to be Shotwelled.
Yep. The retweet didn't last. Like, he had gone back and unretweeted both, or whoever manages his account retweeted both at some point, unfortunately. But I have the screenshots. I'll have to dig them up later.
And that's funny too. Shoot weld from a distance,
I
arc
think Elon is
welding
a
with
brainlet,
frequency,
crass,
shot.
idiot
Oh
man, no
my
matter how
god.
rich he is and how many companies he puts his name on. So I probably wouldn't get too excited if he retweeted something.
I wouldn't get in his way. You might become a Shotwell.
He probably liked my handle because I go by Amish Battle Mech, and I know he's into that shit. That's probably all he did. He saw the handle and retweeted the tweet, said, I don't give a shit what he says. That's a cool name.
Yeah, he's like, drop the Mick. I mean, Mike. No, it's feels stupid. Neil deGrasse, I don't know.
Shotwell Power Couple. Jet Propulsion Labs.
Shot well into space.
Yep.
What kind of shit? Who gave him that title?
Listed them.
Huh?
I think Elon retweeted them, and then his publicists deleted them.
It's very likely something like that happened. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Couldn't believe it. I felt like I won the lottery. I showed people at work, like I pulled everything. I'm showing my phone around at work. I'm like, hey, I won the internet lottery. Check this out. Half the people I work with are flat earthers too. So.
Someone asked him if Earth's flat, and he said, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, he did, right? Yep.
Yeah.
How would you say maybe? I don't know in 2025?
Well, this place is a lot weirder than just a flat Earth.
Man, I don't think they know what's going on. I don't think the military knows some shit. Well, you know how we keep being like, oh yeah, the military's got to know all the answers and everything. I don't think they know everything. I don't think they got all the answers. I think there's places they haven't been on this earth too. Oddly enough.
They can't classify natural science or discoveries.
Who's there to print it out? Who's there to, okay, me and you go discover something. Don't we have to go back somewhere to tell somebody to get it out, to convince them and then show them and convince them? And then after they're convinced, and how do these things just pop out in like within seconds? Like Bob just discovered it. Like that's kind of quick for Bob to have had to get to you somehow since the day he discovered it and tell you that he discovered it, for you to get somebody else involved to get a story started. And then now it's news all like that. I don't know, man. That's some of the stuff is pretty weird. It's like, did they really discover that just now? Or are they just telling you that? Like science. Oh, man accidentally discovers how to light water on fire by shooting a frequency at it. Oh, but our gas bill's still high as fuck. Oh, the discovery didn't help you that we know how to light water on fire now. Huh. Okay. So all the technology they discover doesn't do anything but raise your bill. Isn't that weird? Oh, look, new technology. Oh, fuck. Now we have to pay more for our milk.
I replaced all my light bulbs with LEDs, and I still have the same power bill at the end of the year for electricity.
That's not even the point. The point is, what is the point of technological advancement if we're not using it to make our bill cheaper? If we're not using it for everyone to have a cheaper, better way. Like,
I got one better for you. So I do property management, and the owner was like, replace everything with LEDs. That should save a couple nickels. You know, these are, apartment buildings and shit. And we're like, dude, like the amount of man hours to change just wait for a light bulb to burn out, and then we'll just replace them. Yeah. He's like, no, the cost effectiveness is, he's a liberal guy too. I'm not just knocking him on this one thing. The cost effectiveness of the, LED, it's like the heat and the power, and he read something on, Forbes or Snopes or whatever. like the LEDs put off more heat, and the building, and the heating, and the cooling, and they're like, okay, sure, whatever, you're the boss, okay? We'll be billing by the hour, okay? And didn't change shit. Exactly the same.
Because a constant
I don't
flow
get
of
the story,
energy
dude.
is
You
a
were told to
constant.
do what?
Pickle, this is why we live stream, so you can go back and listen if you want to. We're not going to stop the conversation to get you caught up
Jesus
to what's
Christ.
going
You gave
on.
enough details to even furnish the... Never mind. The things that don't matter.
Yeah, we're just going to move on. The goal isn't to stop the whole conversation, to keep Pickle
dear God, yeah,
lined up with what's going on. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. It's like the level of entitlement, like just a pure level of entitlement. He didn't get something, so stop what the topic is to go back and talk about something that he didn't get. Like, holy shit, dude.
And to think in the wintertime it would help with the heat in the building. Because if all your light bulbs are warmed up, that might help with your heat a little bit. But if you got cold LED lights, that's not going to help with your heat.
Yeah, I mean, the other lights don't help either.
No, I was just being funny about the heat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay,
Chris.
I thought so. You threw me off.
Chris.
When you
Yeah, I know. I'm
okay.
goofy. The power is a constant, though. But go ahead. Sorry, whoever's talking.
Yeah.
Listen, DMOC just gave the perfect destruction to anyone going to space. Anyone, dude.
Yeah, what, pack a lot of diapers?
Listen, so Elon Musk says we're going to Mars to plant the stars and stripes. This is what DMOC said. All you gotta do is spray air and the gravity will hold the air. But I guarantee you what Musk is gonna tell them is we gotta build domes to keep the oxygen in.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Robert V. Utah just messaged me. He said, "How is it going over there? Still banning people they disagree with?" ?
Tell him no. We just came up with space air easy cheese. Now we can spray it in space and have a ball of air wherever we need to. Democ's invention. Easy air in a can. You can do it like the spiders. You know how they take their air underwater for a couple inches? They surround it with oil or like a film.
Yeah.
Like a soap bubble. Yeah, and then they trap a little air bubble down there and they sit in there and wait for the fish. And they pull it in and eat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Elon's going to do. He's going to go to space and eat some space fish.
I never thought of that. Fucking easy. The easy air is the easy destruction of the globe.
Yes. Easy air, baby. We can all go now. Everybody can go wherever they want. They just take a couple cans of easy air with them. I don't know how long they'll last you in space. We'll have to test them out accordingly, I guess. It's basically a block of ice. Then you put it in a container. Or you take the block of ice with you.
You know, Robert Utah one day invited me to his server called 24/7 Space or something like that. And he said this is where all the intellectuals come to debate.
The space?
And his Discord server called 24/7 Space. And then it disappeared.
Why isn't it called an empty room?
Wait, it's not there anymore? They closed down?
Yeah, it was an empty room. Every time I saw the channel, it was completely empty. Only he was sitting in there.
That's a great joke.
The empty room.
That's a seriously underrated good joke.
It is. It really is. I like it. He said, "This is where all the intellectuals come to debate. Too bad there's none here." Oh,
We
Robert.
call that a vacuum in a way. If people represented gas molecules, then
Yeah, it was, yeah. Everybody got evacuated before they could enter.
Yeah, Elon Musk also said we can create atmosphere on Mars by nuking the poles.
I told you. That motherfucker stole my idea. You take a block of ice, easy air, and the air evaporates, and you just stick an electric thing down in it as you go, and it gets like an
Yeah.
electric, yeah, just like a tube. Then it heats up, and it's like a spray nozzle, and you squeeze the trigger, and then water or steam.
Yeah, but the thing is if they're actually going to Devon Island, where are they actually nuking?
that's from Total Recall when they ignite. They start the big machine and it melts the ice, and the ice makes atmosphere, or they melt the steam makes atmosphere.
Yeah, remember? They just stuck the hot rods in there, really super hot rods.
Yeah, it was a reactor. That's what they call it, the reactor.
That's all a reactor is. So you have the reaction without containment, which would be just fucking filling up whatever their atmosphere was, which magically, I guess, containment. Right? It was going to stay to the planet regardless. And then that, how in the, what was holding the air on the Mars? What was holding all that steam on the Mars? For everybody to start breathing. And isn't it funny? It's just a cube of ice. So the only thing you need to take with you is a big block of ice. An igloo. So you got to be an Inuits are the masters of space travel. Igloos. Now I know, son of a. So no matter where you go, you take a couple blocks of ice, hot rod those bad boys, and you got atmosphere. You got air. You can breathe.
Someone said you can create gas pressure in a vacuum with a leaf blower.
Yeah, you just put it on
Maybe
your
you
mouth.
just need. Yeah, so maybe you just need like a leaf blower, personal, just to
Yep, you can have two leaf blowers. One blowing out so you can go somewhere, and the other one blowing in your mouth so you can breathe.
It's kind of like a fan. You just blow it into your face, and you can just breathe straight out of the leaf blower.
Yep, and then you go forward too because it blows back past you what you can't breathe and pushes off itself. It pushes off you. By Joe, I think we've got it. We turn our advanced 14.2 C3X vacuum leaf blower towards we infer the air into our lungs, gradually breathing great in space. The air that goes around us will be our propulsion, pushing off of us, thus going forward.
Oh, I gotta restart my laptop.
Don't forget to turn it on. Today we're going to read from the book of Elon Dickinson, Space Classics. They're going to shoot a hot rod into the North Pole. What if they're going to do it here and not on Mars? What if they're bombing our North and South Pole? And why does gravity get to touch you all over without permission? I never felt good about that. We need to start a hotline. Has gravity touched you somewhere inappropriate? Gravity won't let you go. Gravity keep making you drop things. If so, call this hotline. Gravity's Insurance. Curvert's Insurance. If you act now, we add Coriolis for a special price. You'll get a bundle package. The Gravity Coriolis Insurance secures your livelihood as a curvert. You can live peaceful, knowing you'll never be off balance with Curvert Insurance. Act now. Why don't they put him in a... Sorry, somebody's talking.
No, sorry, that was just me. I forgot to turn off my mic.
No, I just put him in a bubble, dude. Seriously. I just put him in a bubble, put an air parachute on that bad boy, and just let him fall. Let the cards fall where they may. Just tell them to take the heaviest thing they can, tie it to their feet, or wrap it around, or hold on to it, whatever, book bag it, and then put a clear bubble around themselves, and then a parachute on it. So that way, if they land in the ocean, they're good, they'll float. You know what I mean? That should be what all the space people take with them. A bubble, a parachute, and a weight. And the weight comes on the outside of the bottom of the bubble. You can release it. As soon as you get close to water, you release the weight into the water to break your fall. So it goes into the water. Then it like breaks the fall. Then your bubble and your parachute hit the water and you're good. Clip the parachute string off and just walk your bubble to safety. Come on, man. You can't tell me that's not a great way to get back from space. In a bubble with a parachute. Maybe some wings on the side, like a wingsuit. Maybe send them with a wingsuit and a parachute. You know those wingsuit guys. Why don't we send them?
Those look fun.
Why don't we send them to the ISS? They want a wingsuit from fucking mountains. What a bunch of sissies. They don't want a wingsuit from the ISS. Come on, these dudes are weak. I've seen tougher grandmas. What's a puny mountain gonna do? That's only a mile high. You know what I mean? That ain't breaking no records, is it? You want to jump from 250 miles up, don't you? Come on, sissies. Go up there and save the space people and parachute, wingsuit down and parachute home. Come on. Elon Musk don't work no more. None of his stuff works. So what are they talking about? So what are all the Globers talking about now? That they can't even get their guys back from 200 miles up, but they can go to the moon and Mars? Huh? How'd they send up all those jerseys at millions and millions of dollars a piece to
How
make
have they
sure they
not
had?
starved to death yet?
They sent up. No, they can't starve to death on the ISS. They got so many cans of green beans and corn and biscuits and poop. They'll never starve to death, brother. Human centipede up there.
Where does the bathroom business actually go? How do they dispose of
It
that?
goes to each other. It's their coffee.
Oh, the coffee grinds?
Yeah, it goes into a filter and it becomes liquid piss, poop, coffee mixed with steam or water. I don't even know I don't know where they're getting the water from. Purified piss mixed with poop.
Apparently, they shoot it out back to Earth in a container, and then it burns up in the atmosphere.
A meteor. Oh my God. Fucking
Poop
space.
meteor.
Yeah, that's the meteors everybody finds in their backyard. NASA just holding a little target and they're like, watch this, I'm gonna shoot it over Susie's. I hate that. But big shit wad in Susie's backyard and she thinks a meteor came down. She's like, yeah. And she gets paid for it and they're like, that backfired. They were trying to shoot my car with poop. And they missed and they got it in the backyard, you know. And then now you're famous because a meteor came down and hit your backyard like Joe Dirt. He said, I got a meteor here. And he said, them there space peanuts. They live by an airport. He was getting frozen poo out of the plane. And don't you freeze a rock and then cut it like hot butter? Isn't that how you do it? Wouldn't you freeze the element and then cut it with something hot? So I was wondering, like, couldn't you freeze the rock and then like laser it? Or could like
Yeah, make it explode.
explode?
Yeah, rapid change.
To what extent?
Rapid change in temperature?
Right, but to how much? I didn't say the amount.
Okay, never mind then.
No. Keep on the same track though. So say I got a lighter size super laser, and I press the button, and I'm standing next to a glacier. Does it blow the whole glacier up, or just a
I
portion?
don't think so. Not the whole thing, right?
All right. So I got a big piece of granite, and I get the granite super cold, cold as I can get it. Then I take my little laser sketch out. Now what can I do? Can I work with that granite a little easier at that portion? Probably.
Yeah, some people think that's how the pyramids were built.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, personally, I do. I don't think they were that these massive stones were lifted by pulleys.
Oh, you can lift stone with sand, water, but just, fuck. You can air helps, magnetism. There's brute force. There's so many ways. Pulleys, mechanisms, levers, gears. Man, you'd be amazed what a little bit of water under a brick can do. You know how water pushes gold around, right? Gold's supposed to be more dense.
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
It pushes gold?
Yeah, it makes it float. Yeah, a certain amount of water. Under that water, the current, under that, it'll push whatever the hell you got. It'll push logs, it'll push gold, it'll push whatever, brother. It's like a super highway in the air. It's a conductor of water underneath itself trapped. So the water goes one way on top and then has to force itself the other way on bottom. You have to have the exchange. Just like if I breathe something or whatever, like the air has to go through the straw to get it. Yeah. So yeah, it pushes it. And you can also make the stone waterproof. What's the way you make your stone is out of elements that also float. So, I mean, you can have a hard, good, rough stone that's really tough, but it's also made out of material that can float. Seafoam floats, if I'm not mistaken. So if you add a whole bunch of seafoam to your cement mix, what do you got? Floating cement?
Yeah.
Just saying, brother. It all depends on how you do it. What's soap do? Floats. What's oil do? Doesn't want to mix with water. You add these things in a certain way, in a certain mixture, certain aerated way, ratio. So much sand, so much this, so much this, so much whatever. Boom. You got your floating brick mix, or your levitating brick mix, or your magnetic brick mix. However you want to do it, man. We have all those possibilities that actually happen in real life. We have static magnetics. So the brick might be heavy for a minute until you get to pulling it. And then a static effect might take hold to a bigger scale than what we've ever, understood or seen, or however they do it, and maybe it helps lift the brick. I don't know. I don't know how the little ants take stones and make it archways, and the bricks, the little rocks stay there with no cement, no glue. Think about that one. Ants can do it. They stack stones in an arc and leave them sitting there like a doorway. I don't know what. I don't know why, but they do it. I think we learned a lot from ants and bees, myself.
The bees know.
The bee's knees.
Have you seen some of the bees things out in places like up on sides of mountains and stuff? They look like big mushrooms hanging off. It's like a beehive or a nest. It's crazy, man, where they put those nests.
I saw this meme where I've been meaning to look up like how much bee or how much honey a bee produces, and it was something like, suggesting, like for you, like a teaspoon of honey is just a small amount, just a little drop, whatever you put into your tea. Very little, almost meaningless, just one little thing. But to a bee, it represents its whole life, its whole life's work.
Exactly. The amount matters in different ways.
Yeah, from the bee's point of view, that's it. That's all their life added up to. Like the 20-something days that they live. That's how much honey they produce.
And we eat it. Like, yum, thanks, little buddy.
Not anymore. Now that I found out that all that's just one guy for a little drop for his whole life, and I'm done with honey.
Yeah, really? That's it? All done? Never again?
Yeah, that's it.
He had to do a lot of work for that. He had to support his family. That's a lot of bees he had to take care of.
Back to sugar.
Poor little bee. We got to save those bee workers. What do they do on their last day at work? Think about that. It's my last day, little Buzzy. Okay, little Buzzy number 2. Bee drone number 300,700,592. You're clocking out? Yeah, I'm going to clock out. I wonder what a bee conversation is like. Good morning. It's got to be a fast combo. Birds don't sing while they're flying in the air, do they? I was just thinking about that. Can birds sing while they're flying in the air, or do they just go? And then when they land, then they can sing, or I don't even know if them birds sing. And spiders that breathe out of their butt? Come on, man. Underwater? And then spiders that take their own air underwater? I bet you there's a spider that can shock you. I bet you there's an electric spider somewhere they don't tell you. They haven't told you yet. Not just this web. Not where the web has the kinetic, like the static effect where it shocks the fly. No. I'm talking about the spider. There's probably a spider that can shock you or something. You know, like an electric eel or a little pistol shrimp. It's gotta be.
Talking about being bitten by a radioactive spider. That would turn you into Spider-Man, dude.
I think there's got to be a human that can shock. Somewhere there's got to be a human living so weird and different than us, like somehow, like because of whatever reasons, and they could probably shock you. I don't know. I don't know if it's not possible.
Hey, Tom, and everybody else, have you seen what I've been posting in text chat?
Wouldn't you just like rub your feet on the ground, on the carpet, and you could zap someone? In school? I used to do that.
It's a plasma cut. Hold on, what are you talking about? A plasma cannon, a plasma rope. Hold on, what is that? A plasma rope? Who put that? What is a plasma tether? Is it like a Richter beam? Tractor beam?
This is all NASA, dude. This is what is putting out there in their technical support memos. The stuff that nobody actually reads, but the stuff that they actually put out that they think is value to the community.
A plasma tether? What are they doing with it?
There's a lot of crazy crap like this going on. So what you're looking at is a space shuttle program where they have this big freaking tether that they shoot out into space and they suck all this plasma in and charge batteries with. They can also flip a switch and use it to propel the space shuttle. I'm not joking. This is all over their freaking technical support, their technical report server.
So a fucking antenna.
Decades and decades of reports like this.
Brother, it's not a plasma tether. Do you know what it is?
I have no fucking clue what any of this is, but you know what it's not? It's not fucking gravity.
No.
Gravity.
It's not
pulling shit around a ball.
It's nothing to do with gravity. It is Benjamin Franklin with the kite It's Benjamin Franklin. He put the kite up. He's got the keys. He sends out his kite tether. He sends his son out. He says, "Hey, stepson, go out there and take this kite with these keys out there, tether it up, and get us some power, you little son of a buck."
Yeah, they
exactly what it is.
They actually said it's a rope floating power supply.
Yes.
For the
So
satellite.
you start putting the pieces together, right? So the first thing I linked was a report. The report this is a 300-page document, 18 minutes past the hour. NASA built in the 1980s this big freaking plasma generator to simulate the plasma sphere on Earth. Never mind when you dig into the schematics of this plasma generator that they're using flat plates to simulate Earth's plasma sphere. Okay? But this is kind of in the beginning of the report here, where the guy, one of the authors, and this is with regard to all other assets in space. The conclusion is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar Hubble telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with plasma theory. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So continuing on, right? So I'm painting a picture here. So the next screen cap I have is from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This is where they control all the satellites, right? This is where they're responsible for coordinating them and moving them and positioning them. If you want to query them, which means find out where they are, where their location is, you scroll down to the bottom of their main webpage here under query. So the region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces down to a specified ground station. What the fuck? So you start pulling more information, like what the hell does this mean? I've got a PowerPoint presentation here from their magnetic tethering experiments. And then I'm pulling up technical reports on some of their experimentation that they've done, where you see the space shuttle and it's shooting up this freaking rope with a ball on the top of it. And it's depicting magnetic field lines over Earth and the space shuttle traversing in a transverse fashion to the magnetic field lines. And it's describing how the tether's providing propulsion to the spacecraft, to the shuttle, riding magnetic currents. And then it goes on to document that they can slow down the space shuttle, basically induce a braking mechanism by reversing the polarity. And then here I've got some screen caps from NASA showing the deployment of this fucking 20-kilometer long tether with a plasma ball on the fucking end of it. This is what they're fucking doing, and nobody fucking knows. Like, nobody talks about this shit anywhere. So this is how I know when we get Globers coming in saying, hey, I worked on satellites. And I'm like, okay, great. Can you describe what the fuck these magnetic flux tubes of force are and what magnetic field line tracing from space to ground station means? Because it's all over the front page of the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center website, and it's in all these fucking technical manuals on NASA's server. What the hell is actually going on? And we got this report where NASA's simulating plasmaspheric physics and saying, fuck gravity. Gravity's for assholes. You gotta be in with the good stuff. And that means magnetospheric physics, circuit theory, and modern plasma theory to understand what the hell space is.
Yeah, and think about this, like what you've provided there is 40 years old.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's from the 1980s.
Can't look
yeah,
at it.
so 40 years ago. So who knows what they're doing with that information now?
And regular physicists can't look at it. Only specialized specialists of speciality can look at the info.
Special boys.
Well, somebody that knows about circuitry like myself.
So
Are you special?
You're a special boy. I mean, you have to know circuit theory and like magnetospheric physics and plasma bullshit too. So you got one of the boxes checked. When you start checking all these boxes, there might be like 5 people on Earth who could claim to understand this shit.
Yeah, I want one of those special tether rope circuit magnetoflux freaking whatever it is to power my electric guitar. Like all you need is an antenna going up.
Dude.
Most likely we know some things like that. Like people have provided demonstrations where they have an antenna like 150 feet tall and up into the Atmo, and they have these like huge capacitors down at the ground level, and they've actually created like 200 volts.
You could get some seriously awesome, sick pinch harmonics out of this shit.
Wow.
Isn't this crazy? Like, so what is going on? So it's not just balloons. I don't think it's just balloons. There are other things happening besides balloons up there. We've got this goes back to the 1970s at least. That's as far back as I've been able to take it. And this is what's been going on. It has nothing to do with self-orbiting satellites falling in a gravity well. There's some really crazy, sick, exotic shit happening. This isn't gravity. They say it's plasma. Maybe this is all like bullshit. Maybe this is all Star Trek physics. I don't know. But this is what NASA's putting out there.
NASA doesn't put out stuff, brother. Scientists do.
NASA scientists are putting this out.
Yeah, brother. Well,
Who are the special scientists? What are their names?
Listen, I have a degree in physics, and I've
All right,
done
can
these
you explain this shit? Explain this shit right now.
Which one? There's many things that you're pointing out, brother.
All right, the first thing I linked to it, 18 minutes past the hour. You have to scroll up a little bit. It's a quoted citation. Mr. Azar.
You're talking about 12:18, brother?
Yeah, 18 minutes past the hour. Talking about Hubble, it says the $1 billion Hubble telescope data must be handled by scientists who understand magnetospherics, plasma theory, circuit theory, and gravity's bullshit because gravity is 40 orders of magnitude smaller in claimed force compared to electromagnetism, which dominates outer space. And they go on to say that space is like 98% plasma or something. And then they have all of these experiments, all of these tests, all of these technologies manipulating and utilizing the plasmasphere for space travel and for power in space. Do you understand any of this shit?
Well, as you know, many of these probes, they use the sun's. They have solar arrays, so that's how they're able to get the power. And yes, space is
That's not. These are not solar panels, dude.
Dude,
NASA
solar
says that-
panels will not fucking keep a semi truck going. Just telling you.
Solar panels won't slow down and speed up a space shuttle, as the document says.
You don't need that much energy in space. Remember, it's a vacuum. Remember that.
So, do you agree with mass? How much mass does it take to move a space shuttle in a vacuum? How much force does it take to move the mass of a space shuttle in a vacuum?
literally all you need is literally 1 plus. You don't even need anything to match its mass, right? Now, if you want to achieve a certain speed, then obviously you have to push out a lot more thrust. Yes, because you're trying to get to
Look at what
speed.
it's depicting. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about moving like centimeters per hour.
Remember,
No.
but remember, in space, when you're orbiting the Earth, you're using the Earth's gravitational force to keep
Not
you
here.
in that speed.
Not here. That's not
hold on.
depicted in any of this.
Yeah, that would require Earth to be a sphere, which is not. So that part is out of the picture completely. Earth is not a sphere. So there goes your debunk of gravity. Earth would have to measure a sphere. It doesn't.
First citation basically says gravity's bullshit.
No, the Earth doesn't have to measure a sphere. It just has to be observed as a sphere. That's all.
Oh my God. So Earth on the surface is not observed as a sphere, period. Water doesn't bend.
Again, you don't need to measure it. My friend, you can literally go to a body that's a sphere and circle it. You don't need to measure it.
Yeah, they've never done that on Earth.
Can we get back to this? I want to point out the NASA Goddard. I want to point out the NASA Goddard webpage to our famed expert here. Do you see the screen cap I have of the NASA Goddard website? Do you see this is going to be, I don't know, after 18 minutes past the hour. I posted several. I posted a zoomed out version of the front page.
Right.
And then a zoomed in version about the query, about the magnetic flux tubes of force. What the fuck is that about?
Yeah, a magnetic flux tubes. These are very complex scientific terms. It takes research, brother. Welcome to science. Thank God, brother.
What does it mean? You claim to understand this shit.
You are doing real work, and I like this now. You're talking about. Listen, every single field has complex terms. And
I know. Can you explain this though? Like you said, you could.
No, you're not going to get an answer from him. He is clueless.
Okay, hold on. No, brother. Do not disrespect me. Okay. Now, listen.
That's my job.
I have a degree in physics. Do I understand every single aspect of astronomy?
You said you understood this. You said you fucking understood this, Robert.
I did not say I understand what you just said a while ago.
Well, you weren't paying attention then.
It said in the article they don't let physicists handle any of this info. Isn't that weird?
Of course they do.
Go ahead, though, Robert.
These are scientists. They're aerospace engineers.
What do you do again?
They're astrobiology. They're astronomers.
What are you again, Robert? What are you again?
You said you could answer these questions, and you have no fucking clue what any of this means.
Brother, we are breaking them down one by one. You're rapid firing. You need to slow down.
I know, and you have no idea what the fuck any of this means.
I do know what some of what you're saying means. I do. I'm never going to claim that I understand everything because we need to become experts in the field. This is obvious, right? If you want to become a welder...
What does it mean, Robert?
What does what mean, brother?
Yeah, how much of this... Okay, go ahead and explain how much you understand of that highlighted portion on the NASA Goddard webpage screen cap that I shared under query. What does it mean that you're doing magnetic field line tracing from space down to ground stations, and why is that relevant to satellites?
Okay, so let me look at what you are reading, and then I'll break down some of it. I cannot promise.
Great. Okay. For the audience, because we're putting on a radio show here, for the audience, can you read the whole paragraph under that word query? It begins with the query. Read it out loud, please, for listeners. For listeners who can't see what we're reading, can you read it, please?
Right. Let me scroll to it. There's a lot of posts after it. I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, brother?
Okay. Can you read it out loud, please? Can you read it out loud, please, for the audience?
Might be Googling it, putting it right into Chat GPT to figure out what to say. That's my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, you can try that. I tried that too. It's not going to give you anything useful.
Yeah, he said he knows about physics, but he obviously doesn't know anything at all about
Brother, I've
science.
taught you guys stuff here, so please. So again, listen. Again, I am not going to claim that I know everything that's being stated here. So I'm going to go through it piece by piece, and I will let you know the pieces that I understand. But you know, obviously, that there are parts of what makes you an expert in something is you're an expert in something because other people are not. Like you're an expert in welding. Carpenter cannot do welding. Okay.
Yeah, and we are experts at observation and measurement at the surface of Earth.
No, you're not. No, you're not, brother. I can guarantee that.
Yeah,
Okay,
bullshit.
So
yeah, this is called called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
The query.
Yeah, that's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you declare yourself an expert based on the illusionary superiority of the other. That's not actually an expert. An expert doesn't need to rank themselves amongst amateurs. This is already fully described, fully investigated. You think you're 51%, and everyone else is 50 minus, and now you just put a sticker, bang, you're an expert. You're not. You're just an idiot with an internet connection. That's it.
When I'm talking to you guys, I do not. I pride myself in my knowledge because I studied hard for it. You guys use the internet, not me. Right? So that's why I told the gentleman I'm going to look at what he's reading because you guys asked me, hey, post things. Okay.
How do you study plasma tethering? What do you study it at?
That's when I go to the internet because you asked me to post something. I'll say, okay, let me post it. I don't speak to you guys in that way. I speak to you guys legitimately because I want to be honest.
How do you physically study plasma tethering? Like you personally, how do you do that? Like physically, not reading stuff. How do you do it? How do you study it?
Right. Again, everything about flat Earth is read. There are no physical things about
brother? Are you here? Are you listening? Are you talking to yourself?
Brother, I'm reading what the guy. I'm reading what the guy
physically demonstrate it.
I'm asking what the gentleman asked me to read. He says the trace query identify. Okay, here it is. It says locator tabular. The locator component provides tabular information as tabular output. The spacecraft coordinate location can be listed in a variety of coordinate systems, as well as other location related items. So that one is very, 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 very easy. Okay, because all of these satellites, they have locators on them, and everything is mapped out and predefined in these systems, like the Themis system. Yeah, that system, all these things are predefined, so they have locators and a way to locate these satellites and keep these satellites telemetry intact. So that one is pretty easy. Now, the query component provides the query matching options, magnetospheric region occupancy, and magnetic field line tracing. Okay, magnetic field line tracing. As you know, you guys know about magnetic fields. One of the things that flat earthers talk about is is electromagnetism, right? As a replacement for gravity. I've heard many flat earthers say this. So a magnetic field line tracing is a very simple concept, right? Because guess what?
What percent of it? What percent of it do they use?
The sun generates, brother, I'm getting there. The sun generates a lot of magnetic field. There's a lot of magnetic field from the sun, from the earth. So all of these things have to be kept track. There are instruments on the satellites that keeps track of these magnetic fields. So their inquiry done in the system to track where these magnetic fields are, so as to make sure the path of the satellites are not interrupted. These are very simple concepts, right? Now, let's get deeper. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric atmospheric regions. You see that? I already told you about that without even reading it. Okay, guys? I mean, wow. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecrafts are on the same magnetic flux tube of force. Okay?
Just saying words real slow and loud doesn't mean you know anything.
Okay, as you say, you see what I did. I broke down the magnetic field line tracing for you before the article ever even mentioned it.
Dude, I can
Right?
read the same shit.
Right. Okay. So that was pretty good. That was pretty good because I studied magnetic fields in physics. I studied magnetic field lines in physics,
I would stop
and
broadcasting.
so those things are good.
Yeah, I would stop broadcasting that you think that you have a physics degree or something because you failed every time I've quizzed you.
No, I've never failed on any one of your quizzes. You shut me down and mute me. That's what you have done. Okay. So okay, guys, listen. Magnetic flux tubes is a region is like a region in space, guys, where the magnetic fields are more stronger, right? That's what magnetic flux tubes are, right? It's a concentration. So magnetic fields distributed within that region, right? But there are areas where it's extremely concentrated. Those are the flux tubes. All right. So let's continue. Or periods when one or more spacecraft occupies a field line which traces down a specific ground station. Okay. All right. Well, that is self-explanatory. Guys, they're not throwing out things just to talk. These are scientists. They've done the work. We have done the work, right? We study, we research,
You
we do
have not
experiments.
done anything. Stop saying we.
Brother, I have a degree in physics.
Give a shit what you have. You haven't done anything. with these guys.
Did you just say you don't care what I have worked hard?
Yes, I don't
To
care.
achieve?
Yes, I don't care.
Do you know that's kind of disrespectful? I could never say that about you.
Yeah, you also said, we've done this. What do you got, a mouse in your
That's what I
pocket? You
just
and your
said.
mouse.
That's what I was talking about. He said we.
We did this like you were a part of a big conglomerate group or something like one hive mind or something.
I do consider myself part of the scientific community.
Part of a hive mind. Yeah, we know.
No hive mind. No.
Yeah. Why'd you say we then? Why'd you say we? You said you have a degree, then we've accomplished this. You said we.
Yeah, we study.
We. So you're part of a hive mind.
No, that is bored.
Yeah, you just had a cognitive glitch where you said we.
No, it's not a cognitive glitch. It's a deliberate thing.
Yeah, it is.
It's a deliberate thing to keep myself humble. Because I stand on the shoulders
we've done this. So when I've mopped my floor, I can say, we've mopped my floor. Because all human beings are like part of my group of mopping the floor. Humans. You're
when
hilarious.
He goes to family events, he tries to make people think that he's the smartest one in the room.
No, I don't. I don't do that at all. Whenever somebody talks about physics, though, I jump in and tell them what I know. Right? So that's just what I do.
Yeah. Tell me how gravity works.
Oh, gravity works. Well, as you know, math. Math,
I don't care about the story. I want to know the mechanism.
Don't get nervous.
I want to know the mechanism which makes mass fly towards other masses.
Right.
What demonstration? Do you have a demonstration of this?
Okay, brother, hold on. There's two people. Yeah, but you're adding on.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Not necessary.
I'm holding you to terms and definitions.
Brother, you're interfering. You're interfering.
Said bullshit. You said math, subtract math. So we need a demonstration of this.
That
I
is
don't
not
want a demonstration
that is,
of it. I want him to tell me the mechanism of how one mass attracts
you.
another mass. What is
Thank you.
the mechanism? Is it little
Thank-
ropes pulling on it? Is it invisible fairies pulling it?
Thank you very much. So that's a different question from what that other guys. So let's answer your question, please. I love this. So what mechanism is math math using to attract each other? Okay, so the just understand, right? That as according to the general theory of relativity, when mass occupies a space, that space is curved.
Not mass
Prove it.
attracts.
So
Prove it.
Went from
Okay,
mass
prove it.
attracts mass to space time pushes you in your chair.
Right.
Yeah, so prove it because you're mixing
No, brother,
two
no,
different
not you.
theories.
No, I don't want to talk to you yet. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you.
Whatever.
I'm
You
coming
are
to you.
fucking using words. Words mean things. You said mass attract mass. Then you said general relativity. The mass attracts mass is debunked 109 years ago.
It is this. It is the same thing. You understand me?
No, it isn't. It's not the same thing.
Okay, let me go back to the other gentleman.
You're ignorant of the facts of your own religion.
No, brother. I know Newtonian mechanics and I know
brother.
general theory of relativity very, very well.
So you're mixing the two.
And I
One
know
was a
special
force.
relativity very, very
General
well.
relativity is not a force. You claim mass. You
I
claim
know, I know the theory of general relativity, the scientific theory of general relativity very, very well,
It's
brother.
not scientific. Where's
And
the
nobody used the word force.
It's
Nobody
not
used the- You're the one
scientific.
that's using force. Why are you using the word
You're
force?
using fucking words.
Why are you using the word force? You're
Your words.
interfering. You're
All right.
No, I'm
Okay,
not.
I'm ready
You're just
to
talking rubbish.
talk to Robert again. So, Robert, you're going to tell me the mechanism. What is being used to mass attracts mass, which you now said, no, now it's space time. So you keep changing it. So pick one and let's go with that.
It is the same thing, and I'm going to explain why.
Something pushing down is not the same as something pulling. I thought you had a physics degree.
You okay? It's the same representation. Can I
push my car with a rope? Can I push my car with a rope?
That's not gravity. Gravity does not behave that way. Okay, so just stop thinking in small terms. You need to broaden your perspective here. Okay.
No, I'm not going to use my imagination.
Welcome to school.
Because you want me to imagine something bigger.
You're not interested in learning then.
I'm not interested in imagining things.
Well, thank you. I am not either. I do science. We don't imagine. We may have a hypothesis,
But you should be
and then
able
we
to
go to work to prove it or disprove it. That's what we do.
And tell me how it works.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. That are you ready?
Yeah, not space time pushes you down, and then mass attract mass pulls you towards each other.
No, that's not BS. It's not BS because we literally have geosynchronous satellites that work off of the GR concepts. Okay, literally. Now, roller coasters work off of Newtonian mechanics. 100%.
Can't have both.
Yes. Again. How the force? Now we're going to bring in the word force. How the interaction between the mass, right? It's the same under Newtonian mechanics and it's under general relativity. How mass interacts with each other is the same, right? It's just that it's explained. It's just that it's explained differently.
Oh, so one, mass attracts mass, it's pulled towards each other. The other one, something pushes it towards something.
No. There's no pushing under general relativity. There's a curving. There's a curving of the space-time, so they drift towards each other.
Well, go ahead and show that to me, how that is.
Okay. Now you're like the other guy. Now I have to show you. So I will stop talking.
First you said mass attracts mass. I asked you for that, and then you said, "Well, general relativity, shit warps around each other." Okay,
the same thing.
Pick
They
one,
attract each other.
Pick one.
I said the same thing. They attract each other, or they move towards each other. They attract each other, move towards each other. Same thing. Attract each other, move towards each other. Same thing. Okay. It's like you have a stove, a gas stove and an electric stove. They both emit heat, but it's two different things, right? But heat is what we experience.
That's not even the same analogy, dummy.
It's the same analogy. You experience heat.
No, it's not.
You experience the gravity, the gravitational force. You experience it in both situations. Okay. So now, let's talk
Does
about
it
it.
pull on things or does it push things?
They come towards each other.
How?
Okay, let's get into it. All the talking and all these kind of things is what's causing the issue. All right. Now, scientists are still studying gravity. Okay, just let you know. I just want to put that caveat in there. They don't know what plus what equals gravity. They don't. They've always said it. Flat earthers are the only ones that are running around saying, "Oh, they're hooked on this gravity thing." Scientists are still studying it. Now, let's get into it. Now,
So you don't know that. If they're still trying to figure out, how do you know? How don't you have a Nobel Prize for this shit?
I am going to tell you the result. I'm going to tell you. Once an object develops mass, there is a byproduct called gravity. Now, check this out. Hold on. Check this out. I'm going to end here. Space and time are physical quantities. Everybody, go to your Google, go everywhere and ask.
I want you to hand me
space and time are physical quantities.
Oh my God! Now he's bending and warping concepts.
No, they're not. Those are physical quantities that can be measured and can be manipulated.
Fine.
That is where the gravity works.
Need to let me talk. You can't just keep. Oh, he ran away.
What a bozo! Bending and warping concepts.
Oh, he said you can hand me a quantity of space and time before he left. It's recorded.
Yeah, what a loser. A kindergartner has more intellectual ability than that guy. I mean, at least a kindergartner knows the difference between a straight line and a curved one. This guy probably doesn't. Or what a triangle is, like fifth grade, science, fifth grade geometry.
I ran him off without muting. He knew he was trapped. That's why he left.
Yeah, he shot himself in his own foot.
He should have led with, scientists are still studying it. We don't have an answer. That's what he should have said.
Yeah, then he should have went on to state exactly how are they studying it? Like, are they doing scientific experiments?
I wouldn't have cared. It just would have been him being honest. I don't give a shit. There's nobody studying it. How's that? Nobody's studying it.
Yeah.
You can't go to a university and get money for studying gravity. They'll laugh at you.
Exactly.
I need $100,000. I'm going to drop apples.
Yeah, didn't Einstein say himself that what he did was thought experiments? I want to know how this guy was able to manipulate time, for one. Then we'll move on to space, length, width, and height. How did he manipulate that? How did he manipulate time? We want to know.
Stopwatch.
Yeah. You'd have to be able to bend and warp the time mechanisms of the stopwatch. So how did he do that?
He got two balls, one big ball and one little ball. Let's not forget, in their paradox, a ball is a time machine. So by being away from the ball or on the ball that's spinning, you are in fact inducing yourself or imparting yourself into a time machine paradox.
So if you take a little pointer, let's say a dull pointer, so you don't puncture the ball. If you push with a stick like a dowel into the ball and it it's like a rubber ball. So then you're causing a little dimple in the side of that ball or your beach ball. So then you're manipulating space-time by making a dimple in the beach ball, right?
We're talking about space time now.
I'm just going about what this guy was saying, you know?
Did he break the space time continuum?
He's going to
No.
show us how to manipulate time and then space. One at a time. One at a time.
Hey guys, if y'all need some space time, I know a guy will sell it to you, 120 a G. Back to you guys.
Sounds like a good deal, dude. How do I manipulate it, though?
It's got to be manipulated.
Got to keep it manipulated.
It just seems like this whole globite thing is just an idea of men. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. Back to you guys. I don't see anything about it in reality so
I think
far.
your idea is correct on their idea. I think they won't let people like Robert mess with it because he's a physicist, and it says right in the thing, physicists aren't allowed. You could have specialized people look at this. Ones that don't think Earth's a globe. Wink, wink.
You got to have the right degree before you can figure out the globe. Remember that.
More and more people are saying we don't want anybody with a degree. That just ruins them. Makes them like Robert. Makes them think they know everything that they don't know.
Just gets them deeper into the bullshit, right, Denmark?
Yes, sir. Harder for you to shovel them back out. He's falling deep in the shit. Give me my flat earth shovel. We got to get him out.
That's the thing. It's up to each human if they want to try to climb out of that pile of bullshit or not. It's not our fault. Back to you, Denmark, or whoever. It's been Dead Air Dave quickly doing his job. Dead Air. Any Globers want to defend their fantasy globe, go ahead.
I won't run you off. These guys can do it themselves. I won't ask you the bad questions like I asked Robert. Hand me a quart of time and a pound of space. And he left.
Well, you're the first one that spoke up, Redwin, so put on your Glober hat real quick and give me your best globe proof just for the audience. Go ahead.
Let's go over the horizon.
No, I never thought of that one. You just got me back on the globe. Good job.
Welcome. And then I bought a P900, and then that ruined it for me.
It was a 8.5 mile lake in Kentucky. The water didn't bend. That ruined it for me. Anybody else?
Elevation ruined it for me. Helium balloons not moving the opposite direction of Earth. They're trying to race it through space. Ruined it for me. Honestly. No horizontal going helium balloon. No increase in elevation horizontally. Shit, I'm sold on flat.
But you never really thought about that boats over the horizon thing. That's a good proof, Denmark. Come on, man. What about gravity and refraction and all that shit? It works, right?
Well, it has to. That's how the boat goes over the water like that. It's gravity holds the water to the ball.
I like to get a side view though, Dave. While you're looking forward, I'm going to go sneak over to the side and get a side view of what you're looking at forward. And I don't see no boat going down. I've never seen that yet.
Well, you're asking for different angles of reality, man. We can't have that. It's got to be like you're looking straight ahead, and there goes the boat, and it goes down, and
You're looking straight ahead?
First, and it must be a globe. I mean, come on, man.
Are you looking straight ahead?
What are you talking about?
You're looking straight ahead. Forward?
Is there
Can't
more
look
than one
straight.
angle of reality? That's only you can see is what's straight in front of you, right?
You can't look straight ahead and forward on a ball. You'd have to look down a little bit to see ball.
But it's
Straight
just
forward to be flat earth.
you're just a confused flat earther that doesn't understand. So I'll leave you alone, man. Enjoy it.
You could teach me more tomorrow, young Padawan.
Oh, there'll be somebody like Robert in here to tell us the globe story tomorrow, and maybe you'll get it this time. If you hear it for the 1500th time, maybe you'll finally get it. Come on.
Okay. So if I buy a parrot, then I'll understand it all.
That's a good idea. We should all get parrots.
Name it Robert.
And just have it listen to Robert stuff over and over again, and it'll start talking Jamaican or whatever.
It'll say, "Hey, brother. Good morning, brother. You know it's gravity."
We got the bendy space, time, and the gravity. What else do you need, man?
Robert's want a gravity cracker, brother.
If Robert would have held out, I was going to debunk his space time.
Maybe he'll come back. It looks like we currently have no other heliocentric enthusiasts.
Robert just sent me a message.
Why?
He talks to me, dude.
Oh.
He said...
Get you to come back.
He said, flat Earth is made up. The Earth is a globe, brother.
Good argument, Robert. Way to go, man.
And then I said, you have no proof of this, and right after I said that, he went offline.
That was just his satellite because of the way the globe spun. Don't worry about it, man.
I Discord stalker proofed myself. You have to ask me permission to open it up, and I become friends with you to send me messages. He had a fan club for a while. They all left. All of them.
Where's all the big group from Globe Force 6 or whatever that server is they have? Does that still exist?
A-Force 6? Yeah, I don't know. No, they don't exist anymore. 2 of them quit completely, and one's banned, and the others don't show up.
Well, proving the globe's tough when you're battling reality. I can understand why you may want to give up on that endeavor. Anyway,
I mean, it's probably easier to do that and just say you're a brain in the jar. Then you don't have to worry about anything.
yeah, that's the cop out. Yeah, the nothing real route.
Yeah, a brain in the jar can see the world is flat because it's like a video game, even though you're on a globe. Brain in the jar.
Your world is whatever you choose it to be. Everybody has their own personal globe. If you want it to be a globe, it's a globe for you. It's okay.
Yeah, I got a question for everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
So I'm
Go ahead.
Michio Kaku quote that says, "Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants, guesswork.
So if you're just guessing these theories, how do you like? How do they come together and be like, oh, this guy made a really good theory. Let's give him a PhD. How do they decide that?
Consensus. Anybody else? They just try to reward the guy that comes up with the coolest story that matches the observations or whatever, and all their presupposed distances and whatever they are in the sky. Anybody else? Is my mic working? No.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, you're working, dude.
Last point was guy's story. How do we verify it? Anybody go ahead? No one's going to verify the sky for me. You could come up with a cool story, though, if you got enough money, couldn't you? You could look through a telescope and make up all kinds of shit. Maybe. Is that possible?
Did Robert spaz out again?
He made another feeble attempt to tell another version of the globe story, then he spiraled out. That's what I heard. Anybody else got a different opinion?
Come on, Dave. You don't want to worship the sun and be a ball lover again?
Oh, yeah. I would love to go back to that childhood fantasy, man. Somebody show me this globe in reality and I'll be right on it.
Oh, no. Jerem just looked at the sun, though. He's like, sun, the sun. And then now he's a glober. It's like one of those little things, those little on the cartoon. He's stuck in the crane machine and they all stare at the sun. They're like, the sun. Isn't that weird?
I'm standing in my backyard right now in Kentucky looking at the sun. And I'd like for somebody to tell me exactly what that is, how far away it is, what it's made of, and how it works. Go ahead. Who wants to do that?
The sun.
I'd like to comment on what Denmark was saying. Yeah, it's like the little, you know, like how in a crib, you have the little thing that's like rotating above the crib, and the baby's looking up at it going, ah.
Yeah, the
That's
mobile.
like rovers. Yep.
It's got the little planets on it and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what the Glovers are still doing.
Robert Utah just messaged me. Is he banned from this channel?
No, he left on his own right after he was saying time and space are physical.
Look at Robert. I'm going to post what Robert just sent me in the chat. This is what he sent to me, dude. Look in the chat. This is the proof that we live on a ball. That's what he just sent to me.
Yeah, he said you don't need to measure Earth as a sphere. All you need to do is observe it. So all they had to do is observe it. Well, how did they observe it before they went up there? Flat and stationary. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute, Sonny. That's the India space program. They might be legit. Come on, man.
You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Some guy named Aristotle in 300 BC looked up at the sky and said, "Hey, look at that circle. You must be living on a ball." And then Aristophanes came.
Well, immediately Aristotle's friends looked at him and told him he's an idiot. You can't even live on a ball. What are you talking about, idiot?
Exactly.
Those names all sound made up to me. So do those stories.
They do. All of them. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like the Goddard space station. The shoot something couple. What the? In the old names? Come on, man. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
First question I would have is how did his parents come up with that weird name? I'm just saying.
Somebody got hit with an arrow in the knee.
Dude, they're Greeks. That's how they are. It's like calling somebody Caesar.
How do you get the name Error? Eratosthenes.
If you got more than a 4-syllable name, it's a weird name to me. That's just me, though.
And then I think it's funny when there's 50 ways to say it. Eratosthenes. What? Sounds like Aristotle to me.
You guys continue. I got to check out for a minute. Still need glove evidence. Start with the curvature. Go ahead.
Sonny, your ping didn't hit Robert Utah. You have to reping him. Oh, Robert Utah just messaged me again, dude. Oh, never mind. Hey, Rad, I got a question for you.
What?
Was Robert Utah talking like he can physically hand somebody time?
Yes, he said it's physical. That's why I want him to come back and tell me how I can hand somebody 20 minutes. Because I'll start removing hours off the clock if I can do that.
I've never heard that one before. Time is physical.
So is space.
No way, man.
It hurts.
I'm gonna add up the time. Like I'm gonna go gather up all the time I can and just keep stockpiling it.
No, what I want to do is shorten the time at work and make the longer day. I want to have and that be it. Make it look
See,
like it's 8 to 10.
see if you can work outside a spinning ball, and then outside the spinning ball, your work will go faster. And then when you move back over to the spinning ball, then you have your longer day. That's what the ISS boys were doing. That's exactly. They're like, hey, let's go off of Earth and age, longer or faster. They could be the older brother, right? So get the work done quicker. And then they come back and they're like, look, I've been in the ISS for 4 years. And he said, no, you've been there 6 months. He said, no, I aged 4 years. They're like, damn, you did a lot of work in 6 months, 4 years worth. See, I got the answer for you, brother, but it's all magical. A spinning ball equals space time. You manipulate it by the size of the ball and how far away you are from the spinning ball. Globe math. And people believe this stuff.
Robert can't stay away. He's typing now.
Oh, he better type. Type about your ball time machines and how they work in a lab different from each other, Robert.
I want him to explain how time is physical.
He gets emotional every time. Every time he thinks about time, he gets so emotional, baby. The physics of time. I want to make a time ladder, a time staircase, a time elevator, time airplane. I mean, if it's physical. A time boat. Waterproof stuff with a time panel or time liquid. That'd be great.
Robert said there are 7 fundamental physical quantities. Time is one.
Well, that's the one we're looking for. Where's it at? We only need that one. Like a Pringle.
I don't know. It seems like he doesn't want to hand you any time.
Time after time. If time falls, Robert catches it. He'll be waiting. What does time weigh? If there's a value or physical property to time, they have to be able to quantify it in a weight, right? Correct? A volume? It has to have a matter or mass.
Look what he said. Learn science.
Learn science. Look, ain't you supposed to be teaching it? Learn it from who? If we can't learn it from the physics guy, who taught you science, physics guy?
He got his physics degree. Yeah, his is an online physics degree, so just keep that in mind.
How do you get that sweet gig? Just say everybody who disagrees doesn't understand, and then repeat more garbage.
That's usually how they win their arguments, dude.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand. You never understand the non-demonstratable properties of the things I couldn't show you or prove to you. You'll never understand the physicality of the non-physicalness of the stuff that I'm talking about because I can't produce any. You'd never understand how it works. Go learn science. When you go in a room and hold hands and repeat stuff after each other, and then when you leave the room, you're like, repeat
Yeah, they
this
repeat
for
in NASA we trust.
Right, they get in a big circle and they do a seance, then they come out of the room and it becomes science. It's weird. Five Guys science.
Just tell me, in history, any government or agency that has been the arbiter of truth and they actually knew all of the truth and they knew better than everybody else. Mention who was it.
I've been asking that question since I became a flat earther. Who's got the truth? How come Google ain't got it? How come AI ain't got it? How come the government won't give it?
Well, if you ask the Globers, NASA knows the truth. They know.
Just put your trust in them.
So nobody in history knew the truth, but NASA does.
Who told NASA they could know the truth?
NASA is the one. NASA is the one.
Who allowed them?
The believers.
The believers allowed them to fly everywhere where they're restricted from going. That's weird.
Just besides NASA, let's exclude NASA. Tell me any other agency that knows the one. Tell me the one. Government in history. The one that knows everything.
So
Knew
Robert says I can hold my wife's hand for 45 minutes. That means I'm handed her 45 minutes of time. I have shit to do, so I just want to hand it to her. Be on my merry way while she uses it for something else.
Maybe I'm not formulating it correctly, but there's gotta be a way of formulating this question, and you gotta ask some of these Globers this question. Just tell me which government in the past, or tell me which one knew the truth. Or you can formulate it somehow. Because this day sounds like NASA.
They said, what's the number one thing that you could say? I said vertical and horizontal. Vertical changes distance from horizontal as well as elevation. But horizontal doesn't change distance away from the vertical as well as elevation. It only changes distance. And they were like, yeah, but the Earth's so big. I said, yeah, but a ball being so big has nothing to do with this horizontal line that I'm telling you about. This horizontal line is supposed to increase in distance that way, as well as elevation out to space, away from the thing called a ball. The same way as the vertical line increases in elevation and distance away from the ball. Two things at once. Three things: voltage increase. Three things that doesn't happen along the horizontal. They say, oh, the ball's so big. Has nothing to do with the ball. Has everything to do with the horizontal line.
So Robert Utah says he's the most powerful Glober.
Why? Because he sees stuff nobody else sees. He's got the
Apparently,
secret
yeah.
magic. He's a secret Glober, the almighty, powerful. Comes from Hat University, Utah. Hat U. He stands in the shoulders of potholes.
Your hand indeed manipulates time. Is anybody here right now?
Yeah, yeah, Pendos. Are you there? What's up? Yeah, I've got I'm I've got 2 more deliveries, restaurants to go, and I'll be finishing and making my way home. And then I can start chatting.
Have you been seeing what this guy Robert's been posting?
I think I think I heard you say about something to do with I can't remember. You have to remind me.
Dude, he said you can literally move time with your hand.
Do you know what, Robert? Yeah, Robert. He's gonna come out and say anything, isn't he? It's anything delusional.
Yeah.
Some of the things he says doesn't make any sense, does it? Even if you ask him to slow down and make sense, he's still not going to listen to you.
No,
So
he literally just rambles on about whatever.
yeah, I've been listening. Yeah, he needs to slow down. Like I think he's talking too fast.
Maybe he's typing right now. He said we watch too much TV.
Robert's forming ideas, isn't he? It's a lot of people, they form the wrong ideas.
That's just pure projection, isn't it? It's funny when they project like that. He's the one watching too much TV. I didn't even own a freaking TV.
The thing is, they don't talk about flat Earth on TV. So how does that make any sense?
It doesn't. Yeah,
Do you know what?
it's just pure projection.
A lot of people don't make sense. You know, they just waffle and talk shit and not realize they're not making any sense. But when you tell them you need to make sense, they completely ignore you. All right, I've got a delivery. I'll come back soon. I'll talk to you soon.
He just said Asgard is flat Earth.
Hello. Someone here?
Yeah, man.
Hello. Quetzalcoatl.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Is it all right? Is it all great? There's lots of people here and everyone is silent. Is something going on?
Nah, we're having a, coffee tea break, I suppose.
Coffee tea break. What type of coffee? Is it black coffee? Milk coffee?
Oh, I'm a tea drinker. I don't drink coffee.
Tea drinker. Agreed.
Yeah.
What type of tea?
I don't know, like the normal ones. I use like Earl Grey type of stuff, the black tea, whatever. But I also drink hemp tea as well.
Yeah. What about chamomile tea? What do you think about it?
It's good. Has its uses, I guess. I wouldn't just drink it just for
No, I mean like
casually. It's more like to calm your nerves down or before sleep, or it could also help relieve some symptoms you have, maybe, depending.
I'm talking about chamomile tea as in an infusion, like
just for the taste or for the effect?
Yeah, for the taste.
No, I don't.
No. May I ask why?
I don't know. Just
may I ask why? Like, do you think that it's very strong? Like in terms of effects or something?
I see that type of tea being used for, special occasions, I would say.
I mean, for sure.
Health-wise as well, because it's,
Yeah, though, you need, like, chamomile tea is not something dangerous unless you consume, like,
I'm aware, but I'm saying as casually just drinking it, I'm not into that. I prefer some other type of tea then.
No, that's okay. I mean, like, it was for, like, a health concern.
Depends on the usage for it.
I meant to ask if the reason was, like, a health concern or something. Like, the reason is just, like, you don't like it, that's okay, like, or you don't like it, you like it for special occasions? Like, if that was the reason, if it was more of a health concern or something. Also, sorry for asking, by why is there 2 YouTube bots on the chat?
Because we live stream.
Yeah, but, like, why 2?
If one goes out, just a backup.
Oh. How can I watch the live stream?
The link is on the bio, if you click on it.
On the bio? Oh, okay.
But it's more for the...
debates?
We have people sometimes coming in here saying stuff, and then they lie, and then we have to show them that you're on record, and that's not true, etc. It's not like... it's also for viewers, for people just listening in the background, I guess. If they're not inside this VC, they are somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it's not like a channel like
amazing
with a high view count in that sense, like watching a TV show or something like that. It's not like that, but there's some viewers here and there. But it's mostly used for for discussions, recording discussions, and we have thousands upon if not 10,000s upon 10,000s of hours recordings of this type of talk between Flat Earth and Globe side. So if people want to go way back, years back, and just have a listen, they can do that.
I would need to say that, like, it's really useful tool, especially as you said for like.
Yeah, it could be like an educational purpose as well. Yeah, if some talks is going to the stuff of science and stuff like that, if you want to learn and listen, like, okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, cool. So it's a discussion amongst I would say educated people. Like it's not like people don't not here just to yap and just talk whatever crap they want to talk. We're here to actually give and receive information. And we go through the information and, see how we can make yourself understand the topic or the subject better. Whatever you bring up or is being brought up, I guess. stuff like
I
that.
think that's really important, man. Also, like, not only the part of learning, but as you said, for having like a recall of what people say. Because I have seen people like take advantage of not having any record of what has been said, just to repeat the same point as a preacher without caring about like what other people are contradicting to your point, and then claiming that you were never told, or things like that.
Yeah. So what's your stance on the subject matter?
Oh, I think the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
that's what we hear.
If no, like it's like going to like a religion channel and everyone being like a Christian Catholic. Like, what's the point? Like, why?
Yeah. The thing is, here we share information. We're not here to convince you about flat Earth, like to bring you over or something like that. It's not the case. The thing we go through is empirical evidence. So we are for empiricism. We are not science deniers. We actually promote science by following the scientific method. When you apply. When you conduct natural science, in the natural world. So we go through this rigorously every day with new people, and we talk about that. So it's so you will learn a lot, I would say. Also, you learn a lot more about your globe model, because most of the people who come in here, they basically don't know much about it, and that's understandable, because most of them come from a point of belief stance. Like we are brought up to it. We are born with it. We're being shown. We're being educated. Like they show the globe, in schools, movies, etc. So naturally, people follow it just without questioning it, I guess. That's what we were once, and until we started questioning the things that were being proposed. So people wanted to test out the globe model in reality by going out. And the simple way of doing that without invoking assumptions, some type of sky magic, point to the sky, therefore the Earth is a globe type of stuff, where we can't even go there and reach and test to verify ourselves. So the best place to start is with the ground you stand upon, the surface of the Earth. And by doing that would mean, and anyone can do this, you, me, any average human being. I mean, it doesn't require any PhD. You don't need any. It's simple. It's geometry and some math you apply, calculate, based on the measurements you acquire in reality out there. So what you can do, for example, is in many instances we have gathered a lot of big data about long distance observations. Where you can go to a beach or like a large body of water. And naturally, most people assume the Earth is way too big to see the curvature. So if you're going to believe in the globe as in the sphere, a sphere must have... it must have curvature. A sphere must have curvature when we talk about geometry, So, but where do we find this curvature? When we apply the radius, the globe math numbers that's been given to us, to all of us. We have the radius number, the circumference. So from these numbers, we can derive a curvature rate formula, meaning how much drop over distance there should be according to the globe math model. So when you go outside, you can do your long distance observation. So from point A to point B, if you have your elevation height, from whatever elevation height you have, and the distance to the object at the horizon, like further out, like so from point A to point B. If you know it's fixed, if you know where it is exactly, like how far distance wise. You can apply some math. Elevation. You have an Earth curve calculator online. You can Google. We can link one, for example. If you Google Earth curve calculator, that's made by globers, not flat earthers, if that happens to come across some people's mind. So, and you can cross-reference other type of Earth curve calculator. They use the same formula. You can apply the same numbers. They will show you the exact same result. So eye height, distance to the horizon, object, where it is located at, the object, and when you get those numbers, those type of measurement numbers from reality, then you compare it to the globe model curvature rate formula.
Yeah.
Where should the horizon be at from a certain point of elevation height, and so on. Yeah. It's pretty simple. It's basic.
I wanted to ask you a bunch of questions, but first I need to start with a more about like epistemologic system. Do you think that geometry, or for example the movements of things around Earth, either stars, comets, or the atmosphere, using obviously an empirical method, are enough evidence to prove the geometry of the Earth, whether for one or another?
I think the best way for anyone to prove to themselves, and not me for you or you for me,
I mean, like,
is when we can
I'm asking about your
test, verify, and falsify things. Repeatable, testable, verifiable type of methods.
Okay.
I would say that's the best way, naturally. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you prefer a different method. I don't know. But
no. I'm not talking about a different method of epistemology. I'm talking about how sometimes there's this point in which it's like the stars or the atmosphere and the movement in relationship to Earth in different parts of the world. Some people think that that's not evidence enough to like claim one of both sides. So I wanted to ask if you consider, like, obviously, like, something that's being able to be verified and repeated, obviously. But I mean, like, is that a type of evidence that you could accept for any of both models?
Do you have an example?
Yeah. Oh,
that you can propose.
Yeah. The shadows casted by the sun in different parts of Earth at the same time. In a Earth model, you could know someone. You could know someone from another country, and using as you said, a sun calculator, know how big the shadow should be in different parts. So in a flat Earth model, either the sun follows the same structure as in the spherical Earth is claimed to be following, or it follows a different one. So I wanted to ask you first, do you think that the shadow that the Earth model predicts is accurate, or is it also not like true?
It sounds to me you're talking about the Eratosthenes method by measuring angles to the shadows.
That method would allow you to assuming that the Earth is round to calculate its radius. But no, I mentioned shadows because it's you can have like
how is it different? If you're still measuring, you're doing the same method as
but you're not trying to measure it. Yeah, you're using the same process, but you're not measuring the same stuff. You're measuring the shadows, but what you're doing is that instead of assuming that the Earth is round to calculate its radius, you're using the model that the Earth the global Earth theory proposes, and testing it comparing it to the measurements that you take in real life. Eratosthenes' method was measurement of how big the Earth was in terms of radius and diameter. What I'm asking you is that if that model is true, like if the theoretical model of how the shadow should be casted if the Earth is round concords with measurements, is that evidence for is that like a strong evidence for global, for being the Earth being a globe? I mean,
no, because it's not exclusive. It's not exclusive to a sphere. You can make those measurements angles on any type of surface. I mean, flat surface also.
How the shadow casts? How is the shadow
that way? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I ask. Hey, is the shadow casted on the Earth in the same model, in the same way that the global Earth predicts, or is it different? That's why I asked. Because if it's different from what the shadow proposed by global model is, and then we differ from it, that would disprove that theory, that hypothesis. But you could still say that the shadow is just.
You mean if the measurements of the angles of the shadows as of today, applying that method, does not conform to the globe model math, then what? It falsifies it? Is that what you mean? Or?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
Taking into account
if it doesn't, I mean, again, like I said, it's not exclusive to a ball, but yeah, you could falsify it in that sense, I guess, if it doesn't work.
No, what I'm asking you is from your theory, in terms of a theory understood as a model of flat Earth, are the shadows casted in the same way as the spherical Earth, or the model of the spherical Earth, or are they different?
They look the same, pretty much, yeah. Because the light that we observe, that we can see how the light behaves in which angle they come in from the sun, is in a divergent pattern. They don't come in a parallel light ray, if you want to call it that way, which is assumed on the globe model, because your sun on the heliocentric model the sun is 93 miles away. It's impossible to have divergent light with a sun of a light source that far away from Earth as an object. You can demonstrate this in a smaller scale with a light source and an object or a surface. You will see the same result. It will not diverge when you move away that light source too far away. When you come closer and closer and closer, the light starts to diverge.
Yeah, you will have.
But the problem is, if you use a light source as a flashlight, that naturally is already diverging. You don't have a light source that goes in parallel manner type of angle, So
yeah,
that goes out of the water already. Because Eratosthenes assumed parallel light rays. He assumed the globe. He assumed like many things.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
why
he just worked around it with the numbers he was given, I guess.
That's why I said
that story
it's
anyway.
Not about Eratosthenes' proof. That's why I said it's not about Eratosthenes' proof. It's about is the shadow casted in the same way? And if it is, I want to ask, how do you cause light to be curved in a big enough way that I don't know if you simulate this in a 3D model. You will see that the light in some types of the years is casted in a way that it's not a straight line or a curve that follows up with what we see in the sun. So I wanted to ask what force or by what reason is the light curved to make those patterns that we observe on the Earth.
Yeah. Well, are you asking me why the sun is doing what it's doing?
No, I'm asking why the light is not the sun emits photons, and photons, as far as we know, travel in a straight line. But by the Earth being flat, there's gonna be some patterns of light that are not gonna be straight lines or curved. Not straight lines. Are not gonna be. The photon cannot make a straight line to the point. And then leaving a shadow just next to it. So I'm asking, is there a model? Is there a force or a physical reason that makes it happen? And if so, which one?
I'm not sure why you asking me this. What are you trying to prove? What's the arguments behind the whole thing?
Yeah, there's no.
What's the point? I mean, we already know what the sun does and what happens to the light when it.
Yeah, there's no model of light.
The surface of the Earth and goes through clouds and whatnot.
Sorry, no, I don't think you're understanding.
Well, what's the issue here? Are you trying to compare models?
I think he's making some assumptions. I think he's making a whole bunch of assumptions about how the sun would work over a flat Earth. Maybe he's
that's why I asked him. Is he trying to compare models? Is that what is going on? Is that the case?
I mean, in this case,
we don't have a model. Just so you know, if you're trying to do that, we don't claim a model.
Asking.
From the flat Earth side. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry, then
so it would be kind of pointless asking me exactly how that works. You should have said that in the beginning, so I understood you better, because I was trying to.
Yeah, sorry.
You were alluding to that, but I wasn't catching it right at the first start. But I got there eventually. But
So I need to ask: is it flat for a reason, or is it just a disbelief on the Earth, on the global model?
No, because
I don't mean this in a bad way.
firsthand, we observe the Earth. I mean, when we say flat, it's not a 2D piece of paper. We're not saying that. Sure. We have mountains, valleys, topography, but a topography over a planar surface, over a plane, level, horizontal, flat. It's synonymous. The words, it doesn't matter. We've used the word flat, level, and horizontal, pretty much the same. So we observe that, we measure it, like I mentioned in the beginning. Like we have things we can show you about long distance observations with measurements. So we can show you that. We can go through that as well if you want.
Could you please? Yeah, it would be amazing.
And practically it's also used as flat. It's mentioned in papers from NASA, from Flight Dynamic Summary. They have to treat Earth as non-rotating, stationary, flat plane. That's how they treat the Earth. That's that's the base of everything when it comes to the globe. The globe has to derive everything from a flat surface initially. Then they convert that. Into the globe model, but these flat Earth measurements and angles you can only get from a flat surface. An angle is two straight lines.
This is not really about it, but in math, you have what you're talking about is the basic axioms of I'm not sure if it's not Platonic, it's the other guy. Well, anyways, you in a curved surface, a straight line or two parallels meet. Two parallel lines in a straight.
You're talking about you're talking about a tangent. Is that correct? You can't derive.
They are tangential to each other. If they are,
it's impossible to have two angles on a curved surface to make measurements across the surface like that. If you're talking about tangents, then that's something else.
You can have You're talking about I'm saying that you can have two parallel lines in a surface.
Over a curved surface, it's impossible to measure like that. In reality, mathematically, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, sure.
What do you mean? You cannot do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you're talking about is the. I don't know.
I'm talking about actual measurements.
You said that you measure things.
Vic, I'm talking about actual measurements. Then two straight lines, an angle, is impossible to measure in reality. In math, you can do whatever you want. It can work there. In math, on a paper, sure. In reality, no. You cannot measure that in reality. Two angles on a curved surface. Impossible. You will not get the numbers correct. You will fail on an instant.
Has that never happened?
So do you understand the two distinctions I'm mentioning to you?
I understand the distinction, but is there any?
Because first you have to measure something, then you do your math and whatnot. But how you can do your math if the initial measurements is not correct? You can't derive measurement from a curved surface with angles, two straight lines. It's impossible. That's the underlying issue.
Okay. So I do need to disagree there. You can take, for example, a ball and using two lasers in being normal to each other. See the reflection that they make and show that using that you can have three 90-degree angles making a triangle in a curved surface. Like you can do that. I have handled with lasers as well. I don't think I need to explain why I don't have lasers at my house. But you can do it using light, and it takes a good yoga ball or something like that. Because if not, you're not gonna see you might not see the angle. But you can derive angles from a curved surface in real life. It's not as easy as a surface because, it's curved, but you can still do it. It's just takes more time and not a higher understanding, but some more effort into treating it. And what you said about treating it as a surface, I do need to disagree there. When you're in some types of military long-range weapons, you take into account the Coriolis effect and other types of effects derived from a sphere. So you do not that they might or might not be true, but you do take them into account as at least they claim to take them into account in most long-range weapons or stuff. So
how can you take something fictitious into account, dude?
I don't think that that is any type of, that's just like a statement. I can take into account unicorns to try to predict a model. Doesn't mean that
exactly.
they are true.
So the Coriolis effect,
as I said, doesn't mean
force.
You said that as I said, they may or may not be. Sorry, I need to rephrase that. They may or may not be true, but you can take them into account. That like saying, hey, they are not true. That is not like. That's nothing. That's like just alleging, hey, they might be wrong.
It still goes back to the distinctions I mentioned earlier. Reality and what you can put on a paper. Just because you can put Coriolis on a paper doesn't make it true. In reality, it's an apparent.
No, but like you said,
it's an apparent force. It's not an actual force. So an apparent is not reality. It appears to do that, whatever the cause is. But it's not reality. It's not a force. So when you put it on a paper, just because it math itself out, doesn't mean it's reality. It's not in that sense.
So in that sense, you do know that like gravity is an apparent force. Sorry, no. I'm sorry. No, I'm saying like any force except the four basic forces of the universe are apparent forces that are created by the exact situation. Like I said, strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetic, and gravity.
Bro, there are real forces, but the one that you're trying to talk about, the fictitious one, that you believe is there because you believe there is a spinning water ball that is moving, so you think there is a fictitious force that is acting in this fantasy. But since the Earth is not a spinning water ball, the fiction that you think is there is not there. That's the issue that you're having.
It's not a water ball, though. It's made out of mostly rocks. The surface is mostly
is it curving and spinning?
It does have a curvature and it does spin, but it's not a water.
So you see, that's where you're having an issue. The Earth is not doing any of those things, and you still believe it is. That's why you have to attribute it a fictional force, and you think this fiction is doing something in reality, but it's not.
Okay, said in a different way. The strongest reason why I think that the model of global Earth is the one that best explains reality is first, if there's a force such as gravity which attracts everything based on the amount of mass, the most stable structure you can have is a sphere to a point, like similar to a sphere. It doesn't need to be exact because obviously the universe is not exact. And if you want to prove gravity, you can you have something called the Cavendish experiment, which is one of the
gravity is not a force. You know this. Gravity is not a force, and mass it has no meaning. So now you're going again to fantasy things, concepts, and trying
he's not following the present rhetoric even.
Gravity in reality.
Yeah, you're kind of behind with the theory of gravity. That's not the current rhetoric.
We have, here's the thing. We do have direct measurements of gravity.
Measurements,
and we do know that gravity is.
What is gravity?
Yeah, there's something called. What is gravity? Oh yeah, do you mean a theoretical level, like if there's gravitons or not? I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I don't want the math of it. I want what is gravity? Like actually, what is gravity? Can I grab it? Can I taste it? Can I do something with it? Like
gravity is gravity in a theoretical level, you could say, is the curvature of the universe. But if what you're asking is like, if there's a leading, if your question is there a leading particle that makes gravity work? Like in the terms of electromagnetism, you have electrons. In terms of gravity, we don't know. That's the answer. We don't know if there's a leading particle for gravity. We do know that
So you don't have the cause. Do you have the cause for gravity?
No, we don't have the cause.
What's causing gravity?
We don't have the cause of the universe neither. Like the Big Bang Theory is something that talks about the expansion, but we don't have the start of the universe neither. But we do know that the universe exists because we can.
Based off what?
Based off what the universe exists, or based off what?
How do you know that this type of universe that you think of exists?
Oh, because it's the explanation that is the theory that best explains the facts.
So an explanation.
Wow, dude.
It's just an explanation then. There's nothing else to it. No substantial.
A theory is a model. It's a model that explains what's happening and going on based on the facts. So yeah, if the facts are, here's the thing:
a model is not reality though. If you can't test it.
No,
unless
a model may not be reality. Doesn't mean it's not. Now here's the thing: that's science. Yeah. Science is not science. It does not to deal with absolute truth. That's beliefs and religion.
But science have to do with proving things in reality too, right? So that in that order, you will know it is a fact, right? No. Otherwise, it's just pseudoscience. You just willfully believe, oh, maybe it does that. Maybe we just put it in the paper, math it up, create a model around it. But I don't witness it. I don't test it in reality. I don't observe it in reality. We can't go on about living our lives in that way. It doesn't work like that, man.
It's not an absolute model.
Our life is not based on models and math.
I mean, science is. In science, it is based on models, and they are the models that best explain the facts. That's science.
No,
math works because based on the axioms that we assumed.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Those are the old explanations.
That's not science.
Then I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. I got to go.
No, not really. You go against the very definition of science.
Yeah, what is a model?
How do you model something that you can't measure?
Let's see you, Quetzal. Call. I need to go. Sorry, I need to go. Wait. But see you on.
Yeah. Come back when you're
able to talk to you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Come back when you're
right at the question.
You ran away.
That is the question to ask.
Measure and left.
Yeah, I think something came up. He was distancing himself for the mic as well. Anyway. So he said model and math is science. Awesome. Now we know where it comes from.
I can model a computer game with Superman flying around New York City.
Yeah. Oh, the Samoan is back. Samoan. Damn, Robert, you're obsessed with the VC. I see. Still coming back. Fuck yeah, right. Fuck yeah. What you got for us this time?
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just noticing you coming back. You know, going out, coming back, going out, coming back.
yeah. I work. You know, I'm busy, you know. But I enjoy talking to you guys. You know, when you guys allow me.
Yeah, I think we, you know, like I mentioned before, we've been gracious with you quite a lot over the time. But yeah, stating the same rhetoric and stuff like that over and over that we already heard of is not actually a type of fruitful conversation, like going, you know, forward in that sense. That's why.
But the thing is, the reason why it's repeated because it's facts, right? And facts don't change. You understand me? And it drives the point that the earth
but when you start to go on a rant, on a waffle type of mode and regurgitating No, that's okay. And regurgitating the rhetoric over and over. That we already, I'm aware. We also repeat our stuff to new people and same people sometimes because they seem to reset. You know, it is what it is, I guess.
Right. So then don't criticize me on that.
But if you have, I mean, it has to be a back and forth exchange. Like you have an argument, you have evidence, present it, citations, whatever, and you go through it in that sense. Not one side, and you just regurgitate your rhetoric, waffle on, like we never heard it before. Like you're trying to preach or teach us. I don't know, whatever the case may be. It's boring. Like none of us want to hear that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Don't understand it. You guys are not understanding it when I say it. So
no. You think we don't. That's the problem. We already been through with you many times the same over and over.
Why do you still think the Earth is flat?
But if you have a different angle to it of the same type of subject or whatever, then sure, provide. But
The point that you're having is that you don't know that Robert, he's actually an arbiter of truth, and he's the one. In history, there hasn't been anyone like Robert. He is the one that knows the truth, and he's trying to give it to you. Right, Robert?
Sounds like self-proclaimed.
I would like to ask Robert a question if he allows.
Well, I'm not the one, but I am one. I am one of them. Yes.
Yeah. Give us, Robert. Give us one more example of that kind of people that has existed in history, just like you. Give us one more.
Isaac Newton. Albert Einstein.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
People who are dead.
Go on and on and on. Nobel Peace Prize winners. They just like.
Hey Robert, do you know about Newton's cousin El Newtonio?
No, I don't know his cousin. I apologize.
Yeah, he was he's from Mexico, and he was walking one day, and avocado fell on his head, and he invented guacamole.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
funny.
Possible. That's possible, but he didn't understand why.
You are in the same league as these masters of time and space.
No, in your mind.
Yes.
Doesn't guacamole mean balls?
We can talk about food as well. We can chefs.
Hey Robert, since you are one of the ones, can you tell me which government in history has been the government that told us the truth? The one government that has known everything, and they has given us the truth, the arbiters of truth.
Know everything? What is this? We still have scientists still studying things. People don't know everything.
What you mean, Robert? If you know what's happening in a black hole, and you know what's happening trillions and billions and quadrillions of miles away, you know everything, bro.
There are theories based on the data we're getting.
Like scientific theories, or just like movie theories?
Movies, big boy. I laugh at movies all the time. You guys watch too many movies. You guys think movies are akin to science.
Yeah, but listen, Robert. You make the movies, we watch the movies, and we laugh at them.
No, we don't make movies. We're scientists.
Yeah. You make the movies, you make the stories, we watch and hear, and we laughed. Yeah.
No, Hollywood comes to us for get information on trying to see.
Hollywood has never called you on the phone and asked you for one fucking thing, Robert. They never called you.
Okay, all right. We can't bother with the insults right now.
Hollywood never called you.
He just told you he's one of the ones. So he's the one, but one of the ones. So he probably was in that movie, the one.
Is the pinnacle of them all.
I'm one of the people. Absolutely. Like I say, I have my credentials in physics.
Yeah, you're like El Newtonio. You're like that guy, El Newtonio. He invented guacamole. Avocado fell on his head. You're one of those.
He's a chef, brother. Jemsy, he's a chef. He's not in my league.
He's not in your league, but he did something in reality.
Right, I am not in his league, and he's not in my league. I'm not in the league of chefs.
Tell me one of your recipes that is better than guacamole that you invented.
All right, next.
Come on, tell me one better than El Newtonio.
I'm not a chef, brother.
So what have you done in reality? Something that we can use, like in the realist level, something that we can say, hey, Robert he did this, and now we're gonna do it since he was the first one. Go ahead, Robert, tell us.
The first one? I never claimed I was the first one of anything.
Like El Newtonio.
Antonio,
like Newton, Newton, an apple fell on his head, he invented applesauce, and now something happened to you, and you what?
He did invent applesauce. I did
not. I probably confused his invention. He invented what was it? Oh, he invented mass attracts mass, right? He invented it.
No, he didn't invent it. Mass just does attract mass.
Oh, so he invented it. Mass attracts mass.
No, he didn't. He observed it and studied it. It's a
Oh, so he was the
phenomenon in our
first one.
environment.
Nobody before him ever observed that happening and never came to that conclusion. He did it.
What are you talking about? No one has ever studied it in the way he has before.
Yeah, but it makes
Okay,
sense.
so tell us something equally to that you have done, so it will put you as a
I'm
pair of El Newtonio, Newton, Einstein. Go ahead, Robert. Tell us.
No, you can't put me in that, brother.
You said you are like you said that you are like Newton.
Yes.
So
Right.
go ahead and tell us
like,
something that you did like El Newtonio.
In other words, what Newton did, I repeated it and it makes sense and I understand it. You don't.
No, you talk nonsense and you think it makes sense.
You're the one talking about guacamole. Don't put that on me.
Guacamole is real, bro. I can talk about guacamole and I can show you my guacamole. You can order it online. You can actually, in reality, eat it. You can actually eat it. And you can taste it and you can say, this is good guacamole. This is bad guacamole. This is tasty guacamole. This is expired guacamole. This is fresh guacamole. You can actually do that in reality. You know, people every single day, all across the world, every single day, multiple people across the world say all of these things that I told you: fresh guacamole, salty guacamole, expired guacamole, fresh guacamole. Every single day, someone in the world says those words every single day. They actually experience guacamole on those under those circumstances. Now,
brother, we literally have
brother, tell us one thing that have you done that equals to guacamole or surpasses guacamole. Go ahead.
I'm not a chef. I'm sorry.
Okay, so now about mass attracts mass or something like that, like one invention like that, like the fantasy stuff. Tell us one of those things that you have done.
I don't invent. Sorry.
So you have done nothing, but you compare yourself to El Newtonio and to Newton and Einstein.
Yes, I compare myself because I understand their work. Thank you.
So you stand under their work, therefore you're the same as them.
I wouldn't say I'm the same, but I understand their work and I stand on their shoulders. Yes, sir.
So you watch cartoons and movies and anime, and you comprehend the cartoons, the stories in the anime. Therefore, you are a good guy, a good comprehensive storytelling guy.
No, I study physics.
Well, physics. Like you know about what? Like, what? You know what?
What do you understand about the pseudo-Romanian force space? Can you explain to us?
I study physics. Brother. That's all I do, brother.
Can you in that case, can you explain to us the pseudo-Romanian force space, please?
That is not relevant to this discussion. Let's move on.
Oh, it's very relevant. If you study Einstein, you should know the pseudo-Romanian force space.
No, we don't need to talk about that, brother. There is a sphere.
Why not? I would like to start with the word pseudo. I would like to start with the word pseudo. Can you explain to us the word pseudo?
The word pseudo is flat Earth is like pseudoscience.
I see. But you do understand pseudo-Romanian force space, don't you?
So pseudo is like flat Earth. Yeah, you see, you guys think that the Earth is flat.
You say that you understand Einstein's work. So pseudo-Romanian geometry, then.
Okay, not all of his work. I'm sorry.
Can you explain to us the pseudo, please?
Can you understand us? Can you explain to us what is the first law of physics?
The first law of physics, that nature cannot create or destroy matter or energy. Is that the one you're looking for?
No, that's not it.
That's not it?
No, sir.
So which one do you mean then?
It's the inertia.
The water sticks in the outside of spinning water balls in the vacuum of space.
There's no spinning water balls.
Richard Feynman, quote,
Richard Feynman is a
the
joke.
laws of Newton were wrong.
Richard Feynman is a joke. Let's move on.
He's a joke? Why would you say that?
Yeah, Richard.
Why?
Yeah, because he's trying to reject established law.
He's a
Even if
joke
they were
because
wrong.
the brother here doesn't know what a comedy is.
No, I do know. I was just trying to appease
No, you
everyone.
don't.
The first law of physics is inertia. Just so you know.
Inertia, what's that?
It's inertia. Inertia is the first law of physics. Yes, sir.
What is inertia?
Oh, you want me to teach? I don't think your
No,
room
I
is
don't think you know what inertia is.
teaching.
You just
Oh,
invoke
really?
words.
Oh,
Yeah.
really, George? Ha ha ha!
You think this is a joke?
He thinks he's a joke, yeah.
You think physics is a joke, Robert? Why do you think physics is a joke, Robert? Why you denying physics?
He's Googling it.
Why do you deny the physics of water, Robert? Why do you have a problem with real water?
My God, he denies a Nobel Prize winner as well.
Yeah.
How
Robert
dare
Feynman
you, man?
is a joke.
How
Robert
dare
Feynman,
you?
Robert Feynman
Well,
is the
he
guy that talks
believes
about
that he
hey,
lives on a spinning water ball, which will go against all the laws of physics.
Robert,
And he
Robert
thinks this
Feynman
is a
the guy
joke.
that- Oh, math is nothing.
What's
guys
math?
I'm sorry. Did Nobel Prize come from? Was given from who exactly? From which side, Robert? Was it from your side?
Science, yes.
Yeah, your side. So denying him, calling him stupid, or whatever you think is ridiculous. That means you're in denial of your own science.
Yeah, there are many disagreements on our side. There are many
It's not a disagree. It's no, not at all. He was the most prominent one in your fucking side.
No,
Of
Robert,
science.
again, the most prominent one is Isaac Newton.
Denying him is stupid.
I tell you what.
Please tell us. Roberto, listen.
Roberto!
Listen, Roberto. What is your...
No, come on, stop, man.
Fucking all right.
Listen, Roberto, what is your problem? Tell us. We will listen. What is your problem with physics, with real... What is your problem with water? Tell us what is your problem with it. What is your issue?
I have no problem with water. It is the source of life.
So why do you deny the real water and then you want to claim the fictional water, the one in the cartoons, the one in the movies? You deny water and then you go to the cartoons and you say, look. Then you grab some crayons, paint blue on a circle, and you say, look, water works right here. Why don't you go to the real water, observe how real water works, and then acknowledge that as physics, right? And then you actually are denying that, and then go into the fantasy. Why you do
that? Water curves.
Yeah, we call those waves. Like waves. Waves.
Oh, thank you very much. So water.
Yeah, we have waves.
So it will curve over a ball if it can make waves.
And then after you drop, so Roberto, when you grab the ball, so listen, Roberto, you're talking when you grab a ball in your hand, right? You grab a ball in your hand. In reality, the real ball, the real one, physical ball, physics. You grab the ball from the ground, the horizontal ground. Then you grab some water, and then you pour the water on the ball. And the water curves on the sides of the ball, and then it goes splash to the ground. That's real physics.
Wow, that's science.
No. But that's wrong. The water needs to cover only 70% of the ball.
True that.
It can be a cup. Balls are cups, right?
No. It needs to be
balls are cups.
70% of the ball. Yeah, needs to be water. I mean, sea level.
No, wait, George,
of water, sea level.
I get your point, George. You're correct about that. But George, the I'm giving Robert is that in reality, when he grabs the ball in the real world, and then he grabs the real water, the real one, and he puts those two together. He pours the water on the ball. Then he can observe physics at work, and he observes the water curving around the ball and then dripping off the ball and going splash splash to the floor, right? This is real stuff.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah,
it
but
stays there.
how is
It
going to
stays
pour
there.
the water? There is a
Listen,
container
okay,
for
so
that.
we know this, everybody in this room knows that this is happening. This happens. But
Yeah, but
then
you're going to
Robert
need a
goes to the
container with water to pour the water, yeah? His water on his worldview is uncontained. He's in a sphere.
yes, but that's what I'm trying to take you. He denies. Listen, he's the
That's a lie. No,
Roberto. Wait,
no, no. Water on the sphere.
Roberto.
Water in the sphere. Water in the sphere is contained. That's a lie. That's a lie. Water on the sphere is contained. It is 100% contained.
Water
You needed the container to be able to pour the water on the ball. We all know this.
No. What is rainfall? What is rainfall?
I mean, you can use your hand.
What is rainfall? Hello. Rainfall is not in container.
No, it is contained. Yes. It is contained. Yeah. How did he got up there?
Yeah. How he got up there?
Yeah, it's
He went
contained.
against
Yes.
gravity. It debunked gravity. Rain before it rained, it debunked gravity because the vapor went up,
because it's
away
contained.
from gravity.
It went up and came down again because it's contained.
You mean there are things that are light
Gravity makes
enough.
things go up.
There are more denser gases towards the
Yeah, we know, Robert, we all know this. Everybody knows this, Robert. Let me finish my point. I wasn't able, Roberto. You guys didn't let me finish my point. Roberto, the real water, the real bowl, if the water goes splash to the floor, everybody knows this, nobody can deny it. But then you, Robert, you go to a drawing, you draw a circle, call it a ball, then you grab the blue crayon and draw water around this circle, saying that it's a ball. Then you're saying this is water on a ball, but Roberto, this is not water. This is colors from a crayon, and that circle is not a sphere. And you're claiming that this debunks the reality, the real water and the real ball, the real physics. Why you do that? Why you have an issue with reality, Robert?
Talk about strawman. You see, you don't understand it. Look at that.
Come on. So you agree. Water doesn't stick to the outside of a spinning ball. You agree then?
You
No, it's
just
not big enough.
yourself as not understanding it. You don't even realize. Listen, guys, when you put a basketball into a tub of water and take it out, isn't that basketball wet? Yes or no?
The water goes splash, drip.
No, put it down on the table.
I can't believe
The
you've been in here all day while they've
water
been
goes
clowning you,
from
bro.
the ball and goes drip to the floor.
Answer the question. Is the ball wet? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't
The water
contain
is
a
wet.
vol. It doesn't
Is the
contain a
ball
volume.
wet? If you say
It doesn't.
you're
Yeah, but the ball doesn't contain the water, though.
Okay, I guess other people just aren't allowed to fucking speak in here. Eh? It won't sustain a volume of water completely covering its surface.
Of course it will. The entire ball is wet. What are you talking about? The entire
so like a little microbe could go swimming in it. You fucking idiot.
Oh Lord, the entire ball is wet. If ball cannot support water when you took it out of the tub, it would not be wet at all. But it is wet. Therefore,
so now Robert, now you put this ball and
water can indeed be on the outside of a surface.
You put the wet ball in a vacuum. Now put the wet ball in a vacuum, and while it's spinning, floating in the vacuum, and there is a very bright light hitting the vacuum, and is the water gonna stay there?
No. Remember, the Earth has
no, exactly, Roberto. You got it. Ding, 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 ding. You got it, Robert. No. It won't happen.
You can't do that because there's also air around the Earth. There's also
Hey, Robert, why don't you just pour water on the ball and drink it, please? Just put water on the ball. Choose which ball, whatever ball you like. Just pour water over it and drink it.
Of course you can drink
balls
it.
Balls aren't cups. Balls are not cups. You fucking idiot.
Wait, Yo, big brother T-Dub, the ball is wet. That's the point.
I don't give a shit if
contains
it's
the
wet.
water
It's
as you
not.
poured on
It's
it.
it's not an ocean, you dickhead. It's not an ocean.
We
It might have little droplets here and there. It's not going to form. It's not going to form. It's not going to form that. It will not sustain a layer. It will not sustain a volume of liquid completely covering its surface. It just simply will not, you fucking moron.
There's a volume of water on the outside of that ball. Give me a break. And you know that. There is a volume of water on the outside of that ball. Earth has air.
Hey, Roberto, is the gas pressure of the ball in the inside or the outside of the ball?
The gas pressure is on the outside. Is the gas pressure.
Bro, I can't believe. Yo, you're getting worked all day, dude. What the fuck?
Are you serious? Are you serious? You don't think that there's air pressure around the ball? Are you guys serious right now?
There's inside, outside air pressure on any surface, dude. But what's your
Robert? Is it gravity that's holding the water to the basketball? Is it the gravity of the basketball? Is it the gravity of the basketball that's holding the water to it?
Gravity is part of the water is on the ball. Yes, sir.
Dude, you are no fucking physicist. I'm telling you, man.
Oh,
you're
really?
a fucking idiot. No, you're not a physicist.
Gravitational force is
Prove it. Prove you're a physicist.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No.
He's too stupid to be a scientist or a physicist.
The question is, can water stay on the outside of a surface? That's what the question was. And I answered it. And you
Which
guys
part of a ball is not a container for water? You don't understand.
Hey, listen. Water is contained.
Where? On a sphere. On a sphere, you cannot contain water, man.
Containment.
Stop saying these things, man.
Brother, is the ball wet? Yes or no?
Brother.
Brother, is the ball wet? Yes or no?
Listen, mate. If you put a liter of water over a ball, you're gonna end up still with a liter of water.
Big man, it's not a boat.
How do you know I'm a big man? Who told you?
Wild that you guys have him doing this all day long. Hey, bud.
It's not about the volume of water you want. The question is, can water stick on the outside of a ball? The answer is yes.
No.
Robert, you guys are so weak, bro.
Big man, it is yes, 100%. And you guys can repeat this experiment
Dumbest
yourself.
argument.
Robert, have you been doing this since like 8 a.m. when I heard you?
Yeah, that's all he does.
No, big man, it's just a fact.
You're supposed to, Robert, if you were a physicist, you'd say, well, no, obviously that ball does not contain enough mass, right, to sustain a significant large volume of water completely covering its surface. That's what you're supposed to fucking say.
But the issue is that in his example, this basketball must be rather more solid. It should be very hot in the inside. It should also be spinning. It should have an atmosphere on the surroundings of it, and the water should be at the surface of the ball while in a vacuum. Well, in a vacuum. All of these things must be happening in a vacuum.
Absolutely. And I
He's
tell you
trying to debunk Pascal's principle.
No. Pascal, no. We haven't messed with Pascal.
You claim to be a physicist, and you don't understand Pascal's principle. You bring a sphere to contain water. Are you okay? Have you taken your meds today?
There is nothing violated here. The ball is indeed wet. No, brother. The ball is indeed wet. There is air pressure around the ball. Brother, there is air pressure around the ball that is keeping the water.
What you don't have is a container.
No, you don't need a container.
Yes, you do. Pascal's principle. Yeah? Water conforms to the shape of its container. No, man. You're out of your depth. You're not a physicist.
Is the ball wet? Yes or no?
You might work in a circus, probably.
Is the ball wet? Yes or no?
Yeah, circus might be a good idea.
Yes. The answer is yes. Therefore, water can stay on the outside of the surface.
A few droplets. A few droplets, dude. A few droplets. That's your comparison to fucking oceans.
No, brother, that's not the contention here. The contention is, can water be on the outside of surfaces? The answer
Due
is
to
yes.
surface tension, maybe a few droplets. You're not going to find a large, like George said, right? Can you pour a liter of? Can you pour? Robert, shut up for a minute. Can you pour 1 liter of water onto a ball, onto your basketball, and that entire 1 liter remain sustained, covering the surface?
So you're moving the goalpost. Now you want a liter.
No, you can't, can you? It doesn't do that, does it?
I posted something there in the chat. Can you read for me, please?
Okay, let's read it.
Go ahead, brother. Read.
Let's read it. Let's read it here. Let's read it together.
Yeah, that's from Wikipedia. You can do the same search.
What awkward moment when NASA disapproves the globe model? Oh, please.
No, not that one. The last post. The last post.
The level of liquid rises to the same level.
If you pour water on a basketball, what level are you talking about?
Okay, the level that can be hold on, brother. Just cool. The volume of water that is supported on the outside of the ball matches the mass of that
the
ball.
level of the liquid rises to the same level in all 4 tubes. Yeah? Rises. Hello? On a sphere, nothing rises.
Yeah, of course it rises.
On a sphere.
Hold on. Are you saying water molecules are two-dimensional?
I'm talking about water level. Hello?
Are you saying water molecules are two-dimensional?
The level of water will rise.
The level of
on its container. Yeah, and water will conform to the shape of its container.
Thank you.
A sphere, a ball is not a container, man.
The ball is indeed containing
No. Unless you put it on the inside, not on the surface.
No. Is the ball wet?
Man,
yes or no?
that's silly to say, man.
Wet.
Your argument is gone. It's void.
Is the ball wet? Yes or no? The answer is yes.
Pascal's principle, right there.
Pascal's principle is not violated. It's not violated.
Wow!
It is
you
not
reject
violated.
Richard Feynman. You reject Pascal.
Pascal is not being messed with here. The ball is indeed wet.
No.
The ball is
Your example doesn't have a container. Water needs containment.
Okay.
Yes,
again,
you do.
Is the ball wet? Yes or no?
Mate, how did you dip the water in water?
Wet?
Listen, how did you dip the ball in water if the water doesn't need container? Where was this water? Uncontained for you to dip your ball in. Where was this uncontained water? Because you say you don't need the container, for your ball that you immersed the ball on, uncontained, for the ball now to be containing the water. Are you talking about a sponge by any chance?
Brother, you can bring hydrogen and oxygen together and create water.
You're just moving the goalposts now.
No.
Water requires container.
No, it does not.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore.
Okay, the container is the outside of the ball, brother.
No, that's not a container.
Yes, brother. Is the ball wet? Yes or no?
Pour water on a ball,
Yes.
And drink it.
Are you saying you cannot drink the water off of the ball?
Pour water on a ball.
Are you saying
and
now
drink it.
that you cannot consume the water that is on the outside of that ball? Is that what you're saying right now?
No, you cannot. Pour water on the ball and drink it.
This is funny. The ball is wet. That means you can consume that water.
Yeah. Okay, Robert. Then, Robert. Next time you go to the cafe, and order a coffee, I want you to take your basketball, and when they try to offer you a cup, you say, "No, can you put it on the outside of this, please?"
Yes, and I will be able to consume some coffee. Absolutely, guaranteed. Put it on the outside of this ball. I'm going to lick this ball. And I'm going to get this coffee off of the ball.
A cue ball? Going to stick to a cue ball, is it?
Balls now? Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not licking balls. You know what I mean? Come, get your mind out of the gutter. What I'm trying to say to you
hilarious, T-Dub.
What I'm trying to say to you guys is that
explains everything now.
The ball is wet, right? And therefore, That the ball, I am giving you an
It's not
example that
containing the water, though.
the water is contained on the ball. Yes, sir.
No, no,
Isn't the
no.
ball? Is the
The water
ball?
was
Is the ball
contained
wet?
in a cup, for your example. The water was
Is
contained in a cup, for your
no,
example.
no,
Yeah,
you
that was the
no,
example you
brother.
gave us. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I just kept that on the side. I
No.
didn't interrupt it back then with your example. You had your water in a cup, and then you grab your ball, you sunk on the cup with water. Yeah, and you took it out. Ha. So the water doesn't need container. Only needs the cap to hold the water for you to sink your ball inside, isn't it?
Big man. You can bring
Listen,
oxygen.
big brother,
You can bring.
everybody
Why you
knows in
interrupting?
the
I am
Caribbean
about to.
when
I
you
am about to
order
smash him. Allow me to smash him. Allow me to smash him, please.
hey,
Please,
when you order coconut water,
It's melting
you
down.
know that you get the coconut water on the outside of the coconut, right, Robert?
Again, you can bring oxygen and hydrogen together without containers. You know that. And that will create water. And boom, the water falls on top of your ball. And it will be wet.
Nah, you're gonna need also a container for the hydrogen and oxygen.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, of course.
is this a thing?
Those are gases, aren't they? Yeah,
Are
liquids
you
and
saying?
gases, they conform
Are
to
you?
the shape of
Are
the
you saying?
container.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
So check this out. So check this out. Now I gave you an example of how water can be created without a container, and now you want to put the gases in the container. That's what you want to do. The water didn't exist, brother. The gases did.
The water didn't exist.
Wow.
The gases did. The oxygen
I give
molecule
you,
and the
yeah. Grab
hydrogen
those elements. I want to see you making water out of it.
hold on. Are you saying you do not know about
Yes, you heard me. I want you to grab oxygen and hydrogen, combine them together, and make water, please. I'll pay you.
Oh, you didn't know about
I'll
this?
pay you.
Oh Lord, this is interesting.
Yeah. You can remove oxygen and hydrogen out of water, but with hydrogen and oxygen together, you cannot make water.
Hydrogen is the most fundamental particle in our universe. It's one electron, one proton.
You cannot make water with it, though.
Hydrogen existed before everybody else. So what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
well, that's what you
Okay.
say.
So when you
Yeah.
bring
Democ
hydrogen
would
together,
say, Democ would say, go get me a bucket of it.
hydrogen, helium, lithium,
Yeah, okay,
beryllium,
go get me a bucket. Go
boron,
get me a bucket.
carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. You see that?
Go get me a bucket of hydrogen, pure hydrogen from nature. Go get me some. Just from nature. Don't do anything to make it. Just go collect it in the bucket from nature. Go.
Okay, so you want to stick your hold on. Are you saying I cannot collect hydrogen from nature?
Hold on.
Go do it. Go show me a bucket full of hydrogen. Yeah, go get some hydrogen.
This is not.
Go get some.
Oh my gosh!
Go get some.
I have to go tell people about this.
Hey, Robert, let me tell you this. You're gonna need a container to do that. Hey, make sure you use gravity and bring the hydrogen. Good. Hey, next time you ask him that, make sure you ask him bring the bucket of bring the hydrogen without a container. Use gravity and bring.
He'll need a basketball.
On the outside of the basketball. I don't think he's trolling. I think he believes this shit. Actually, no, I think he's trolling.
Well, he's not a physicist, that's for sure.
Troll? He said he's impaired with Newton and Einstein.
That guy that doesn't even know what science is or what is physics. He just says words. He doesn't know what they mean. like level, inertia. He just says words. No one else here believes that they live on a spinning water ball, defying the laws of physics.
I think it's more like a snow globe.
Now imagine not only putting water on a ball, yeah, you have a spinning water ball. The claim is so ridiculous, it's dreadful, man. How did we fall for it for so long? It's unbelievable. It's time to wake up. For those who are not, these are the guys who believe that 70%, or it depends who you ask, some people say 75, almost 80% of the surface of our realm is water. And we call it sea level. 70% is level. It should stop right there, man.
It sure should. It sure should. I think that goes over their heads when we say that.
Yeah, it's been in our faces all the time.
It's like it's mostly water. Water is level, sea level. They came up with that term. How is it not flat?
Yeah, but no matter how many curtains you bring back and expose, the argument, these guys, they still prefer to put the curtain back on. It's like the guy who knows the trick, how it's done, but it's in the audience still wowing the trick. I wonder if this year they're going to give the prize again to NASA for the best graphics. They got an award a couple of years ago for the best computer graphics for the images that they provide of outer space. Yeah, the best graphics ever. They are top of the range technology.
Yeah, maybe.
George, shouldn't that film Gravity tell people how good they can fake the globe Earth? the film Gravity.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, in Hollywood, everything is possible, isn't it? Yeah, people should know these things. Problem is when you watch a movie on the TV or a TV series, you know that's fiction. Yeah, but when the movie ends and the news starts and they tell you about this and that, you take that as read. You believe it. Why? Because it's the news. It's just another cartoon, but it's a cartoon in the news. Like the cartoons that they show us of locked lunches. They reach a certain area and then they change to a cartoon view, and you wonder who is recording these images.
Yeah, it's the Jews on the news. That's who it is. They're telling us the globe is round.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The globe is flat, right?
Oh, they are flattening it out even more, man. Now with 8/6R, they are flattening it out. It's a flat sphere.
You guys should unmute my boy Ragnar. He'll tell you. He'll tell you it's him doing it.
Well, if he's muted, I'm sure there's a reason for it.
No. Yeah, you guys accidentally muted him. You got to unmute him.
You guys, not me. I don't do that.
Ragnar's based.
Who's muted?
Ragnar. Unmute Ragnar. He's based.
Let me unmute it. Let me see. Any mods has any objection for unmuting?
Oh yeah, go for it, bro. He's an absolute clown, but yeah, go for it.
No, Ragnar's based. He controls the world. He's a part of the New World Order. He's based.
Bro, can you do me a favor and unmute him for me? Let me see.
Yeah, it's been done.
I have to find the chat.
Hope you don't feel sorry for it.
Ragnar.
Oh gosh.
Is anyone else having trouble typing in the side chat? My messages are failing.
Yep, same problem for me, man.
Discord is dead. All the servers are dead now.
Who killed them?
Globers probably.
Is that Ragnar?
Ragnar, it's the Jews that are telling us the world is round, right?
I knew it.
Bro.
Yeah, say that one more time, bro, and you're gone.
Why?
Oh, he said it twice. You should be kicked already.
Wait, why?
Extremely, bro. No anti-Semitics, whatever.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding anyway. I love Jews. I love Jews. I'm just kidding.
Server rules, man.
Any
You should know
TOS
this.
stuff, bro, is instant.
My bad. Ask Ragnar. Trust me, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm just
He was
joking.
joking because I'm a Jew, so he was obviously saying that in sarcastically.
Yeah, so you might want to behave yourself today, Ragnar, because after yesterday, right, you're lucky you're not perma banned.
Really? What did you do, Ragnar? Did you tell them, or did you prove that the world's round?
I just had a debate, and they seemed to get upset, I think, and they just banned me.
Round, like a circle.
The globe is flat, right?
It depends who you ask. But yeah, it's
Wait, Ragnar,
oxymoron,
do you say it's round like a flat table?
like a flying saucer.
Do you have like an image of your round
Oh yeah, sure.
flat table?
Sure. Yeah.
Is it like a Hebrew cosmology?
No, we can't use
Round?
Saichit.
It means like a lake, isn't it? You mean like a lake, round, 360 degrees all around the
He
lake.
said he's
Yeah.
Jewish, so maybe you following the Hebrew cosmology.
Hebrew cosmology? That's a thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Hebrew, but yeah, I never was aware that
Never heard Genesis?
Cosmology.
Never heard about Genesis?
Yeah, I heard about Genesis.
So that's Hebrew cosmology.
He heard about it, he just never believed it.
Which came first, the Earth or the Sun?
The Earth or the Sun? The Sun.
The globe.
If you're asking the Hebrew cosmology people, the Jews, I bet they would tell you the Sun.
That's not what they say. The sun is only on the third day, man.
So what was on the first
fourth day. Sun was created on the fourth day. Yeah.
Wait. Let me check this out for a second.
Really?
If I was in your faith, I would go based off what my religious book says, not what a man says. Just saying.
I mean, that's if you're religious. What if you're not?
Well, this is still a religion, isn't it? Heliocentrism is a religion proposed by the Vatican, by the Church.
Well, no.
Up until then, up until the Church didn't get involved, everybody knew that it was flat.
So Ragnar, you're a Catholic then?
No, I'm not. I'm not religious. I'm agnostic.
He believes that.
Why do you believe in the in that religion then?
Well, it's not a religion.
The space religion that was invented by a religious priest.
No. I mean, people conducted experiments over time, and they.
Bro, outer space, just like the Big Bang, that stuff was invented, not discovered.
Wait. I have a phone call. 1 second.
The Catholic priest. Okay, he has a phone call, but I'm just saying, guys, that the Catholic, the priest that invented the Big Bang, he didn't discover it. He invented it.
Yeah, that's correct. And Copernicus was hired by the Church to come with a different model, and this is what we came in, and the Church accepted and spread the word, the word with the news all over the world. This is a religion, and people don't know that they have this religion.
So Ragnar,
I had a phone.
Ragnar, the Big Bang.
Back to you guys, because I still can't see anything like on the server. Can you guys type in site chat or something?
You don't see anything in the server?
I think it's playing up. It's I think text chats. I think it's Discord wide. There seems to be some technical issue.
Discord wide. It's weird.
So Ragnar, the Big Bang, the creation story of the globe outer space religion, was invented by a priest. Invented by a priest.
A priest? Do you know the
from the Catholic Church?
Tell me the difference between a religion and a well substantiated theory.
To believe without proof, it's a religion.
Okay. And what is a theory in science?
In science, a scientific theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's a proposition.
No.
If A, then B.
No.
No, a scientific theory actually has been demonstrated and verified by
correct.
Experimented many times.
It's the highest level of proof we can achieve, and we only call it a theory not because it's a theoretical thing that we imagine. We call it a theory because in science we believe that there's nothing that is 100% fact. We always discover new things and we change our science according to the new observations. So if something new is discovered, then we consider that a stronger theory, which can win the.
Yeah, but you only reach the scientific theory after repeated experimentation and demonstration.
Correct.
Yeah.
which is why.
So outer space religion.
Sorry.
So outer space is bullshit then.
No,
so outer space and the Big Bang, that's not scientific theory.
Well, why is it not scientific theory then? According to those definitions, it should be.
What's the hypothesis?
Well, if we're talking about space, what specifically? Like we have in gravity, you can look at
anything.
Einstein's
What's the
general
hypothesis?
relativity.
Yeah, give me one of those hypotheses. Give me the hypothesis of general relativity, please.
The specific hypothesis.
Well,
like
if it's science, if it's science, you don't need to do anything. It's been done already. Papers have been published already. You just need to find them. Which you need to find out what's the theory, what's the
of what specific.
If it's science, it's dealing with cause and effect.
Yeah, I'm not going to claim that I know every specific argument and every specific theory in science. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you are, but you're saying things without support, isn't it? You're claiming science in the outer space, like Big Bang theory.
No, well, not. That's not a religion, and it's not a faith. It's well substantiated science.
No, it's not.
Well, just because we don't understand
science. What's the hypothesis?
I assume you're not able to.
What's the hypothesis for the Big Bang theory, please?
Oh, the hypothesis.
The expansion of the universe, stuff like that.
The hypothesis of the big.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Yeah, the hypothesis is that the volume of the universe was once a lot more contracted to the point where...
Is that a hypothesis?
That's not a valid hypothesis.
No.
You need a valid hypothesis.
Excuse me. I wasn't even done with my hypothesis, and you interrupted.
Yeah, but that's not a valid hypothesis.
Then that.
Why is it not a valid hypothesis?
Because
you're saying each super.
What's the phenomenon that we are studying?
You're all shouting at once.
The phenomenon is the phenomenon that we're observing is the galaxies that we see in the night sky all moving away from us.
So if galaxies,
and
then
to
what?
Explain it. No, not if galaxies, right? I said a lot more than if galaxies.
Yeah, nobody observed that. Nobody ever observed that, by the way.
George, what was the phenomenon that I stated?
You didn't state the phenomena yet.
I did say
galaxies.
Galaxy is a noun. It's not like an actual
galaxies, then what?
Nobody.
No, I didn't say if galaxies.
No.
What's the cause of galaxies?
I didn't say
no. He said galaxies moving away from us. Nobody observes that. Nobody ever observed that. Never in the history of man. Nobody ever observed galaxies moving away.
Sure thing, bud.
That's all, folks.
Even if we granted you that, what would your independent variable be?
Why did you mute him?
Why'd you mute me? What the fuck?
How are you going to test the cause, right? How are you going to manipulate something to test the cause of galaxies moving?
You can make a prediction as to what it would mean, and then go out and see if the prediction bears out true in your observations, right?
No, your hypothesis is the prediction. You're supposed to be manipulating an independent variable, something.
You're not listening to me.
Tangible.
You're not listening to me.
Yeah, you're not listening to me and the scientific method, which states that
let me give you an analogy.
As a researcher, manipulate the independent variable.
Yo, let me give you an analogy, all right? I go outside, the roof of my house is wet. I hypothesize that it rained overnight, okay? If it rained...
You guys were talking to Ragnar.
If it rained... it rained, then a prediction that I can make is that if I have a cat...
Wait, no, I concede the floor to Charlie. He can speak. I have nothing to say about the expansion.
They come in pairs.
No, it's it's for you right now.
He waited that people were talking to you for him to join and interrupt the conversation.
Well, I literally have nothing to add on like the expansion of the universe and stuff like that. That's like beyond my skill of expertise.
Experts on black holes and the universe? Really?
I don't know much about black holes besides.
Do you think there's such a thing? Experts on the universe?
Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
I have a degree
You
in
said
it.
expands. It's expanding into what?
I have a degree in it.
Oh, Charlie's a side.
Would you like to ask me a
Universe is
question?
expanding into what?
Excuse me?
You said the universe is expanding. It's expanding into what?
As in its volume is increasing.
Into what?
What do you mean into one? I don't know what you want me to answer. Its volume is increasing.
Yeah, so a volume increases into something, no?
No, not necessarily. The volume, the intrinsic volume that exists
How do you
in the
know it's
universe could be
increasing? Do you know the volume of the universe in order to know if it's increasing?
No, I don't know the volume of the universe, but I can tell you that.
How do you know it's increasing?
Because the volumes that we observe locally are increasing, and so we extrapolate that they must also be increasing in areas that we don't
You
observe.
allow Charlie to take over the conversation from the other guy. Fuck.
So it's just so story, isn't it?
That's one way of putting a scientific theory, I guess.
No, but there is no science to back it up, so it's a bullshit story.
I'm okay with you thinking that.
Exactly. No,
it's
it is
pseudoscience
not a
in the
scientific
first place.
theory. It's not a scientific theory.
I'm content with to let you continue thinking your delusion.
Can you define for us pseudoscience?
There you go. That's Charlie.
Can you define for us, please, pseudoscience?
No, I'm not going to dance around like a monkey for you.
Oh, you're not going to dance?
Well, I can. I'll do it for you. It's a collection or a collection of practices or beliefs mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. There you go.
Well,
sounds about right.
And this is the part that you are defending, pseudoscience. But you yourself are claiming to be science.
No, I'm not science. I'm a scientist.
You're a scientist. And you are a pseudoscientist because your proposition of outer space and Big Bang theory, there is no scientific support. It's not science. You cannot vary and manipulate what you think the lights in the sky are.
That's right. A scientific theory, Charlie, does not involve you just putting on a white coat and going, I've got an idea about the universe. I've got a degree in my pocket, says I'm a scientist. I've come up with an idea. That's a scientific theory. No, that is not a scientific theory.
I don't think any of you know enough physics to be able to tell me any of this.
We know enough to know that the researcher needs to vary and manipulate what he thinks causes the effect. That's for science.
Hey,
You're
Mr.
not doing science, though. That's
Mr.
pseudoscience.
Scientist, what keeps water in a cup?
What keeps water in a cup?
Yeah.
It depends how you're holding the cup. Am I holding it like a normal person? Gravity, I guess.
Okay, gravity, beautiful.
And
So
the
you're not
containers of the force that's imparted by the containers of the cup, I guess, on the sides as well.
Okay, are you done? You said gravity, so we're going to go with that.
Well, it's not what keeps it in the cup from the sides, right? Gravity keeps it
the air pressure
going up. Oh, and I guess also the bottom of the cup keeps it from falling through the cup.
Oh. It's in a container.
So it's the cup itself that keeps the water in the cup.
What keeps the water from flying out of it from inside the container?
What keeps the water from flying out of it?
Yeah.
Gravity.
Beautiful. Wow. Now I'm going to take that cup of water and put it in my vacuum chamber and remove the air so I can isolate it down to gravity. And guess what happened to my water?
It'll evaporate.
So it's not gravity holding it down in a cup, Mr. Scientist.
Okay, sure. I left out the air pressure on top of the gravity. Sure.
Air pressure.
How strong is the air pressure compared to gravity?
You've been debunked, Mr. Scientist.
How strong? I believe the air pressure is quite a lot stronger than gravity, actually.
Air pressure is stronger than gravity. Oh, I'm going to have to put that in my notebook.
He doesn't know what gravity is, and he's just making imaginary claims.
You guys are so hostile.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Yeah, air is stronger than the bending of space-time, because the bending of space-time is a concept.
But
pseudo-Riemannian for space. Yeah, it's what it's the geometry that Einstein explains is theory. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're familiar with pseudo-Riemannian geometry?
Well, it's pseudo for starters, not real. It's a sham. So
you think that's what it means?
No force whatsoever. Yeah, even if I fart, it's stronger than gravity.
So wait, you think that, like, for example, the pseudo inverse of a matrix doesn't exist because it's pseudo and therefore it's a sham?
No, it's pseudo-Riemannian for space, length, width, height, and time. Yeah, a concept. Not a force. Boy. It doesn't hold anything in place. A concept.
It's not a concept. It's a well-proven experiment.
I just took your lab
experiment.
Code away.
Wow.
Yeah.
I took your lab code away.
Familiar with the Eddington experiment?
What experiment?
The Eddington experiment, which proved Einstein's general relativity.
So science.
The one where he cherry-picked the photographic plates and kept only the ones that supported his theory.
Plates? What plates are you talking about?
The photographic plates that he took of when he went over to, where was it, Madagascar or Reunion Island?
Amish, he doesn't know what it is, so there's no reason to tell him.
Okay, I won't divulge anymore.
What's their hypothesis?
Are you asking me?
You claim an experiment. Yeah, I don't know what the experiment you're claiming. You are claiming it. I'm just asking, what's the hypothesis for your experiment?
Well, I can give you the link to the experiment. You can read about it if you want.
We already know about it.
It should be simple. This causes that. Should be simple.
You can tell us. You tell us right now.
Well, I could do that, or I can give you the link so you can read for yourself. If I'm going to say it out loud.
We already know it. We're testing your knowledge because we know what the Eddington 1919 experiment was about.
He's trying to quickly read it.
Yeah.
Just admit you don't.
Googling it on the fly.
Well, no, I'm not really doing that. I'm just.
Yes, you really are.
If you're, I'm just
so obvious, bro.
If you guys are familiar with it, then why are you asking me to read it?
You are claiming it,
dude. You're making baseless claims.
Yeah, we're testing your ability to assess the knowledge claims of this experiment, which you have not done. So you haven't proven anything to yourself.
The objective of the experiment was to test whether light does actually bend due to gravity.
Duh.
What do you mean, duh? You asked me to read
gravity.
it out for you. So do you want me to read it out for you or not?
Dude, yeah, listen. I'm going to post my picture again, and you're going to point to the stars that are being warped around it. I took this one. It's like Eden.
Well, let me finish reading out the experiment. So, he wanted to make sure that it confirms Einstein's theory over the Newtonian physics. The method of which he did this was he took his team to observe a solar eclipse. This was around 1919, I think. It was from, I think, West Africa and Brazil.
Just reading all that.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. It's so obvious. You're just reading this on the spot. Right? If we wanted to Google an answer, we'd just Google it ourselves. Just admit you don't know what you're talking about and just pass it on to someone else.
I'm just literally explaining to you what the experiment was. And you're not.
No, you're reading it from chat.
How do you know that I'm reading it and not just saying what it was?
You didn't know anything about it till you searched it. Then you said,
you would give us the punchline right away.
I literally just. And now you guys are making assumptions about if I'm reading it or not without even having evidence.
You're not giving us the punchline. You're telling us a story.
So you want the punchline or the?
Well, if you know about it, it should be in the tip of your tongue.
You keep asking me for different things, so you have to be concise and tell me exactly what you want.
You just admitted 10 minutes ago you don't know anything about this topic, and you passed it off to Charlie. Now you've Googled something while Charlie was talking, and you're acting like you know what you're talking about, but it's so obvious to everyone here that you're just reading on the spot. You don't know
Not
what
to
you're
everyone.
talking about.
It's just
hence the
you guys
pauses,
assuming.
hence the unnatural way you're saying it. You're just reading it. You just admitted you were reading it.
I apologize for that's my way of speaking. If you don't like it, then I can give the floor to someone else.
You admitted you were reading it, dumbass. You
When
said
did
you
I
want me to
admit I
keep
was reading it?
this.
He can read it or say it. Don't argue about talking. Just continue the conversation. He's gonna claim the pseudoscience. Give him rope to hang himself.
Okay. So when during the eclipse, it basically gave them the ability to see and photograph stars near the sun's edge, which they couldn't do in pure daylight because of obviously the light. But during the eclipse, they could do it. And what they found out is that the position of a star that was witnessed during the night sky is different during the eclipse than what they witnessed in the sky, evidently. So they calculated the distance, and they used Einstein's general relativity, and they found out that with the close proximity to where he predicted the star would be, it indeed was. So that was the basis
that's
of
a
that.
bunch of bullshit. Anyway, I posted a picture of the eclipse I took. There's no filter on that. I want you to circle the stars for me so I can look them up to make sure they were warped around that thing.
Well, the stars don't warp. The light from the stars warp.
Yeah, so circle where the stars are in that picture. There's no filter. That's straight from my P900. And I will look on that time and see where the stars are supposed to be and see how much they warped around the sun, okay?
I don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Circle the fucking stars.
Circle the stars in the photo that you presented?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any stars in this specific picture.
There you go.
So you're saying basically
Genius.
you have a
Genius.
photo of something that was not in fact the actual experiment.
That's a high definition photo. Do you want to compare this with the 1919?
Well, just because.
Can you circle the stars, please?
Again, it depends on the angle which you took this photo, where you took the photo.
Straight on, you dumbass.
No, again, you're not listening. It depends on when you took the photo, where you took the photo, the angle you took the photo. There are many variables that can account for why you did not see stars in this specific picture. Also, it also depends on the angle you took it from the eclipse itself. There are many variables that you have to take into account. Just because you don't see it in the specific photo doesn't mean they're not there.
That's your answer then? I was in the wrong place?
I didn't say you were in the wrong place. I said there are multiple variables you need to account for when you're looking for stars in the eclipse. And just because you didn't see it in this specific photo does not mean it does not.
The eclipse with my camera with no filter, and that's what it looks like. Circle the stars like he did in his eclipse.
So if I take a picture with my camera and I show you curvature of the Earth, will you believe me that the curvature exists?
I can't, because I've already measured it flat. So you lying to me
is otherwise.
You lying to me is not going to make my measurements change.
But you showed me one picture and told me I need to believe what you say because you took the picture. So if I show you a picture of what I took and I show it to you, then do you have to believe what I'm saying because I showed you a picture?
No, because I can measure.
Well, I can show you my photo.
It's not an experiment anyway, Ragnar. What you detailed was not an experiment. It was a formal logical fallacy.
It's literally called the Eddington experiment.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's called
what you want
affirming
from that.
the consequent. It's not an experiment. It's a logical fallacy.
It's not a logical fallacy. Just because you don't know what an experiment is doesn't mean it's not an experiment.
It wasn't an experiment. Not a scientific one anyway. Did not have a valid hypothesis. Yeah, because it's an affirming.
You're a scientist? Are you a scientist?
No, I understand what logical.
Okay, so how can you know if it's an experiment or not?
Eddington did. He said, if I'm correct about space-time, and if the sun is this massive body that I assume it to be, and if it's distorting space-time around it, then I shall observe X. Oh, I observed X, therefore I'm correct.
Well, that is an experiment.
No, that's an affirming the
Also,
concept.
using different scientific tools to determine that you're correct is also part of the
If
experiment.
P then Q, Q therefore P.
It's the same.
That's what
It's the
he did.
same.
Scientific tools.
It's the same thing as doing an experiment of gravity in a lab. You use a vacuum chamber. You drop two objects to the ground.
there
You
is
assume
none.
that gravity is going
There's
to pull
no
them down. At the same
Really? Bending of space time in a lab?
No, what I'm saying is the method is the same. There's no difference between a vacuum tube you use to check the acceleration of due to gravity than the Eddington experiment. They're both done similarly.
Things don't fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
Well, they do.
Oh, they don't. And so you have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Well, I can show you an experiment on YouTube if you don't believe me.
Oh, are we going to go to YouTube for that? Because I'll give you the one where things don't fall at the same rate.
Can you show me that? Yeah, sure. I'll be willing to look at that. Can you post it in SciChat?
Do we live in a vacuum chamber by any chance?
Yeah, I got 10 folders I got to click through to get to that one, okay? Give me a second.
Okay, take your time.
It's already posted.
Sure, I'll take a look at it.
Lithium and lead fall the slowest in a vacuum.
I can't see anything in this quality. Is it just for me that it looks like pixels?
Yeah, so you can't read the elements across the top, and you can't read.
Everything's blurry. What's the quality on this clip?
I have bad eyes, and I can see the first one is lithium.
I can barely see the objects in this experiment, and also
That's okay. Don't worry about it then.
They also are not
looking at the YouTube video.
Don't look at it.
The second second thing is they don't all start from the same height.
Yeah, they do. They all start from a stop position.
No, they don't. Look at the clip again.
They do. Yes.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Posted the tower for you. How they do
I'm literally looking at the clip as we're speaking right now. They're not all starting from the same height.
Chamber.
It's a really bad. This is a really bad done experiment. This is not how you conduct the experiment. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's how you do it. That's how you test if things fall vacuum.
You have to drop the items from the same height, which clearly did not happen in this experiment.
You're an idiot because all you did was watch that one little clip instead of reading the rest of it.
No, you gave me this clip. It's not something that I posted.
Thomas did, and there's more to it than you just watching.
Well, show me that where's more to it then.
Scroll up.
Is it all written or is it actual a video?
Both. And after they did this, they were no longer allowed to do this.
The government came in and arrested them?
No.
What happened then?
You tell me what happened in this experiment.
I don't even know what's going on in this experiment. It looks like a certain anti-gravity has just been induced into that tube, and things started floating, and then suddenly everything just crashes and bounces up and down at once.
So you understand, because this is going to be hard for you. They have a very tall tower, and it's a vacuum chamber, and inside that they can put a capsule with a camera. And so they did, and they took a picture of that box with the elements, pulled it all the way to the top, and stopped, and then click, let go. And as this falls, lithium and lead fall the slowest. And then it hits the bottom, and they jump all around.
That's not the right way to conduct the experiment, I'm sorry.
What's the right way to drop something?
In a vacuum chamber.
It is a vacuum chamber.
In the same inertial reference in the same frame of
all that. Yeah, it's all the same.
You're dropping something that has no air in a frame of reference that has air. It's not the same. Also,
the
you can
frame of
clearly
reference
see
is inside the vacuum chamber.
you can clearly see that the objects do not start at the same position.
Hey, buddy.
Dude, it's in a vacuum chamber.
All the information you need about this is posted in the side chat by Amish.
Yeah, they're all sitting on the bottom of the little container they're in, which is inside the world's largest vacuum drop tower, right? Which there's photos of in the side chat there.
So the tower has
and you can see the
tower is also airless.
Yeah, it's the world's biggest drop tower. It's it's a big vacuum chamber in Germany. It's called the Bremen drop tower or something like that.
I'll read about
probably
it.
Have to post that for him. He doesn't believe in things, so let me post that too.
I'll take a moment to read about it.
I'll just give you the video on the drop tower so you don't have to strain yourself. Here you go. What's inside? It shows you how they do the drop. It's a vacuum chamber. We can throw out everything drops at the same rate, so gravity's been debunked by that too.
Not that we don't know, that's been debunked in 1915.
Debunked live on here 3 times with video with me in a vacuum chamber and a glass of water. And they fucking freak out when I do it. All I have to do is get them to agree that water is held down by gravity and it's over for them. Or space-time, either one. It debunks both.
The thing that they forget is that there is no down on a sphere. Up and down is in respect to a flat plane. A sphere is inwards and outwards. So there is no up and down. When they say things fall down now, there is no down on a sphere.
Yeah, there's no up or down in reality, brother.
Robert,
no, up and down is on a vertical, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Robert, you were debunked earlier. You're in second place now.
I've never been debunked by any of you. Never.
Yeah, me. Every time I talk to you.
Sit down.
Never. You have never debunked me. You're committed to your feelings, but you have not debunked anything I've said. You don't want to believe me.
I just experiment. I experiment. I don't use feelings.
What? No. Flat Earth is purely feelings. Purely.
No.
Purely feelings. Pure.
Only for you.
No,
just don't forget to thank the church, man, for your religion.
No,
the globe.
Church is your religion. Flat Earth is based on the church.
You are the one who believe in this Copernicus model proposed by the church.
No.
And Kepler and all these guys, Lemaitre,
the dome, foundation, unmovable.
Hey, that's you, man. That's your religion, not mine.
That's religion. That's your religion. That flat Earth is based in religion, 100%.
No. The world always been flat until the church came in.
No. It's been flat until science discovered otherwise.
No. Just read the Bible, man. Genesis. Yeah, the world always been from the get go. Yeah, the world always been measured flat.
See,
the church knew it. The church knew until the Pope. One day, contracted Copernicus to propose a different model, which was accepted by the church, and they changed the worldview. But up until then, they knew the world was flat. I mean, even the navigation systems that we use today, based on the old-fashioned way, flat, that is.
Yeah, what science anyway, Robert?
What science? What science was what?
What
At least
science?
Ragnar got the heat off of him from this distraction of Robert. That's good.
No, hey, yo, the science.
I'm just reading.
Gravity is one of the science.
Gravity?
Absolutely.
Funny, hilarious. That's comedy for us. So thank you for that. So what science is used with the theory of gravity? Do you have the experiment?
Yes, Cavendish.
Cavendish is mass attracting mass, and it's going sideways, so not a downward vector. Thank you. So
downward vector.
Besides being Newtonian, that once again you're bringing up oh, shut the fuck up. So you're bringing up a debunked model of mass attracting mass, which has been superseded. Do you know what superseded means? It means replaced completely by general relativity. So you're still bringing up 110-year-old debunked Newtonian gravity, which doesn't exist. And like I said, was debunked 109 years ago or so. So you want to keep bringing up this bullshit.
Yeah, you don't know that Cavendish G is in both GR and Newtonian mechanics.
Okay, great. So you called it an experiment. So what is the independent control, the one that's manipulated? What was manipulated?
Many things. For example, the torsion rod and the mass. Yes, sir.
What was the naturally occurring phenomenon? That's the starting place.
The natural occurring is things being attracted to the ground. Yes, sir.
To the ground. So in Cavendish, it's something being attracted to the ground.
Yes, things attracting to the ground. Absolutely.
That's assuming your cause in the observation.
No. Things are going to the things are going to the ground, brother. No, brother.
Yo, can you let me ask Robert a question?
No, just wait. Leave out the attraction part.
Things are going to the ground. It's just speech.
Right, okay.
Just speech.
Right. Okay. There we go. Good.
Go ahead, T-Dub, and then we'll let your Pendos ask him the question.
No.
I'll just mute Robert while you're talking because he can't not interrupt.
He conceded. That was enough. I observed things moving toward the ground. That was enough for me. That was good because he's not adding in the extra parts, the thing which he's trying to prove.
Well, what he was trying to demonstrate was the density of Earth. Is it there in the chat, Cavendish?
That's right. Yes, that's Cavendish. Cavendish.
Yeah, not gravity though.
Yes, gravity.
The density of Earth is not gravity. No.
Yeah, yes.
Also, as that paper there shows, it's based on the Earth's R value. It's been debunked. Yeah, the R value. Yeah, the radius of Earth. You know what that means? The R value of Earth, the radius of Earth.
Space attracts things.
No.
Space attracts things.
Brother, Robert. You said that Cavendish, the mass attracts mass sideways. But when I go to the store and I see your massive sister, why don't I feel attracted to her?
What? Are you really strawmanning?
No, you said Cavendish, the things are attracting to each other, right? The sideways, Cavendish?
No, if mass, then mass attracts mass.
Yeah, but when I go to the store and I see the massive lady, she's attracted to the huge cereal bowl. But I don't feel attracted to her. So what's happening there, brother?
Let me know when you're done playing around.
What is
Come
mass
on, brother,
anyway?
tell me why. Tell me why there's no attraction there. Brother. Are you there, brother?
Let me know when you're finished playing around.
I think brother is not talking anymore. So all right, brother, you're done for tonight.
Let me know when you're finished playing around.
Oh, you're here, brother? You're here, brother? Okay, so why don't I feel attracted to the massive lady?
What are you talking about massive ladies for?
You said the mass attracts mass.
Oh boy, I'll be right back when he's finished because he's in the play mode.
Can you let me ask my question now?
Yeah, ask your question to the brother.
Okay, Robert of Utah, earlier you were saying that time is a physical constant. Can you explain how we physically move time?
Hands on the clock, brother.
You're doing it right now where you stand. Absolutely.
How am I physically moving time?
Yes, you're changing time. You're changing the displacement.
You're getting older.
No, I'm not talking about the displacement. How am I moving time itself, dude?
He just ran away, Pendos.
You do your own calendar. That's how you do it,
brother.
Do your own calendar. Call the year 5054.
Yeah, if you hold in the calendar and you move the pages of the calendar, you're moving time.
Yeah, just go by a different date. Look at the Hindus. They have their own calendar, different from ours. The Jews, the same. It's normal, different religion, different calendars.
Hindu's not a religion.
So they do have thousands of gods then.
Yeah, but their religion is called Vedantis.
I see. It's still a belief without proof, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually, one of their gods called
makes it a religion, though.
One of
the
their
religion
gods,
is exactly that.
One of their gods called Krishna says, "Even the atheists believe in me," and he's the sustainer. He's essentially saying the atheists believe the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, that's where the idea of Christ comes from, isn't it, Krishna? But that's not a discussion to have on this one. That's for a different platform.
Here's a quote from one of Robert's peers, right? A fellow theoretical physicist, Ethan Siegel. It is strongly suspected that one of the major factors at play was the well-known psychological factor of confirmation bias. He is referring to the Cavendish experiment, not experiment. It's like me at work. I'm going to share this story with you guys. I'm working in the bar, and I serve many people. There's these two guys drinking, and one of them, at some point, he says, I can feel the rotation of the earth. I went to him. I removed his glass away. He said, hey, where are you going with my glass? Well, if you can feel the rotation of the earth, it's because you're drunk, because the earth is not moving. And I didn't serve him anymore. He got really upset.
You need to wear a T-shirt that says "Earth is flat."
Bro,
oh yeah,
Joe, you're just posting stuff like from I don't know from the internet. You're not even discussing the thing itself. He's just Googling and posting in the side chat, not even having conversation about it, nothing at all. Is that an intellectual discussion you're having here? Just Googling and then posting, and then that's it?
He's too shy.
Robert made it back. It didn't take him long.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, brother, are you back, brother?
Robert, you want to answer my question now? How do you physically move time?
But this don't work, But this don't work. Me go pick up a tool for my cousin, So me come back now. So what's going on?
So how do you physically move time? You never answered that.
Well, gravity moves time. You are a gravitation. Hold on. You have mass. That means you are also displacing time.
Does your sister has mass trouble?
So if you're gaining weight, that means you're manipulating time.
Oh, absolutely. For sure.
Oh, shit.
So, brother, how come I don't feel attracted to the massive lady? How come?
The gravity is the weakest natural force in our universe. There are 4 of them. Do you know what they are?
Yet it's so strong it moves time, right?
It's moving time all the time.
It makes things orbit. It holds things down. It does everything to everything in every direction.
Oh,
at
yes,
every distance.
absolutely. Absolutely. That's science. It's 3-dimensional.
Faster than the speed of light.
Gravity knows what to do and when to do it.
No, it
Very
doesn't know.
smart.
It just
It
does
knows which math, how to divide and calculate and conquer mass.
It's just like electromagnetism is one of the other natural forces in our universe.
Gravity does math for you at school in the exam.
It knows about time machines. Every ball, gravity is a time machine with every ball. It knows how to math time.
I wouldn't go that far about time machine.
Hey, brother, when you put gases when you put water in a chamber and then you remove the pressure in the chamber, what happens to the water? This is from Radwin, by the way.
Oh, you mean evaporation? Yes, sir.
Evaporation. So why didn't gravity hold it?
Yeah, gravity failed and it didn't hold the water down.
No, there's a gradient. There's a pressure gradient that's created. That's gravity.
No, I removed the air pressure and the water left too. Has fucked the air pressure gradient you want to claim.
The water is still in the chamber, brother. In a gradient. Come on.
No, it's not. You're an idiot, dude. You've never done one experiment in your life. You got a degree from Arizona online. 6 months.
Lord. Arizona.
Barbados.
Barbados online.
Yes. Water goes in this gaseous state inside of the chamber, and it's a gradient. Yes, sir. Measured by a barometer.
It evacuates because I leave the pump running. You dummy.
You can if you want. You'll also suck.
That's how you simulate a universe. That's how you simulate an ever-expanding, lowering in pressure universe. You leave the pump running.
Yeah, leave the pump running. It's going to suck everything out. Of course. Everybody knows that. Welcome to science.
So when people say this university is the best in the world, and then we have Roberts University, that's not the best in the world?
No, it wouldn't be the best, no.
I can tell.
But it would be pretty good.
Okay, Rafiki.
Hey, brother, is your university Trinidad and Tobago?
My university is, I will not give that information. That's personal.
That's personal.
Yeah, so like Lion King University.
It's your own personal university.
Lion King University. Nice one.
Well, everything that I've told you is repeatable. It is verifiable. Everything I've told you is online, is researchable. Everything.
No.
Yes, sir.
He's graduated from the SpongeBob Academy. It's located at Bikini Bottom.
Everything that I've told you is researchable.
Yeah, that's on Google. You can look up Google.
Everything is researchable. Everything.
Everything the light touches is your kingdom. Asante sana, squash banana.
If there's anybody listening objectively, anybody that's listening objectively, everything I have mentioned is indeed verifiable.
No, it's not.
Caribbean science.
You have not been able to tell me how I can hand Amish 30 minutes of time. You are a fucking retard, dude.
Big man, you're displacing time. Come on now. You don't hand people time. What is that? That's traumatizing my argument.
It's not physical. It's not a physical thing, man.
Are hands the only measure of physical things?
You said it was physical before.
Yep. I heard it too.
We all heard it, and it's recorded anyway.
And that you can manipulate it because it's physical. So you elaborated on its physicality.
Yes. Yes, it is manipulatable. Yes, time is manipulatable.
Okay, how do you manipulate time?
So you never get late for work then?
Well, gravity is one of the things that manipulates time. Yes, indeed, sir.
No, you said
Jesus
you can
Christ,
manipulate it, bro.
You are also causing a gravitational influence in your environment. So yes, you are manipulating time.
Okay, so great. How are you manipulating time? Slowing it down, speeding it up, or stopping it?
That's right. Because you're on a gravitational influence, you are actually slowing down time around you. Yes, indeed.
Okay, what is the mechanism that you're using to manipulate time? The physical mechanism. What physical mechanism are you using?
Your math.
Flux capacitor.
No, that's movies. Come on to the movies, guys. The movies are old and wrong.
If time,
I got your degree from Starfleet Academy. None of us can compete with that.
Starfleet Academy. Why you guys watch so much TV?
If time is physical, shut up. If time is physical, then you must be able to manipulate it with a mechanism, a physical mechanism.
Yes, your math.
Your what?
Your math. You are a physical thing.
Your math.
You are manipulating that. Math. Your math.
Your math is not a physical mechanism. That's not a mechanism.
Yes, your math. Yes, it is. Math is
your
a mechanism.
Math is not a mechanism.
Big man, we do not have a machine that we have invented yet to manipulate time because we're not that advanced.
So you lied. So you lied about it.
No. I'm not lying. Your math.
Yeah, you did.
Your
we
math.
all heard it.
Your math is displacing time.
You don't have cloaking
Your math
here.
is displacing time. Gravitational wave was just detected by the LIGO project. The LIGO project.
Very Harry.
Those are Nobel. And Einstein, in the Einstein equation,
so there's a wave now.
Are manipulating mass, and you have gravitational lensing that was observed.
It's also a lens. Wow.
That gravitational lensing means that gravity manipulates everything around it, including time.
You lied about. You said that it was a physical. Time was a physical property, had physical properties, and that you could manipulate it. You didn't say lensing would manipulate it. You didn't say gravity would manipulate it. You said you could, or anybody could manipulate it.
Yes. Everyone is manipulating time right now.
You smoking those time crystals.
I'll tell you.
You popping some time crystals into your pipe and smoking it.
Yeah, I'm asking you how.
Everyone is manipulating time where they are right now because of your math.
Okay, great. I'm asking you how.
Time crystals, dude.
How is that actually physically done? I'm asking you what the mechanism is. You went into fantasy land. Can you please?
No, I did not. I did not. I did not.
You went to some kind of magical lensing.
Gravity.
Yeah, that's not.
You are causing a gravitational displacement around you.
Not a human being manipulating time. We want to know how a human being can manipulate time. You said it's physical and it's manipulatable. Right. So
it's manipulatable.
So how are humans able to manipulate time?
By getting old. You can manipulate time using altitude and speed.
And so, what is the physical representation of it being physically manipulated? There must be a difference from A to B. What is the evidence of you? What are you using as evidence to show that time was actually physically manipulated, showing a change from point A to point B?
Time dilation.
Nope. Atomic clocks are out.
Yeah,
nobody's talking about atomic clocks. No.
Don't feed the troll. Let him.
There are seven.
Regurgitate his own BS.
There are seven.
We're not talking about 7 anythings. You're going to tell him how you manipulate time.
You manipulate time by just standing where you are. You're manipulating time. Indeed.
So the difference.
Yeah, by staying where you are, the clock stops. Yeah.
Bro, this guy's a lunatic. Like, are you for real?
No, guys, all of what I'm saying.
I saw that movie too, Robert. It was called Dune. They use the spice and they can travel through space without moving.
Everything I'm saying is verifiable.
Can you give a citation for that? That just by standing, we're manipulating time? Can you give a citation for that?
Okay, Duke Atreides, you can manipulate time with the spice.
So much movies. I've not even seen that movie. Somebody told me about that Dune garbage. I hate that stuff. Anyways,
you're basically quoting science fiction.
No. Time is a physical quantity. It is a fundamental physical quantity in your environment, and therefore it can be manipulated.
Okay, pour a fucking liter of time into a jar and hand it to me.
No, that's not how you manipulate time. Stop.
You said physically. You said physical quantity.
Come on, no. Are you saying jars? Okay.
You said a physical quantity. What the fuck?
Tell you what.
Hey Robert. How much time is in a cubic meter of space?
Pour electromagnetism in a glass. Go ahead. Pour electromagnetism in a glass. Go ahead.
I want a cubic meter of time.
I want a cubic meter of electromagnetism. Go.
No.
Nobody's claiming.
No, you claim time is physical. So I would like to know how much time is in a cubic meter of space.
No. The reason why I'm saying because electric current is also a physical quantity.
Well, stop skipping it to different subjects. Stick to the topic.
There's 7 of them, and they're all manipulatable. Time is one.
Yeah, we're talking about time right now. You said it's a physical quantity. We want to know how you measured that physical quantity of time.
Right. Yeah. You can measure like electricity by taking a car battery and zapping your nuts with it. You can't do that with time.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Absolutely, you can. Mm-hmm. And that's not electricity. But I tell you what, time is measured by you have the clock. That's what measures
seconds,
the time.
Yeah. No, you're measuring the periodicity of the mechanism.
No. You're measuring time.
Yeah.
Time. Speed is time over distance. Yes. You divide distance by time, you get speed. Time is one of the constants in this equation. Correct?
Oh, it's a constant, so it's not an independent variable. Excellent job. You go, man. You just shot yourself in the foot.
Oh Lord! Again, if time is a constant, time is
universal constant, right?
Right. Time. No. Time is a variable in the equation, and it's also the constant in the equation.
Controlled variable. It's a controlled variable.
Come on, man. Time is what we get from the lights in the sky.
Right. No,
unless you can control them, vary and manipulate those lights in the sky, you cannot manipulate time.
We built a device that goes roundy, based on
distance.
Based on the sky.
Distance is physical quantity as well. This distance is made up of length, height,
linear. Yeah,
all of those are 3 physical quantities, just like time, and those are all manipulatable. Thank you very much, sir.
So if I wait 20 minutes, how many miles have I have I traveled?
How fast are you traveling?
No. If I wait 20 minutes, how much have I traveled?
How fast are you traveling?
No, I'm just waiting 20 minutes.
You're waiting 20 minutes.
Yep.
Right. Your time is 20 minutes.
And how much have I traveled?
How fast are you traveling?
And just 20 minutes.
At the speed of light.
Right. How fast are you traveling? You added the variable of traveling.
Time didn't do anything, did it? I still in the same place.
You added the distance. That's all you did, right? But you need how fast are you traveling?
No. I'm not moving. I'm just waiting 20 minutes. How much have I traveled?
No, you're manipulating time in that moment that you're in. 20 minutes. You have actually manipulated time 20 minutes. That's what you have done.
Dude, please don't tell anybody that you went to college for anything because they're going to punch you in the mouth.
You just don't understand. You're criticizing something you don't understand. That's your problem. That's not my problem. Everybody go and Google it. Time is manipulatable. And gravity, mass manipulates time.
What's mass?
Your mass changes time.
Can you cite which university claims that? Can you cite that? Citation, please.
Speed and altitude.
Citation, please. Citation, please.
Definitely do that. Just
which university teaches this? Citation, please. Yeah, citation, Robert. You're talking rubbish right now, out of your arse. Yeah. That's enough with this bullshit. Enough with this bullshit. You're not posting anything to back up your claims.
Yes, in your mind. You don't
post a
understand
citation from a reputable university that uses what you just said.
Yeah. You just don't understand it.
And that they are able to manipulate that as well. I want a demonstrable experiment.
I want to see them make time slow down or speed up too.
I just want to see myself before going back in time. I could correct myself if I could just manipulate for 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it's silly. Cartoons.
Hey, Robert, can you go and tell the future us about all this time shit so we can understand what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm going to use for my advantage and play the lottery. All right, gentlemen, have a good night, everyone. Cheers.
He's going to get citations, so
Is George?
It's a short time that we'll have to wait because he's going to get citations on how to manipulate time.
Hey, Robert, brother, I have a documentary that debunks you. It's called The Land Before Time. So there was land and there was no time. You're done.
Well, shut down Ragnar today with his everything falls at the same rate. We got rid of him. He can no longer speak on that.
Well, I'm here. I definitely watched the experiment, and I'm sorry to say that it does not comply with what you claimed.
Oh yeah, lead and lithium fall the slowest.
Well, not really, because you can obviously see in the video.
Yes, really, yes, really.
Can you give me the write-up for that, or an article that explained the experiment? Because there's nothing in your things that you provided.
Ragnar, do you agree with the outer space religion priest Robert V. Utah?
We'll get to the outer space priest after you give me the site.
I'm not giving you anything.
So there's no article about it? It's just a video clip?
What's the article going to say? We drop things at the same time.
Well, how they did... No, the article...
These two fell the slowest.
No, let me explain. Every experiment you do that is a credible experiment and requires peer review is basically you have to write it down in an article and write the abstract, what you're trying to experiment, how the experiment was done, all the calculations, all that stuff. I don't see any attached document that explains any of this. It's just a video, and you can clearly see in the video that it's demonstrating zero gravity.
Here's how it goes.
One second. One second. Let me finish. So when the objects go up, you clearly see
all things will fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
No, that's not the claim, because you can clearly. One second. You can clearly see in the tube when the quote unquote experiment begins that the objects do not start at the same altitude. You can see that by yourself with your own eyes. It's not me lying to you. They don't start at the same altitude. So even if gravity,
one second. So even if a capsule being dropped, they all start at the same time. You're just an idiot. That's all. I'm sorry to tell you. Nobody's ever called you an idiot before.
Even if gravity was applied on the items and they were falling at the same acceleration rate, they're still not starting at the same altitude. So you still can't.
Yes, they are, you retard.
Well, just because you said so, that doesn't mean it's true. If you have a paper, I'm more than willing to read the paper.
Go watch it.
Again, you have to provide me with the write up on the experiment, how it was done, because nothing's explained here. It's just a video. It doesn't mean anything. It's pointless. But nice try. I appreciate the effort.
You don't like that things don't fall at the same rate, do you?
I think it's you who doesn't like it, but I'm sorry, it's
they
not going to conform to your
They don't fall
idea.
at the same rate, you dummy.
Yeah, well, Ragnar, it's great to have you back. I mean, I hope you learned some kind of
Crit?
lesson yesterday.
The what? A lesson?
Yeah.
Well, he was on something yesterday. You could tell by the way he was acting.
Yeah, like just
I was probably high again.
Just overall, you're like, hey, you know the Earth is a globe because flat earthers mute you. And then you ended up spamming the text chat till they had to time you out of the server. You were locked out of the whole server for a little while.
I must have lost control.
Do you have the info on why they're not allowed to run that experiment again?
If you can provide me with the article that I requested about the experiment, I'll explain to you maybe why they weren't allowed to. And can you show me the evidence that they weren't allowed to?
You think that gravity is a constant or an average? Which one? I'm trying to ask with you. But
gravity is a force. It's
okay. Is it a constant force
on Earth?
Or an average?
It's not an average. On Earth, it's
not. Okay, well look that up. You're in heresy with your own model right now.
No, it depends on gravity can be on any different on different stars. It can change, right? Because you have different.
Oh, don't say right. Don't say right like we agree with you, right?
Okay, so I'll rephrase. Gravity on Earth, for example, is not the same as gravity on the moon.
Gravity on Earth isn't the same as gravity on Earth.
Gravity on Earth is well-founded.
Different spots.
Theory.
So you have different things going on.
On different spots, they have different things going on.
Yeah.
What do you?
Yeah, look it up. Check it out. One of the people, like native or ancient cultures, used to use this aspect to try to find underground water with a dowsing rod.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. But
well, yeah, I mean this is where you would educate yourself on, what people knew, when, where, why, and how. So, in your worldview, a dowsing rod should not work.
It would
I don't
be
know what
impossible.
a Dowsian rod is. So
Yeah, well, look into it.
I can look
This is
into
practical engineering done by ancient cultures to find well water.
Ancient cultures. That's correct. We're not ancient anymore. We have technology today.
So you could deny it. You can burn books and try to rewrite history, but it won't work. People have passed these knowledge. People pass this knowledge down through the generations.
Yeah, people in the past.
So you can pretend.
Used to sacrifice
You can
their kids
pretend
to
it didn't exist, and put your head in the sand and make it seem like human history started the day you were born. But it's not going to work, dude. People know that you were born yesterday.
Well, I'll just reply by saying a lot of things were supposedly known back in the ancient cultures, and people would do heinous things like sacrifice their kids to the god of sun or the god of the moon, in the name of whatever religion they believed in. And we developed over time, and science was more founded and based over time as technology progressed, and now we know more than we knew in the past, and that's why we progressed. And today we know.
No, you know less. You are less fit right now
If
than
you're
you
looking
are.
in the past for things that
If they were to say, "Hey, let's take away your modern cave, which has comfort and air conditioning," you wouldn't last the night.
how is that relevant to the debate? I don't understand.
Because you make it seem like you're smart. You're less in tune with nature and reality.
It still doesn't mean let's just say I'm a person who doesn't like nature. That still doesn't mean the Earth is flat or a globe. I don't.
So you don't like truth? You don't like reality? You just like the fantasy? You like the comfortable fantasy of the screen and the computer and people delivering you the stuff? You don't like the real world. You don't like the real world out there.
No, I live in the real world. I like the facts and you know.
I mean, you're saying that you know better than your ancestors because you have science.
I said we as humanity, not me specifically. I don't hold any scientific laboratories in my house or in my
compared to your ancestor. Are you the arbiter of truth? You're the one. You know better than all Asian civilizations. You're the one.
Well, it depends what kind of person you're at. Just like a regular civilian on the street, I would say yes. We know more today than we know now. Obviously, it's the age of technology and the age of information. Everything is accessible on the internet. It didn't used to be this way.
Everything is accessible in the internet. You're saying that all of the physical history, all of the textbooks, everything is on the internet now. You can just click, find it on the internet. Everything, all history, all civilizations, all architecture, all of the architectures. You could find everything on the internet.
History, but again, if you discover any ancient,
if you go to the internet right now, you could find everything in the past history of all of the civilizations. You can just find it.
Almost everything, yeah.
So not everything, almost everything, and
some things probably
everything
during time.
Almost everything is not everything, is it?
But here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. Even if we let's say we erase all our archives and the internet ceases to be, like a big apocalypse happens and we don't have any way to recreate all the information that we had on the internet. If we were to conduct the same experiments that we did over time, we would still reach the same conclusion that the Earth is a globe. We would not reach the conclusion that it's a flat Earth. So that's the interesting.
What is the experiment that brought you to the conclusion that Earth is a globe? What was the experiment?
Well, we established that over time, as we progressed, people understood that the Earth is a sphere, and through proving the heliocentric models and stuff like that,
What is the experiment?
It's not a single experiment. It's multiple experiments. It's not just one experiment like Eureka, here we go, Earth is a globe. The first one, I would say, I think the ancient Greeks have conducted some experiments to prove the Earth is a globe. There are many experiments over time, over history.
Yeah, they had a religious idea. Their idea that Zeus kicked Atlas's ass and made him hold up the ball Earth. That was a religious claim. And then what they did was they used the path of the sun and say this circumference isn't actually a circumference.
Do you know the Greeks actually used geometry and math, right?
Curve of the Earth.
But you're saying, but that's not an experiment. If two Greeks went and measured a distance between two cities and preassumed the distance to the sun and put So listen. If
Chinese
two
did
Greeks
exactly the same thing and got a flat Earth. So you've got heresy within your model again. That you do all the same experiments and get all the same results. Had Greek society not been pushed into the future, and these Chinese societies were instead, you'd be talking about ancient Chinese are the ones who proved the Earth is flat.
But those are not even experiments. Why are you claiming that those are experiments? They did some measurements of distances. They measure a distance from one city to another city. That's not an experiment.
After they established that the Earth is a sphere by different observations.
Natural science deals with cause and effect relationships.
Okay, so
and geometry is a what is question. Geometry is a what is, not a how is.
No, geometry you can also use to make certain calculations to assert your theory, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, for geometry you can use calculations, sure, but that's not an experiment.
Yeah, Tyson destroyed this anyway.
Is not an experiment.
Tyson said, "Hey, the same observation if it's a flat Earth."
Mike Tyson?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, what about him?
He said the same observation matches a flat Earth. You'd need multiple wells over multiple times.
He's correct. He's correct on that.
Eratosthenes only had 2 wells, so he was incorrect.
But if you watch the whole clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining this, he clearly explained that if you use multiple wells, you would able to.
Who's done that? Who did that?
Well, you can do it yourself. It's not really. Hard
so not you. You didn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't do it, obviously.
And you don't have the ability to either. That's what we were talking about from the very beginning. You are not fit. You would not. Yeah, you would be able to dig a hole. You wouldn't even know which end of the shovel to hold.
Why did you assume that?
Just based on what happened yesterday alone.
Well, I'm pretty capable of shoveling, I can assure you that. It's just, and it's not just one experiment, it's multiple experiments and multiple observations that all conform into one theory.
Okay, which one? The first one's out, now what do you got?
Well, it's not out. It's still part of a globe model, which is
that other people did and got different results, and contemporary people said didn't prove anything either way.
Let's try this, okay? I'm assuming the Earth is a globe based on the globe model. Can you show me why you assume it's flat on your flat model? Show me and explain all the phenomena and all the observations we witness, and then I'll try and see.
Who's we?
Well, we with our eyes, people, humanity.
So
stars, moon, sun, seasons, time zones, night and day, eclipses, storms, tides.
Everything but the real.
Explain every single phenomenon
words out without any form or function. Pick one and demonstrate it. Let's see it.
No, water. Let's pick water. Let's pick water. Ragnar. Ragnar, what is your issue with real water? What is your issue with real water?
I don't have issues with water. Let me just answer Chris.
So why do you pick water? Why do you pick? Why do you take water into what you claim a globe model and you show it in doing something that you know water doesn't do in reality? You don't have air curvature. You haven't measured that, and then you don't have water doing this around balls in reality, but you do a depiction and some small calculations, and you have fake water. You have fake water and fake Earth. Like the water around the sphere doing things that water don't do in reality. That water fake water.
So fake. The oceans are fake.
Okay, if you grab a sphere and you pour water in it, the water goes
like a sphere the size of
the floor. Okay, so you disagree that if you grab a sphere, do you agree or disagree? You grab it with your hand, with your hand, listen right now. Your hands, you grab a real you, listen, Ragnar, you in reality, you in reality.
Let me know when
with your hands, you grab a ball and then you grab water, real water, and then you pour the water on the ball. What's happening?
Okay, so now you're gonna let me
answer. Does it go splash to the floor or not? So listen, don't go away from what I'm asking you. Does the water go splash splash to the floor or no? Yes or no?
You done?
Are you gonna answer?
Are you done with your rambling? Can I talk now?
Are you gonna answer?
Are you gonna let me talk?
And you're talking, and just answer.
No, I'm not talking.
Yes or no? We can move on. We'll just move on.
No, it's not a yes or no question. It's not a yes or no question. Okay, so yes or no.
What's the physics of water?
So yes or no is.
Did Gemsy describe the physics of water, or he didn't describe the physics?
Yes or no? Does gravity exist? Yes or no?
We're gonna move on.
This is what happened the other day. This is what happened the other day when it went south.
This is how you debate.
You wouldn't answer. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, dude.
You're not inside.
You were asked a question.
Okay, go ahead.
You were asked a question. This is the same thing that happened with AI Overlord the other day, right? When it went south. We're having a good conversation, and then he asked you a question, and you refused to answer it. And you kept asking another question as the answer to his question. So just answer the question, and then we can move forward with the conversation.
Why are you so scared of describing and acknowledging what happens in reality? This is my whole point. You're denying what happens in reality with water. You cannot even acknowledge. Are you gonna acknowledge what happens with water when you pour it on a ball or no?
It was his own word the other day too. Like he said, "Hey, like weight" or something like that, and then AI is like, "Oh, sure. What do you mean by weight?" And Ragnar was like, "Yeah. What is weight?" And the guy's like, dude, you use the word. What are you talking about? What do you mean when you say the word weight? What do you mean? And he didn't know. He really didn't know what the word weight was.
So what happens?
Right now, he doesn't know what water does. You could tell him. You could say, hey, I observe water doing X, Y, and Z. And he just comes back with, do you agree with that? He can't say yes or no. He just says, do you believe in gravity? And you're like, what the fuck? What's the point? Just go to another channel. Be annoying over there.
Let's try it again.
My feedback was yesterday. My feedback was yesterday. Use your same methods and practices and see what feedback you get. Just start blurting off random words like flat earthers can't explain, and then start listing words without any sort of form or function behind them. Okay, who cares what you think flat earthers can or can't explain? You can't explain shit. You can't even say if you agree with someone's observation or not.
So how big does the ball has to be so it doesn't go splash splash to the floor, Ragnar?
Did he leave? Probably left.
He couldn't even acknowledge water on a ball. In the realist level, he holding the ball.
He just muted me, as usual.
Okay, don't mute him, guys. Let me talk to him. Just how big the water? You pour it on the ball. What happens to the water? Does it go to the floor or not?
Okay, so I'll explain something to you. Balls are not magnets. They don't magically make water attract to them.
Okay, so how big does the ball have to be then?
Let me answer your question. And then everything will be clear. You wouldn't have to be rapid firing questions toward me if you listen till the end. Okay? So
nobody's using magnets here. I know. I'm not claiming the ball.
Okay, so you're asking me why water, or fake water, doesn't.
Nobody said magnets. I didn't say the ball that the sphere that you're holding or the ball that you're holding is a magnet. Nobody
said magnets. I said balls are not magnets. They don't make water stick.
We know that.
Magically. Okay, so when you're saying why doesn't water stick to balls, it's because the balls are very tiny and small. If the ball was big enough to exert a gravitational pull,
how big does the ball have to be a magnet? How big?
The size of the Earth, for example, is a big enough size to exert a gravitational pull to make water stick to it. Understand?
How big is that Earth that you're talking about?
How big is the Earth is your question? Google it. I don't know. If you really want the size.
Oh, so you don't know.
I don't hold every single parameter in my brain.
So when you say Earth, what do you picture in your mind when you say Earth?
A globe sphere, more like a
globe. So you imagine it like
spheroid.
So you imagine this globe that has water on the outside of it.
That's how it would appear from space. Yes.
So this imaginary thing in your mind, you're replacing your actual observation in reality, and you're replacing it with this imaginary thing in your mind.
Your observation of reality is meaningless because you're not able to see the full size of the Earth from a.
So real water and real spheres, putting them together, that's meaningless.
Yeah, because the sphere you're referring to is a small, tiny ball.
You replace that reality. You go from that reality.
A force. It does not have enough mass to exert a gravitational force. What about that do you not understand?
Wow, guys, I get it now.
What do you mean by
you're living in fantasy world?
I just explained.
Bro, you're living in fantasy world.
Your so-called experiment or observation is not what you witness on Earth, and why Earth.
Now prove it.
He denied, bro. He just said that what I explained doesn't happen in reality. Like it doesn't happen. You say that doesn't happen. Are you denying?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so that happened. So we made it. It happens. Now you're saying that something else happens at a different scale. What is the scale that you say you don't know the size of the Earth, right?
I don't know the exact scale from which something of large enough mass.
So it's something in your mind.
No, it's not something in my mind. I assume that scientists know this because they do.
You assume that scientists know this. What do they know?
That's their job.
Sonny, you had a question. Go ahead. Sonny had a question for you to see if we can reach the place that you're talking about. Go ahead, Sonny.
When's the time where I ask you guys questions, or does that not happen?
Bro, you still in denial of reality, and you still.
Not in denial. I'm clearly stating my arguments very articulately. Just because you can't.
Okay, can you demonstrate? When are you gonna demonstrate water doing what you claim it does in your imagination? When are you gonna demonstrate that?
I can't demonstrate gravity. I'm sorry, I don't have enough mass to.
So you think the lack of evidence is the evidence?
No, I'm saying we can use the gravity on Earth to prove gravity, right? I don't have to exert the gravity myself.
When you say gravity? What are you talking about? What do you say gravity? What is that? A word?
We're back to square one.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go to the ABCs because you're denying what water actually does, and then you're saying it's doing something else, and now you're saying gravity, a word. You don't know the size of the Earth, and you don't know what gravity is. So
gravity is the force that is exerted on objects by.
Gravity is not a force. Why are you denying even the fantasy gravity?
Gravity is definitely a force. If you don't think gravity is a force, then I don't know which fantasy land you're living in. I'm sorry. If gravity is not a force, then what's holding
all the experts are currently saying for the last 109 years that gravity is not a force. So we don't know where you're. We need a citation. Bring a citation. Put it in the text chat.
It doesn't matter if you're looking at Newtonian gravity or general relativity. Both of them.
Yes, it fucking does. They're two different. One was superseded.
Are you going to let me finish?
The first was superseded by the second.
Yes, that's correct. Newtonian gravity was superseded the general relativity by Einstein, but both of them claim gravity to be a force. None of them are going to say.
No, they don't.
They're both saying that they're forces. I don't know what
you're parroting the wrong pseudoscience.
Okay.
We can put some. I'll put a bunch of citations in the side chat.
Ragnar, read the citation. Since you don't have any citations, that you don't know what gravity is, go ahead and find out for yourself. Read the citations.
If we're talking about Newtonian gravity, then Newtonian gravity states clearly that it's a force. If you're looking,
you cannot claim Newtonian. Newtonian was superseded 120 years ago.
If you want to talk into specifics, you can say that general relativity claims that gravity is the curvature of space-time, basically
not a force. Remember when you say force?
Contracting into the center of the mass, and that is the force that is exerted on objects.
Are you like a subject matter expert on this topic?
What?
Are you like in this topic, gravity? Are you like a subject matter expert?
A subject matter expert? What does that mean?
You know, someone that knows what they're talking about. They study
I'm not a scientist. Are you a flat Earth scientist?
So you're not an expert on this topic.
So you're not an expert.
Can we?
Flat Earth
No. You and I. We can go to the source of the people that are experts on this, and we can.
Yeah, sure. Let's go to a scientist.
Learn from them. Because you don't know what gravity is. I'm not claiming it, so I cannot tell you what it is. Because you're the one claiming it.
I literally just.
But you're saying gravity. A word, but you don't even know what that word means. So we're gonna have to go to the definitions.
I explained to you what it means. I explained it 2 different.
No, bro, I can go to the corner.
General relativity.
I can look, bro. I can go to the corner here down my house, and there's a crazy guy in the corner. He's gonna give me explanations about anything.
Okay.
There's citations in the side chat there. Like we got Brian Cox saying there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Right, there's a whole bunch of citations there. You can have.
I understand that if you're going to talk about semantics, and obviously they're not going to say it's a force the same way Newtonian force is a gravity.
So you're denying the experts. You're an expert denier.
The same outcome is to be drawn here. They're both claiming the same thing. Objects will always fall towards the center of mass, regardless if it's Newtonian gravity or general relativity. Objects will contract or fall towards the center of the mass, which in this case is Earth. So no matter how you look at it, you're gonna have to explain what the force is that is keeping us on the ground.
How about demonstration?
Yes, you're gonna have to explain.
No, you're gonna have to demonstrate it. Why don't you?
That's my claim.
Okay, since you don't know what it is, since you don't know how to actually explain, you don't know the definitions. Do you have a demonstration of what you're talking about?
So I'll tell you that I did not. I just claimed. I did not show. Can you claim and give me your claim from what's keeping objects on the ground?
Keeping objects on the ground.
Yes. What's making objects fall towards the ground on Earth?
Depends. If you picked it up and you let it go, that might, you picked something up and you let it go and it's heavier than the medium, it's gonna go down. But if not everything goes down because we have vapor, gases, helium.
Okay, so what causes it to go down then?
We have hydrogen. Hydrogen doesn't go down, right?
Hydrogen still stays. Hydrogen is the only thing that's lighter than air, and that's why it floats up.
Yeah. The thing that fell down, is it more dense than air?
If you put a helium balloon in a vacuum, what do you think will happen?
It'll expand and fill the chamber unless it pops first.
It'll debunk gravity for you.
I have a vacuum chamber. Don't ask me questions like that. I do all kinds of fun shit. I actually have lab stuff. Like you said, you don't have. I actually do have that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So what's causing the stuff to fall towards the ground? You didn't answer my question yet. Is it density?
Is it more dense than the air?
Yeah, so density is your answer.
No, I said I just
also needs to be
more dense than air.
So what's the force? I'm asking you what the force is. Objects don't move on their own accord. Do you need a force to move an object? What is the force exerted on an object that makes it fall towards the ground?
You're trying to claim the cause of the effect, even though you cannot demonstrate it, and you're asking other people. You're asking other people what is the cause of the phenomena. What is the cause of it?
It's not my question.
But nobody's claiming what you're claiming. We observe. Listen, bro. Everybody observed the phenomena. Denser objects go down. Lighter objects go up, depending on the medium. Everybody observed this. Nobody's denying it. But you are claiming that you know the cause of the effect.
You're saying the denser objects fall down. Why don't they fall up?
Are you denying that? Why are you denying that?
The air is less dense towards the atmosphere than it is on Earth. Why doesn't it fall up?
The atmosphere. Oh my gosh. Go ahead, guys. Talk. This guy is crazy.
Yeah. Look. So you need to have this mass attracting mass to have a globe, right? But if you picture a flat, stationary, enclosed system, right? Relative density does explain why things rise or sink, right? And like you said, why don't some things, go up? Some things do, but what this comes down to is also its displacement, right? So just say you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move, right? Like you would agree, right? Unless an outside source of energy displaces that object, right? I would have to just say I came along and I want to exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, right? Then I have removed it from its state of equilibrium within the medium. And then it's simply going to sink or rise depending on its density relative to the, in relation to the density of the medium, because I've given it potential energy. Just the same as if I push a tennis ball down into the water, it has now
what is potential energy? What is potential energy?
It's basically it's the energy that you have exchanged, right? You've had to use some of your energy, right? And that energy has gone into the ball. So that ball now has potential energy. You've basically displaced the object out of its equilibrium, right? And it's then going to rearrange itself due to relative density.
Okay, do you know the formula of potential energy?
I do not.
Okay, mgh, the G being gravity. So again, we're back to square one. What makes it fall to the ground? Because by your definition, if I go up on a very high platform of potential energy. Do you know what potential energy is? The higher you go, the object has more potential energy to fall towards the ground, basically. It's accumulating energy as it goes higher in altitude away from the center of the mass.
If I push a tennis ball into water, it's the same thing, right?
No,
that ball now
buoyancy. That's buoyancy.
It's not kinetic energy?
Well, if you push it, then it has kinetic. It also absorbs kinetic energy. Not absorbs, but it exerts kinetic energy. You're exerting kinetic energy onto the object.
It's only going to rise, right? The tennis ball, I push into the water. It's only going down there because I've displaced it, right? And it's now, right? I could just push it under a ledge, like in a fish tank or something, right? I can push it under an edge, and it's going to come out at some stage and come back up to the top. But it's only down there because I displaced it. Right, so that's the only reason something's going to fall is because some outside source of energy needs to come along and actually displace it from its equilibrium.
Okay, so what if I put a body at rest, like if I take a very, 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 very high ladder and I drop a ball on a very, 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 very high mountain, for example?
Yeah, it's going to sink through the air, and it's only going to do that because you've displaced it. You've lifted it up there. You've exchanged your energy to lift up the ball, right? And then when you release it, the ball's more dense than all of the medium that it's falling through.
Yeah, but
it's going to sink back to where
it's less dense above the ball.
It doesn't matter. It's all of the air that it's sinking through it's much less dense than
you're saying.
What the
you
ball
keep saying
is made
sinking
out of.
through. You keep saying sinking through. Why do you assume it's sinking?
Yeah, it's sinking.
What's causing it to
through
sink?
the medium?
Okay, why is it sinking
because
down?
You displaced it. You displaced it. Okay, that's where it comes. Okay, that's what this comes down to. Okay, why are there two primary directions of up and down?
Yeah, why are there because we know that forces can cause objects to move in either way. It doesn't have to be up or down. Why aren't objects
that's what we
flying
can't answer.
diagonally into the sky or like
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's what we can't answer, right? We don't know why are there two primary directions of up and down, right?
Finally, someone's being honest. That took a while. Like I'm not even trolling right now. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I would prefer an answer like what you just said than any other answer provided by any flat earther that I debated here.
That's what most people will give you as the answer, right?
You're arguing in good faith.
Debate it.
Refreshing.
Debate.
Well, not debating, discussing. You're the only honest person here, DJ, to be honest.
No. Everyone else would say the same thing, dude. I have to go eat some food anyway, man. Have a good one.
You too. Cheers, man.
Is that it? We're done or what? A long-winded, I don't know.
Holy shit, that gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, definitely not flat Earth, kids.
Why do you assume he was a glober?
Because that was the latest globe proof. 2025, that was their latest attempt at proving the globe.
I think the latest attempt to prove the globe was the final experiment.
No, that debunked the globe.
How did it debunk the globe?
Because it compared globe to globe.
It's not an experiment.
It compared globe to globe, and they found out that globe didn't match.
What?
If you take the globe and project it with math, so either the math didn't work or the globe didn't work, so they decided not to destroy all of math, so they said the globe doesn't work.
What on earth are you talking about? I don't think we saw the same experiment.
The final experiment showed a globe projection versus a globe model.
No, that's not the one I was referring to. I'm talking about the one where they flew the flat earthers to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun.
On the left-hand side, they said, hey, this is the flat Earth, which is a globe projection using math called the AE projection. And over here is a globe model made from a photograph from space. Now, which one of these matches a quote-unquote final experiment? They said, well, neither matches, but this one right here really can't explain it, so that one must be more wrong. So then it's got math built into it, but they said, well, the math wasn't wrong. The AE projection is mathematically sound, so it must have been the globe model that had the problem.
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
The final experiment.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, run by mega church super pastor William Duffy and a bunch of anti-flat earthers.
Yeah,
ended up with egg on their face.
They flew them there to see the 24-hour sun, which flat earthers. I'm not going to project. I'm going to ask: do flat earthers think there can be something like a 24-hour sun?
Flat earthers don't talk about that. It doesn't really matter what the sun does. Only that I observe.
Can it happen on your model?
What model?
I don't use the sun for anything but growing my fucking tomatoes in the summertime.
So there is a 24-hour sun?
The question was never, does it
Zetetic Astronomy, the book written in the 1800s, fully described the 24-hour sun.
Okay, so how is it
noted long before globalists even thought about it. They're like, hey, there's a midnight sun. And what's even better was you got to see, the experiment was a social experiment that demonstrated that globalists are even worse in real life than they are in person.
Okay,
the shtick was, will McToon act the way he acts in real life like he acts on Discord? Or will McKeegan act the way he acts on YouTube like he will in real life? Will this Wolfpack guy act the way he acts on social media in real life? And it turns out they're worse. They act worse in real life. They are insufferable fools. Disgusting in every single way, shape, manner, or form.
Let's focus on the topic instead of just.
Yeah, the topic would be the sun is above your head.
So it's a local.
The ground is below your feet.
Wait, so the sun is local?
No, the sun is above your head.
Yeah, local.
Above your head.
How far?
Far enough.
Right there.
It's far enough.
However you've gone. High enough.
What's the distance?
1 inch higher than you've been.
So the farthest I've ever been is on a plane, so just above the plains? So if I'm flying in a plane, I should be able to see the sun, like a massive sun above my head, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying exactly this. Add no word. Remove no words. Change no words.
Mm-hmm.
Understand words in the appropriate order.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is above your head.
How much above?
You don't have to worry about that. All you need to worry about, do you understand?
When you guys ask me for evidence,
I didn't ask you for anything. I will never ask you for anything.
Not
you shouldn't even be in this channel.
Okay, not you, but people that I've debated here. Ask me for specific measurements in math, but
for the way you acted yesterday, you should be sitting in the permaban. I don't know how the fuck you got back in here. When the bot was down and you spammed the channel, posted all kinds of degenerate shit, that should be a permanent disqualification. Permanent. No GG, no RE. You were done. Once you tip a hat and show that you're that bad faith, it's over. I'll never take you seriously again. Didn't take you seriously to begin with. You're a fool.
Yeah, the reason you're asked for specific evidence is because you make specific claims. And all Crick just did was say that it's above your head, right? Are you going to deny that? Do you want evidence that it's above your head? I mean, come on, dude. Now you want him to make a claim about distance, but he didn't. So you can't demand evidence of a distance to the sun because he didn't claim one.
That's the best part, that we got the globalists to offer up a model for once. Like, all these years, they've been running from the discussion. We have a globe model. Offer it up. Let's see it. Let's test it. Won't do it. Never will. Never presented the model. Never showed anything. Never demonstrated anything. And finally they did. They said, here's our final experiment. We offer up our model for debunking, and they debunked it. Yeah, Ragnar, your goal now is to convince someone that they want to talk to you. You've convinced everyone in the chat they don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's why I'm afraid to open my mic. I don't want him to talk back to me.
Well, he's muted. So he's got to get somebody in the chat. So how many do we got right now? I'm not even sure.
You ask him a question, he says it's red, and then you ask him again, he says I said it was blue, and just like that, like he doesn't even hear himself doing that shit.
The only one that looked like a fool from all that was McToon, who went crazy on camera live like a lunatic screaming about guns. I mean,
that's why I said that it was a social experiment. It was like, can we demonstrate, are the globalists really that nasty? Are they really this disgusting? Are they that awful? And it turned out that they're actually worse. It seems like when they're inside their echo chamber, it kind of mutes or like slows down their level of toxicity. When they get outside into the real world, there's no filter. They are just bizarre. Like from the day one, when they landed in Chile and they wanted to follow the flat earthers around like they're zoo animals and take pictures of them and whatnot. And people are like, hey, well, number one, that's not a good idea when you're vacationing in a foreign country. Just common fucking sense. You blend in. You don't stick out like a sore thumb and make yourself a possible victim of like a robbery or a strong arm robbery or something. You just want to go through and visit a few markets, sightsee a little bit, and then get back to the hotel and and stay safe. This is what, if anyone who go to any travel agency and be like, hey, when I go to a foreign country, should I stick out or should I blend in? They'd be like, well, you want to blend in. Yeah. You don't want to like stick out like you're some sort of like tourist. Yeah. You don't want to do that. That's not what you want to do. So the globalists were told you can't follow the flat earthers around. Number one, you signed a contract saying you wouldn't do that. Number two, even if you could, you shouldn't. It's pretty dumb. That's pretty stupid That's really, really stupid. That's a very, very stupid thing to do. And instead of actually thinking like, oh yeah, I guess you're right, they decided to protest, sit in their hotel rooms, and play with Star Wars toys. Like, holy shit, you guys are in your 30s and 40s or whatever, and you're playing with Star Wars toys and Legos and shit in Chile. Like, here's a country you will never go to again. Get out there and see the sights, and you're going to protest that you can't follow the flat earthers around to drive content for your YouTube channel when you should be your own content. You're the content provider. So right from the very beginning, it was cringe as fuck. You already got to see just how awful these people are. They didn't give a shit about the globe. They already knew that they were going to see the sun above their head. It was demonstrated hundreds of years ago. What they wanted to do was to get some sort of soundbite clickbait thing, like interesting, like they did in 2018. And they did. They got it. And they're still not happy. They got Jaron to do the thing again. And they're still not happy. They're still bitching about flat earthers. This final experiment didn't change a damn thing. No change, no effect. That's the null result. Even if they give you a hypothesis, they got the null result. Like, welcome to flat earth. Source you. Like the insufferable idea that they're going to disagree with flat earth. Disagree. They're going to disagree with it, and you're like, what is it? They can't tell you. They literally can't tell you. What they'll tell you flat earth is a globe projection using math, and then tell you it's wrong. You're like, okay, that's your globe. That AE model, that AE map, that's a globe, dude. It says so right on it. You just look at it. Projected, whatever, equal distance. There you go. Thank you. I stumbled over that word. That is, you should have said, wow, our observation matches the model and a map using math. But they couldn't contain themselves. They literally couldn't contain themselves because they had put a flat earth sticker on it without any form or function. Just for some reason, without being able to explain it, they said the AE map is really not a map. It's a flat earth. And now they're fucked because they should have just used the same math to make the model and the map to explain the sun. It would work just fine. No problems. But they had to deny it. That final experiment got them to deny their own model. And it was fucking glorious. It was absolutely glorious in all its splendor, crescendoing with Nicktoons screaming into the ether. Where are the guns, Nathan? Where are the guns? It couldn't have been a better result. And it's really too bad that the media is so biased against Flat Earth that they plastered Jaron's face all over the internet rather than Nicktoons screaming, where are the guns? Really would have been the story. Anti-Flat Earther goes to Antarctica only to flip the fuck out after he thought he was proven right.
Why did he say, where are the guns?
Knows because he's crazy?
Was it because flat earthers have claimed that the government protects Antarctica with guns?
You're an idiot. You're another one who shouldn't be here.
Who is that? I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, knocking Futz. Like, he thinks that there isn't a treaty, Antarctic Treaty now. Like, he could have. This is the best part. If McLooney Tune would like whip out the big dick, just jump on a snowmobile, go way outside the red flags, then called Nathan Oakley and said, check it out. I went where I wanted to go. I got to Antarctica and I did whatever the fuck I wanted to do, when I wanted to do it, and no one stopped me. But instead, he stayed within the lines. He went where he was supposed to go. He stayed where he was supposed to go, and didn't even consider leaving where he was supposed to go.
Yeah, because if he left, he would die.
It's dangerous on Antarctica.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's too dangerous.
Hold on. It's so dangerous that you can walk around with no shirt on.
No, basically what they do is they have an area designated for people to be comfortable. You can walk anywhere without shirt. What is wrong with you?
There's a very strong sun during the day hours. You can get burned, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can go anywhere without your shirt, but not for, you won't live for long.
Yeah. It's a barren wasteland.
You
basically a very cold desert.
Globe retards who like to make up shit to make yourselves feel better don't live in the snow areas.
So Antarctica is not a dangerous place to be?
So dangerous, so barren that we must protect it and stop people from roaming it.
Yes, for military. It is
if you don't want people to die.
And it's a strategic military position. You can attack any landmass from there. So all countries must agree. Don't go do military exercises there. But scientists, go ahead. Have at it.
What's even funnier about the whole thing?
How do you know the difference between a scientist and a military guy?
What do you mean? They check you. They say, hey, what is your purpose? Well, I'm there. I want to set up a military base. So
I'm going there to do science. I'm going there to do science, and I'm bringing all my machinery with me. Okay, and then when I get there, I'm going to start making missiles.
You listen. They don't check you that deep. You're making our point. If you're a registered scientist or with a university,
what the fuck is a registered scientist? You idiot.
A registered like with a university. You're part of a
Oh, that's not how that works.
You can go there anywhere.
Not how it works.
That's exactly how it works. Fill out your application. They check you, see if you are who you say you are, and you say, yes, I am a scientist and I just want to do experiments. They're like, okay, have fun. You don't even have to check your equipment.
Oh, so you don't have to. You have to ask for permission to go.
You have to ask for permission to climb Mount Everest. Yes, that's how life goes.
Yeah, Mount Everest, very dangerous place. A lot of people died climbing Mount Everest.
That's right. There are people, they actually use dead bodies to climb the mountain. Their dead bodies frozen in spots where they literally step on them.
So why are you allowed to go there? Why are you allowed to go there but not Antarctica? What's the difference?
How come they don't send a helicopter up to get those dead bodies?
Because, hey, listen, these people went up there, they signed a waiver, they didn't return.
Helicopters can't fly that high.
Yeah, helicopters can't fly that high. And guess what? They say there's a helicopter on Mars. That'd be way higher.
There is a helicopter on Mars.
No, there's not. It can't fly that high. On Earth, how about get that helicopter and go get those bodies up on Everest?
It's not made for that. It's a scientific instrument. It's not made for lifting dead bodies.
What's it built for? Taking pictures
It's not a commercial helicopter. It's a different.
It's being able to fly in that level of atmosphere. And you can't do that on Earth. How do they test it? How would they test a helicopter to fly in that? Basically, like if you were to go way higher, I forgot to. I have to look at the math. I did it once. This is one of the things when they did the. I think it was the Integrity or whatever it was. The latest one with the helicopter. I said this would be like an elevation of way higher than Everest.
Oh yeah,
like
no.
miles or something like that. Like that's
Mars
ground level on Mars is like something like 60 miles up on Earth.
Yeah, that's why you send robots.
But the helicopter can't fly even 5 miles up.
Ingenuity helicopter.
Yeah, then do it. Let's take that helicopter here and let's go recover those bodies on Everest. Oh, they can't do it. They suddenly can't fly helicopter
it's not designed
on Earth.
for that. Listen, there are people who are there are people who are welding in the Arctic, and there are people who are welding in the Gulf of Mexico. I can't take the welder from the Gulf of Mexico just because.
Hold on, dummy. Hey, dummy. We were talking about flying helicopters, and then you started talking about welding. Do you understand that you're all screwed up?
It's an example, brother.
Can the helicopter fly up to the Everest? Can it do that?
Depends on the weather conditions.
No, it has to do with the density of the.
Yes or no?
Depends on the weather conditions.
Yeah, we don't know, brother. We're not the experts on helicopters.
The question is any pilot willing to risk his life to try and get dead bodies off the mountain? That's the question you need to ask.
The answer is no. Even the answer is no.
The answer is we are not really disputing that.
Their story doesn't make sense. When you look at what they say and what they do, these direct opposite, these hard contradictions.
No, not true. Not true. No contradictions. The Ingenuity drone helicopter, I think it was called Ingenuity. It flies on Mars.
Like that. Integrity or something with an I.
Yeah, but we know what's more important.
What's more important is science and moving humanity forward, and also human lives. We protect human lives as well in the process.
Yeah, screw the families that want to bury their dead. Yeah.
It's two different departments. One does scientific research. The other one helps people in need. Right? You get 10 billion, you get 20 billion. Vice versa. You're an expert in science? Yes. Are you an expert in saving human lives? No, not really. I'm not an expert on homeless people. I'm sorry. Okay, let's find somebody who's an expert on homeless people. Are you an expert? Yes, I am. Here's 20 billion. Take care of them. Are you an expert on Mars? Yes. Here's 10 billion. Go to Mars.
Oh, sure, bro. That's how it works, totally.
That's exactly.
Robert, you don't have any idea what you're talking about, dude. You think time is a physical thing you can move around from position to position?
Move around? What they call manipulate, dilation.
You said
time.
Move. You said you can move time.
I never ever said move. I said manipulate.
Really? You never said move. You never said
move.
Can I ask Robert one question? Robert, is time travel possible?
If you look at Einstein's general relativity, special relativity, yeah, he estimates that traveling in the future is possible, but not in the past.
Because you have to travel faster than the speed of light to basically travel backwards in time, when that's not possible.
Right. These are the things. Yeah.
Hey, Robert, so if time travel is possible, can somebody time travel into the future, get the lottery numbers, and come back and tell everybody here?
We don't know.
Travel at the speed of light.
According to special relativity, you can travel into the future. Yes, but it's not like the future is going to be there. Yeah, it's that different. You get too much in the movies, guys. Get out of the film.
Are we not already traveling into the future? 1 second.
Yeah, we are. We're progressing into the future as we speak. Correct.
Right. And I know about yes.
Hey, Robert.
Yeah.
Can you give me a cup of 4 hours, please?
A what?
I'd like a cup.
I cannot do that. That's not how time manipulation and dilation works, brother. You're thinking of movies. Sorry, it's not movies. Right. Look. I posted a course at MIT, special relativity. It's taught in schools.
Nobody gives a shit. Listen, and if you bring up atomic clocks, I'm sitting here listening, and I'm going to shoot you down if I hear anything about atomic clocks.
Okay, I would never mention atomic clocks in this context, brother.
We're talking about time dilation, time manipulation. That's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah,
Because they can measure time dilation with atomic clocks.
Don't mention anything where barometric pressure affects that time device, because I'll just ruin you.
Ruin?
Ruin us how? On Discord?
If you put an atomic clock on a plane, it actually goes faster than an atomic clock on the ground because of gravity.
Not just because of gravity, also because of the speed. If it's traveling.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. Wow, time, speed. That's right. That's what I told him that earlier. You know, time manipulation based on speed as well.
Because it's
based on air pressure.
Factor, isn't
it?
Based on air pressure, you can't isolate the barometric pressure.
Based on
should be able to just do it with a helicopter hovering.
Yeah,
time.
Yeah,
if a helicopter was able to fly high enough, then yeah, you could do it with a helicopter. Yeah. Even your legs are basically older than your head because they're closer.
You're an idiot.
Yes, that's true. Your legs are older than your head. Absolutely. Altitude. Yes, sir. 100%.
Wow.
The higher you go in altitude, the further you
we
are.
got any boulders in here that not storytellers?
No, not storytellers. It's starting. It is actually special relativity. Look it up.
Dude, nobody gives a shit about your stories.
They're not stories. They're actual truth and facts. And they were
fact. It's not fact.
Well, if it's not a fact, then you can be able to disprove it. Show us your science paper.
So
or your peer
you want me to disprove? You want me to disprove a negative?
No, disprove the claim. It's easy to disprove things that aren't fictional, right?
Disprove a negative. You want me to disprove a negative?
No, just disprove. Go ahead. Disprove what we just said. Disprove a claim.
You have to prove it.
Yeah, we did. The twin paradox. Look it up.
No, that's not right.
Okay, your answer is no. That's not right. That's a good. That's a good argument there, brother.
You didn't give any proof, but just saying shit. Nobody measured clock, up in airplanes, being different because they compared it to one on the ground. You're in a different pressure. All kinds of shit's going on. Sorry, folks.
So you think the pressure accounts for the difference in time?
Yeah, I think that's what he thinks.
Yeah, it counts for the pressure on the metal that's inside those things and the crystals and all that shit.
What?
You guys are idiots, pretty much, aren't you? Take a metallurgy class. Take a metallurgy class.
The crystals? What are you talking about? What about
it's the decay of uranium? That's how they're.
Yeah. What about the photon clock as well? It doesn't have any crystals on it. Guess he's gone silent. Okay.
What is there to say?
Dang.
I already wrong.
You didn't prove anything. You just said nope, it's wrong. Nope.
On anything else? I told you why it's different.
Why a photon clock is different?
I told you why you're not going to use atomic clocks, and that's that. You have to disprove what I said then.
Well, I said you can use photon clocks to prove the same experiment without atomic.
Let me see you do it. Let me see you do it.
You did it multiple times.
The Earth is not.
Is that the troll Joe?
Yes, that's him.
What's his new name? He changed his name.
Deadly.
Who? Oh, that's Joe. Oh, yeah, it's Joe's alt account.
Yeah, Deadly's name.
Who's Joe? Joe Mama.
Deadly, you got to update those losses, man.
Actually, wait, I don't know who. Wait, what losses? I'm confused.
Last time you here, you racked up a couple L's.
This is my first time being here. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you always say the same shit, dummy.
There you go, Radwin. I posted a time dilation with photon clocks for you on the side chat if you're interested, but you're not going to read it, are you?
Actually, I have a proof that the Earth isn't flat at all. If you let me show you it.
Oh, you already failed in here. Unless Crit wants you to fail again.
Oh no. You can look in the chat real quick. This is a live stream from the ISS. This is the live stream. This is the live stream from the ISS. I can put the link in chat for you.
So what are you looking at here? You see what do you see?
A round Earth right there.
Is the curve? Can you mathematically define that curve so we can test it?
You can go ahead and watch the video.
I'm saying, how would I know that that's the curve of the Earth? I'd be able to test at ground level. How much curve are we talking about?
Well, you can still see the curvature right there. I can't answer that specifically now. But...
So I see a curve. How much curve over how much distance?
You see the curve right there, right?
Well, isn't it interesting that everything in the world, well, almost, pretty much can be mathematically defined. But there's only one thing that you can't seem to put math to: the curve of the Earth.
Or physically touch it.
Okay, but you can't
It's some conceptual idea that doesn't really go anywhere. It's like, just look at it. Okay, I'm looking at it now, like some sort of abstract artwork, modern artwork. So is it supposed to be a sandwich or a can of soup? I don't get it. What does it say about human nature? I don't know.
It's the same way you flat earthers look at the horizon and say that because of the horizon.
It's the same way we trace the sun, all the horizontal parts of the sun, huh? Like you Globers, all the flat parts of your balls.
Here, watch the video.
It's a ball, right?
You can watch the video I sent.
It's so big, it's flat everywhere, right? Or it's so flat, it's a ball everywhere.
Okay. You can watch
that work.
D-Mock.
Well, finish the sentence.
D-Mock, you can watch the video and
it's so flat everywhere. It's a
sphere. Yep.
So it's so flat and horizontal everywhere that it's what?
Hey, listen, Democ, I got something for him. I went to his live stream. Go ahead and look in the chat and look on the bottom where it's not where it says live stream, but above it there's a little gray box. This is on their site. You're just looking at a replay.
That isn't a replay.
Why does it say down for maintenance?
It says down for maintenance during the live stream.
Down.
Yeah.
So you lied again. You don't even read what you're trying to look up. And that's just some website, by the way.
No, that's the ISS. So.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it was a live stream by the ISS. So.
Down for maintenance, re-rendering new shit.
It was live streamed by the ISS though.
Servers are getting some memory upgrades right now.
You think that computers in space don't require maintenance? Is that your claim?
He's been debunked. There's no such thing as space.
Do computers in space not require maintenance? Do they just
O-rings?
Such things as computers in space.
Computers.
Apparently, O-rings in space don't require maintenance. Because if you have
also,
a leak,
I found out something new, Crit. A 20-year-old Canadian robotic arm. Those motors, they don't require maintenance either.
Yeah, let's get that technology on Earth. You've got if I could get an O-ring that was maintenance free, that could withstand the vacuum of space, let me buy one. I mean, shit. Like
you
that
probably
is like
ask someone to make one for you.
I want that.
I want to buy space that's not on a computer.
I want that ring technology on my V8. On my V8, I need the space rings in my motor. So they never wear out.
Why does the space depend on a computer for it to be real? So without a computer, what, space isn't real? Is that what the Glober's saying? He needs a computer screen to show you what space is? Isn't that weird?
So you're denying
no computer, no space?
Wait, so you're denying the existence
No
of space?
computer, no glove? No computer, no ball.
Wait, and you do realize, hold on. You do realize you saying the Earth isn't flat. I mean, that it is flat. It's saying the Earth isn't a planet, even though the whole planet.
Flat. Well, I don't know what a planet means. You do?
Well, no. Then you don't know your whole concept. Then,
Prove
right?
Earth's a planet.
You saying the Earth is flat.
Prove it is. Don't worry about what I'm doing.
What do you mean? Don't worry. You made a claim that the Earth isn't a planet.
No, you're the only one that said the word planet. Stupid.
Well, no. You saying that the Earth is flat is you saying the Earth is
the
a
Earth's
planet.
so flat
So
everywhere.
You're just totally incorrect with that
It's so
statement.
flat everywhere. It's planet. Cool, works for me.
Hold on. I have a question for you. So, a planet's a light up there that you see at night, right?
Here's the argument. Go ahead.
Not every light is a planet. No.
Is a planet a light up in the sky that you see at night?
No, not always.
So you see them during the day then? What time during the day do I see them?
You can't see them during the day because of the flare of the sun. It's too bright.
So during the night, we see them, right?
What I'm saying is not every single light is a planet.
Oh my God.
He's bricked, dude.
Nobody can answer these simple questions.
I just did.
So,
in his worldview, he doesn't know anything anyway. Even if you get a straight answer, which you won't, but if you did, by some magical thing, he misspeaks and he gives you an honest answer, it's still an I don't know. Because he already said that he doesn't know if he's on Discord. He doesn't know if he's ever eaten food before. How about today? Did you eat food today? He wasn't sure if he's even in today. This could all be some kind of simulation that he doesn't know for sure. Like, it could be a different day. Not even today's today. Like, that's the type of mind you're dealing with. That this guy, his worldview is so subjective that he doesn't even know that he doesn't even know that he knows he knows that he doesn't know.
I'm convinced almost
still explain basic things that you can't. Isn't that miraculous?
All right, so now we've established those planets are lights up there. What makes you think you're standing on a light up in the sky? Edley, you're up.
Can you repeat that question one more time, please?
What makes you think you're standing on a light in the sky?
NASA.
NASA doesn't show us being a light in the sky.
It does. I mean, I could go into more basic common sense, but it's you against NASA.
Who are you asking?
He's asking, how do we know we're on the planet?
You said a light. What makes you think you're standing on a light?
Who are you? Are you asking me?
Ragnar has me muted, I think. Can you tell him to mute me?
Any of you Globers.
Yeah, Ragnar, you can mute people, but you gotta turn them down low enough that you hear them without hearing them. So that way you're not over talking.
I didn't mute anyone. I didn't know if he was talking to me or someone else.
No, he's talking to me, Ragnar. Can you hear me?
Did you hear him clearly? I did not hear him clearly.
Either one of you going to answer why you think you live on a light?
And NASA, ISS, against you.
We don't live on lights. Planets are not lights.
That's what I see when I look up.
Yeah, because you're looking at the reflection of basically the sun rays, the light that travels through space-time that hits other objects.
How bright is that planet then? It can send the light here that bright.
Well, it's like the moon, for example. The light you see from the moon at night is light from the sun. It reflects from the moon.
Yeah, you guys do know that you can't verify any of those things that they show you, right? None of the videos, none of the pictures.
Yeah, and so if you use inverse square law, the moon would be brighter than the sun. So you guys are idiots.
Oh,
that's great, but like you guys that have been some of the things that you guys have been saying in here, like the new guys, you guys think that we have to debunk NASA. We don't. you have nothing to compare the images that they show you to in reality. So they're showing you, they're showing you things like videos and pictures, but that's all you have. When you go outside, you don't see what they show you. So none of those images look like reality. When you go outside, none of them look like that.
Okay.
So why would you believe a story? Why would you believe a story instead of actually verifying the thing they're showing you? Why can't you do that?
So Alpha.
It's almost because it's psychological, guys. You think we're going against NASA? No, we don't have to go against something that isn't real. So they're telling you a story. They're telling you a story. So tell me how the story makes any sense.
Okay.
Tell me how the story makes sense.
Okay, so the story is we're living on a spherical plane that's rotating around the sun. You get seasons by the angle of the Earth towards the sun. You get day and night by the side of the Earth that is facing the sun.
Yeah, we know it. We know this. Yeah, you don't have to tell me.
This guy said
I know the story. Listen, hold on, dudes. Hold on, just calm down. I want to know how they verified the story. We all know the story, right? How'd you verify it?
Alpha, he said we live on a spherical plane.
Yeah, because we do actually.
He's contradicting himself. He said circular. Focus on the contradiction right now. I want to focus on why they believe that what they believe. So if they're saying that this is true, what is the validation of NASA's claim? How did you validate that? We all know the story. Don't tell me the story. I want to know how you validated it.
The observations. That's the validation.
What are you observing? Tell me.
Day and night, seasons, the moon, the sun.
What is okay? Let's stop on day and night for a second. What is day and night telling you that the Earth is a oblate spheroid or that it's in a solar system? What is day and night telling you?
The day and night are telling me that if we have a sun above us that is exerting energy and basically lighting up the entire environment around it, it can't be a close local sun because the whole planet would be lit at once.
Stop. We're not talking about a close local sun. I'm asking you to validate the actual sun you think is in the center of a solar system. Now, the validation of that is important, not that it's not something else. Don't tell me it's not a flat Earth or whatever. Tell me how it's a globe. How did you validate that thing? This is psychology. This is what they've done to you. I want you to realize what they've done to you. Validate the globe claim, not tell me it's not a flat Earth. Validate it.
Okay. Well, we have cameras that are in space, and we can see basically the shape of the Earth, and we can see the sun.
You're going to NASA again, asking for you. You're not over there where those cameras are, so you can't validate where the cameras are. I need you from a first order perspective. Tell me how you know everything they're showing you is true. They're showing you cameras and doing whatever. That's fine. How did you validate that those cameras where they're at? You're digging yourself in a hole. You know that, right?
Not really, because you're gonna have to.
Here's the cameras. Tell me, dude. Tell me how you validated those cameras are where they're telling you there are.
Okay, tell me how you validated that they're fake.
No, this ain't asking me questions. I'm asking you how you validated the claim that they're showing you cameras taking images from wherever they're taking images from. How did you validate those cameras are there?
Because they can't validate that they're fake.
We can't validate that they're fake. That's not an answer of the affirmation that the Earth is a globe based on cameras from space. That's not affirming it.
Pretty good affirmation. Yes, it is. If I show you something that you can't.
Not good information. No, it's not good information. It's like me showing you a video of whatever I want to show you. Narnia, Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings. I can show you videos all day long.
Look at that video and say that's fake.
You can't listen, dude. I know. So I can do the same to your videos. I can do the same thing. That's what I'm doing right now. How did you validate them?
You have to prove it's fake, right? I can go to the author.
Validate. How did you prove it?
I can go to the director and ask him, "Is this footage fake? Did you?"
So you're gonna go to the guy who made the movie. You're gonna go to the guy who made the movie, and he's gonna tell you, it's real.
No, we know the actors. We know that everything is just basically camera maneuvers. We can see the different.
Like astronauts that go to fake space. Yeah, you're doing the same thing, dude. Listen, astronauts that go to fake space. Yeah, well, they're showing it to you. I don't need to show it to you. They're doing it every day, aren't they? They're showing you videos. Yeah, you didn't validate it right now. You're not doing so. You're just telling me you believe because they told you a story. That's all you're doing. This is the psychology behind it. This is why you guys are. This is why you guys are broken because you don't understand. Dude, listen to me. You don't understand the difference between reality. Yeah, you don't understand the difference between reality and what's fake. To you right now, the thing that's fake is reality, and you're telling us why don't we believe that? Because we can't validate it. Neither can you. That's the issue. Now you can see the psychology is breaking down because you don't understand why you say that it's real. It's like a religious belief. You just believe that the stuff they've shown you is real, but there's no way you can validate them. So now you're eating crow because there's no way you can understand how you know what you know, but you just seem to say, well, I believe it's real because why would it be fake?
Can you validate your breathing air?
You understand. Now you understand.
Can you validate your breathing air right now?
Now you can't turn this around on me. This is your heavy claim, and you can't produce it. This is your heavy claim, and you can't produce the evidence to validate it. So now you're scrambling.
Air if you can't validate it? Using your logic, why do you believe you're breathing air?
Yeah, you're grasping at straws is what you're doing. Try to affirm that the Earth is a globe based on the information they gave you, dude. That's what I'm asking. That's what everybody wants to know. How do you know what they're showing you is real?
Can you calm down?
Yeah, dude, you're spurging, dude. Just calm down.
Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't matter how I'm presenting the information. The only thing is you guys can't present the evidence of the claim. So calming down isn't going to help. Evidence of the claim will.
Can you present evidence of that you're breathing air?
I don't need to present anything to you because the affirmation of the Earth being a globe is the onus is on you right now. Listen, the confident globers in the room need to realize that the onus is on you, not me. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe. You guys are.
Yeah, that's why we have cameras in outer space.
Again, that's a religious belief. It's a religious belief that
cameras
you have that those cameras are taking pictures of real.
Cameras are the strongest proof there is. It's not belief. There's nothing stronger than a camera.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the strongest proof because first order perspective is
from space. It's not recorded. Live stream.
No, it doesn't matter, dude. First order perspective is the strongest evidence.
You can
so when you actually validate something,
the actual satellite and see it live.
You're just telling me about your belief. Don't care about it. I want to know how you validated that belief. You still haven't done that. You just keep repeating, telling me that your cameras are
too dense.
Yeah, so basically, it's like a guy telling me that the movie's real, for real. The Lord of the Rings, yeah, they use cameras. The cameras are 4K. They're real. They don't care, dude. You didn't validate that the place where they're going is an actual real place. You didn't do that. You're just telling me because you've seen video footage, therefore it's real. That's your argument right now, and I'm showing you why it's wrong. Okay. Because none of that you can validate in a first order perspective. Do you understand me? So you and the other confident, yeah, yes you do. You know what I'm talking about. You and the other confident globers in the room. Yep. Yes, you do. You're denying the. No, I didn't lose you. I think you lost yourself because there's no way that you can affirm that the Earth is a globe based on video footage.
We're both lost in space, I guess.
No. This is you bowing out this argument because you have no first order perspective to tell me how you validated it. Yeah, thank you for interrupting me. This is the reason why I have the energy I do because you keep interrupting me. See how you're doing it now? This is you interrupting me.
5 hours on end.
You're doing it right now. You're doing it. Yeah, because you're not getting it through your thick skull. That there's no way that you can validate the evidence of the idea, right? That they're showing you cameras from space. You can't do that. Nobody can. These things are not falsifiable. You can't falsify them.
Okay.
So they're unfalsifiable. They're just showing you stuff and you're going, I believe. Oh, look, a picture of the Earth as a globe. I believe. And that's it. And you're like, that's good evidence. No, it's not. First order perspective is empirical. You have to make observations of things. And you can't do that.
I didn't know that I signed up for a lecture.
Why do you believe in Bigfoot?
Yeah, guess what? The reason why you're calling it a lecture is because you have no rebuttal.
Letting anyone
speak. I'm going on. Yeah, letting everyone speak.
It's a monologue.
You're just monologuing.
I'm gonna clear the floor. No, listen. I'm gonna clear the floor so that you can tell me the first order perspective of validating the images
That's
from
not gonna
space.
happen.
Go.
All right. I'm gonna debate someone who knows what he's talking about. Sorry.
No, I need you to validate the pictures or videos from space. First order from your perspective. Empirical evidence. Go.
Doesn't matter what you need. I don't care what you need. You see, that's the beauty of it. I don't have to answer any of your questions.
Now,
So move
the
along.
beauty of it is that we've debunked you because you can't prove any first order perspective can be done to validate those images or videos. So you're not debating, dude. You're just actually believing that this stuff is true. There is no debate. The debate would be if something like that actually existed, and then we could talk about how we're saying it doesn't exist, but it doesn't exist in the first place because you can't validate it first order. Therefore, the onus is on you to provide the evidence that it can be validated, and you can't do that. You just keep repeating, telling me that those videos are real. Dude, trust me, bro. They're real. And I'm showing you how you can't validate them. So now what? What are we going to do now? Debate about, you want to talk to somebody else that wants to challenge you on that? No. There's no challenge. Provide the evidence that you can validate these things, and then you can continue. Or are you going to sit there eating crow?
If you have to validate everything from first order to believe it, then I hope Alpha, you don't use a car, you don't use a phone, you don't use a computer, right?
Sorry, not everything. It's just this one thing. It's just this one thing. Not everything. It's just this one thing. Just this one thing. Can you validate just this one thing?
Yeah, that's all or nothing fallacy.
Can you validate it?
That's a fallacious thing.
Yeah,
no, I'm questioning your belief system, your
you
worldview.
failed.
I'm saying that you're probably holding an unreasonable standard that you don't hold yourself to.
You questioned him, and your logic was
Oh,
fallacious.
look, your butt buddy has to help you.
No, it's letting you know, rework your question that isn't fallacious, and stop distracting from the conversation that's happening.
Exactly.
Can you tell me how it's fallacious?
Problem, gentlemen. Yeah,
he did already.
This is a problem. What what you're
away,
doing right now,
using,
all or nothing. He specifically said, hold on, Alpha. He said all or nothing fallacy. Oh, he left. Can you tell me how it's fallacious? I'm going to run away before I hear it.
Yeah, the other numpties are sitting back eating crow right now while they're not, or trying to figure out why they believe the Earth's a globe based on video footage. That's interesting. They're coming in with a lot of bravado, yet there's no evidence being demonstrated, isn't there?
So Ragnar, let me tell you what the problem is. Now, say you go on YouTube and it says live stream of the Gobi Desert, and there's a camera and it looks like sand. And then the guy that's showing the live stream, he goes in and he changes the title. So now it says live stream of the Sahara Desert. Then 10 minutes later, he goes in and says live stream of the Atacama Desert. How are you going to verify which one of those are actually a desert? Because he could still be at the beach, or he could be in a freaking kid's fucking playground, or he could be anywhere, right? How are you going to verify how the videos, the caption that they put on them is actually the video they're showing?
If you're saying that we can't validate or invalidate a certain video, then why are you assuming all the NASA clips are fake? You clearly invalidated it.
I don't. Yeah, when they show something that's physically impossible.
Okay, so you can clearly invalidate these videos as well if they're invalidatable, correct?
Yeah, so we can go, how would we invalidate them? Give us
the same way you invalidate all the other NASA videos you claim to be fake.
How would we do it? You tell us.
I'm not the one invalidating NASA clips, you're the ones doing it.
No, how would we do it? In your mind, dude, how would we do it? If you wanted to, I want to test
on the clip that is not real,
Ragnar,
for example.
Ragnar, how would you test? NASA has, this is a video of the Earth. That's what the caption says in the live stream from the ISS. How would you test that?
Positive claim.
When somebody brings a camera,
you're not answering the question. How would you test that?
I'm literally explaining right now. You have people, experts, that literally have a profession of analyzing digital video, and they can analyze the video and tell you if it's fake. They can look at certain aspects in the video, when it was filmed, certain parts within the film. If it looks like it's CGI, if certain pixels don't connect for some reason,
if it looks CGI,
no.
Hey, so you think that is an
wow, Jesus, Alpha, shut the fuck up.
Ragnar, that is not an objective method.
That is literally the way they do it in court.
Listen, okay, that would be just in court. You would have a witness that authenticated video.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's your witness?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant there are professionals that their profession is to devalidate.
Yeah, and it's an expert opinion, right?
Well, if it requires expert opinion to invalidate a video, then
it's an opinion.
Well, yeah, it's an opinion, just like any other opinion. It can be true or not true.
So it's not objective, like I said. It's not an objective metric.
Well, the thing is, when you're talking about objective, then I can say anything is objective, and there's no.
Opinions are subjective, right? Because they vary. Ragnar, opinions are subjective because they vary from person to person to person. You can have one expert that says looks fake, another expert that says don't looks fake, another expert that says
professional
looks fake, this other have professional. They're not going to reach unanimity.
Yeah, but these are things that are so easily falsifiable. Let's take for an example.
They're so easily falsifiable, but you can't come up with an objective metric. You're just making that shit up.
Because I don't do this for a living, but people who do this for a living will tell you exactly how they analyze this. People who work in cinema.
So you don't know the profession. So you don't know. He's making shit up. This isn't a profession. Okay, it's not a profession.
Okay, because you said so.
No, because it isn't.
So people who work at cinematography and cameras, it's not a profession. It's just made up.
No, that is a profession, but there's nobody that goes to court to go, this video's fake, this video's not fake.
Really?
It's not a profession.
So if they find picture that of footage of some robber breaking into somewhere, right, and someone claims it to be fake, they don't have experts to bring from different studios who can check and verify whether the clip was faked or not?
No, because they would bring in the person that installed the camera, and that person's testimony that they installed the camera or operated the camera, that would be enough.
That's not correct, but okay.
So they would need evidence. So that is going to be presumed authentic until there's evidence to the contrary.
And how would you prove?
Because you have a witness,
right?
Well, you would need evidence,
right?
Well, you would need evidence.
How would you get this evidence? By an expert.
Well, they're going to give you. They would give you the film, right? And then you'd go over the film, and there'd be some objective metric, right? There's fucking something wrong with the CCD of the camera. There's something wrong with the digital file.
Yeah, right. Exactly. This is what they do.
There's a hole in the fucking. But those are objective things, right? You can actually point to them in the physical world, and they exist there.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, can we test NASA footage this way?
Of course you can. Hire an expert to do it for you. And make
hire an expert to flap their arms and fly to the ISS and examine their cameras.
Examine the camera footage.
No, we need the camera.
No, you can look at the footage. You don't need the actual camera.
No, you need the camera.
Why would you need the camera?
I just described to you what you would have to do. You would actually
if I show you drone footage of a drone flying over your house, are you going to need the drone to prove that it's a false video and that it's not real, or could you just look at the clip?
What? That makes no sense, dude.
What makes no sense about what I just said?
If there's a drone video of it flying over my house, do I need the drone?
Do you need the drone to prove that the video is fake, or do you need can you just falsify it?
Yeah, you do need the drone.
Why? What would the drone provide you with? What evidence would it provide you with?
Well, if there's a 10-foot fucking Hello Kitty in the video, then I could probably say it's fake. But it's not that. It's not. We don't have. This is not an example of that, right? We don't see Godzilla fucking stomping through Tokyo on the ISS videos. We can go, yeah, that's fake.
Should we see Godzilla on the cameras? I don't know. Like, that's not something.
What I'm saying is, it's nothing like absurdly, obviously where it's not possible, other than the curved Earth.
So
the point is that these videos are not testable by the scientific method, and you know they're not. You just want to trust them because you're lazy, dude. Okay. You don't want to have to examine anything. Like I said, all you got to do is change the caption. You just have to misrepresent the video. There's entire books on this subject right? So there's a guy named Dino Tonelli, or not Dino Tonelli. He worked for the national the NRL, the National Reconnaissance Office, who wrote a whole book on film fakery, right? Because that's what he did for a living. Okay, so one of the things, the easiest way to fake video is you don't actually fake the video. It's real video or real film. You just miscaption it.
Wouldn't this
so
be
they
like
can take a real video of a model or CGI or whatever, right? And just miscaption it and say, this is a photograph from space.
So let me ask you a question. Does it make
Not
sense?
actual footage.
Does it make sense that NASA, that is so supposedly hiding all this information from us and trying to control our minds and make us believe something else, does it make sense that
no, it's not build our straw man, dude.
No, it's not a straw man. Why would they project...
Yeah, no one believes that shit that you just said. No one believes that shit you just said.
Well, you're claiming that NASA then is an actual government.
NASA doesn't do things. NASA doesn't think. NASA has no sentience, dude. People do things.
That's not what I meant. But let's get to the argument. The argument is they would not risk.
Who's they?
Whoever is projecting this footage from space. Why would they put this online in the live stream if it's so easily falsifiable? Because this would be a literal gold mine for people who are flat earthers. They would just disprove it with evidence, find an expert who can say, this is fake, and everyone would say, oh, why are you faking videos?
Yeah. If I brought in an expert right now and said to you, this is fake, you wouldn't believe them. Because some other expert would you trot out and say, this expert says it's not fake, and you'd believe that guy.
Well, if we find enough credible experts to give their opinion
so
on this,
that's how truth is determined. We sum the out. Like if we have 51% that say it's fake, is that how we do it?
Because
what's our criteria? See, you have no objective metric for determining truth. Okay, that's the point of this. This is the point of this whole exercise. You have no objective metric to determine truth. It's just how you feel.
Majority of how you feel.
It's a question of how you feel. It's a question of if
it's how you know, specifically you, dude. How you feel about the video. That's it. It's how you feel about it.
I'm more than willing to concede that I can't validate the videos. Are you willing to concede that you can't invalidate the videos?
Yeah, I can invalidate the videos.
You can? Okay, so show me.
Yeah, because they show curving oceans, and we can objectively demonstrate the oceans aren't curving.
Correct.
That's objection.
Is it not?
That's an objective feeling.
No, it is. No, it's not a feeling. So if I go out and I measure the ocean and it's a section of the ocean and it's not curving the way it does in the video,
how would you know if it's curving from the ground?
By measuring it.
Space? Yeah, but if
you're by measuring it,
idiot.
When you're
by measuring the ground, by measuring the thing that's depicted in the video.
Yes, but you're not looking at across a wide enough.
What do you mean? No, I said measure. I didn't say look. I didn't say look. I said measure.
Yes, I'm talking about measuring. In order to measure the curvature, you have to look and see very far and measure very far.
You don't have to look, dude. Measurement don't involve looking.
Okay, you'd have to measure a very, very, very long distance in order to prove
how long?
Because the Earth is very, very big.
How long?
Depends on your position on the oblate spheroid and where you're standing with reference to the horizon.
Depends. So which part is the least curvy?
I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Which is the most curvy?
Again, I'm not.
Where's the oblate part?
Okay, Ragnar, I think you're really fucked up. So, how much drop from curvature is in 10 miles?
Why do you have to engage in ad homs? Just for the record.
Well, I mean, because you're like Earth too biggy. Fucking argument, dude. So typically people that make this argument don't know.
If the Earth is very, very small, then you have to prove it's small. How big is the Earth? Then? If it's so small, we can measure it.
Ragnar, typically the people that make this argument don't understand what the goal prediction actually is. So that's why I'm saying that you don't, in 10 miles, how much drop is there?
It depends where you're standing on the oblate spheroid.
You're on the fucking standing on the beach at the ocean. How much does the ocean drop in the way at a point 10 miles away from you?
I'd have to look at the geographical location and calculate the.
Then how do you know the Earth's too big? You claim that the Earth's too big to measure it because it's huge, right? But you don't know the metric.
How did you know that? Between countries, right?
Yeah, great. But how do you know that curvature isn't enough where you don't need to do a long distance?
Because
if you don't know the metric.
Curved on the cameras, right? We can witness curvature and we can witness
So
curvature with our own
basically,
eyes.
you just did the circular logic, right?
You can no. You can even witness curvature with your own eyes when you can't see
from where.
You can't because when you're looking out into a distance, you can't see everything in
No
front
one
of you,
said
right?
see. I said measure.
Yeah, you can't when you want to measure something, right? If you're looking at an object that's really, really, really far away and you can't see it, it's
I'm
obstructed.
not. I
by
didn't
what?
say no, dude. So the surface of the Earth is supposed to be curving, right? So it's supposed to curve away from a line. So if I have a line on the surface of the Earth, like eye level, right? A line extending from my eye out 10 miles, the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down some distance, and I should be able to measure that distance, how far the surface went away from there.
You can definitely measure that. There are plenty of ways to measure that.
Okay. So do you have any of those measurements?
Personally, no, I don't have those measurements, but you can definitely measure those.
Yeah, so we have measured those, and there's no drop, dude.
If you take a sphere and you zoom in microscopically onto a certain
you keep going back to look, dude. There's dead argument. No one said looking and zooming in. We're talking about measuring the curvature.
What we're seeing. That's what we're seeing.
We don't care about what we're seeing. We're measuring because we know. Look, dude. If you go to build a house, right? You don't look at the fucking pieces to assemble the house. You fucking measure the pieces, and then you nail them together. Because looking ain't good enough. So in this case, looking ain't good enough by your own admission. So we're going to measure.
We can take a specific geographical location, calculate sea level and horizon, and then you can calculate the curvature. But I'm not capable of.
Yeah, and then we can go out and measure it, and then when we go measure it, the result is that there is no curvature.
Okay, show me the calculation and show me where you conducted the experiment.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
2 experiments, 2 tests. Well, actually, there's a bunch.
Are they done over a surface of water?
Yeah, we also got land too, if you prefer that.
So yeah,
we also got land too, if you prefer that.
Yeah,
Same
I
distance.
prefer land. Yeah, prefer land.
Why is land better?
Because there are certain effects such as refraction that we take into account that can make
that we take into account. How do you take them into account? You don't even know the curvature measurement. You're just sitting here parroting bullshit.
You see it. You claim you're.
How do you take it into account? I want no. I fucking hate when you guys say this. How do you take it into account? Tell me how to account for it.
I'm saying that.
I want the math, dude. I like when you say account, you try to pretend that somehow you can actually quantify it in some mathematical way with a model. So
I don't know how to
if I'm going to take it into account, dude, I want to see the math.
That is responsible for showing you objects that you think that you're seeing, but you're not actually seeing.
No one said see. I said measure.
Okay, and you're going to go back to the measure. Okay, so show me the measurements.
Yeah, because that's objective. Seeing isn't objective, dude.
Measurements, please. I'm waiting. If it's okay with you, I'll look at these measurements later. I don't have time to look at it now. It's very late. I'm very tired.
Yeah, you'll never look at them.
Well, just drop them inside chat. You don't know. Maybe someone.
So how much drop is in 10 miles, dude?
It's not a constant because the Earth is not a.
Yeah, it is a constant, dude.
Wait. The Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate sphere.
Okay, that's actually not an argument, dude. You know why it's not an argument?
It is an argument because you're gonna
okay, what's the difference? Okay, what's the difference between the polar radius? What's the difference, Ragnar? So what's the difference?
There's 8 inches of curvature.
I'm gonna demonstrate this. It's irrelevant. I'm gonna demonstrate that that's a red herring. You don't have to mute him. Okay, so Ragnar, I'm gonna demonstrate that that's a fucking red herring. Okay, you're gonna tell me what the difference in curvature is for the polar radius versus the equatorial radius for your oblate
sphere. Can you tell your butt buddies to stop?
Yeah. So what's the difference? What's the difference? So what's the difference between the curvature from the polar radius versus the equatorial radius?
I did not understand any of the definitions you just said.
Polar radius versus equatorial radius. It's an oblate ellipsoid. So that means in one radius, the one direction, right? The polar direction. It's supposed to be flattened, pear-shaped, right? Remember? So in one direction, there'll be more curvature. In the other direction, there'll be less. So what's the difference between one direction versus the other?
What's the difference in one direction towards the other? It depends where you're standing.
Yeah, because you said it's not going to be the same everywhere. So we're trying to figure out what the max not the same is.
Well, again.
Yeah, it's 0.02 inches per mile squared. It's fucking irrelevant. It's an irrelevant figure. It doesn't mean, and it doesn't. It is infinitesimal. It's not even measurable. It's a red herring bullshit argument.
It's not a red herring. I'm saying if you're standing on the equator,
dude.
Okay, you're not going to listen to my.
So the equatorial radius and the polar radius have a difference of 11 miles.
You're going back to that.
11 miles in a 25,000 mile circumference.
How did you get to 11 miles?
It's an irrelevant figure, dude.
Show me the calculation. Show me the formula.
The formula for what?
For how
that the difference is 11 miles?
No, show me the calculation of how you reached 8 inches or whatever it was across.
Okay, hold on. I will.
Sure. Because that formula is with regards to a perfect sphere, which the Earth is not. And therefore, you would not, things you would expect not to see that are supposedly hidden behind the curvature of Earth.
Yeah, but according to them, it's nearly a perfect sphere.
It's not nearly a perfect sphere. No one claims it is a perfect sphere. No one. No scientist.
Okay. I said nearly.
Well, it's not even nearly. The shape of the Earth is really weird. The diameter is really wide, and it's and the circumference is really small compared to the.
So you're gonna have to call NASA so they can deduct 60 years of sphere Earth photography.
It's an oblate spheroid. It's not the same as a perfect sphere.
Just call NASA. Tell them to remove all of the spheres that they posted.
NASA says it's a oblate spheroid. You can't see it from that distance.
Tell them that they're wrong. Tell them that you're saying they're wrong, so they have to just remove everything.
Why do you doubt NASA? Why do you doubt NASA?
So why shouldn't we don't see it, we don't measure it,
why
we
shouldn't
lose it.
You saw the continuous footage of the rockets
What a smart kid.
came to orbit and landed.
No, I've never seen that.
I think that's edited.
Literally, those rockets didn't go to fucking orbit. Number one, I see. The fuck you even talking about?
Yeah,
you talking about Elon
you
Musk
see the curvature.
boosters?
You see the curvature of the Earth in those.
Yeah, that's a problem for you, dude. But that's a problem for you.
What do you mean? Why is
because
it a
they don't go high enough to see curvature.
What?
So if you look at the camera out of one booster, it shows it's flat, and then out of the other booster, it shows it's curved. Did you even pay attention?
I don't know.
No, you didn't pay attention. Yeah, so stop throwing your fucking body in the gears. Yeah, so go watch it again. So I posted in the chat the difference in the polar and equatorial radius in kilometers. Now I got to do it in miles. According to this, it's difference of 13 miles. Now I'm going to punch into the curve calculator.
Yeah, the curve calculator is using a complete perfect sphere. Yep.
No, I'm gonna do the radius. The curve calculator I use, you can manually input the radius.
Well, how do you know where you're standing then?
Doesn't matter. It can only. So we're gonna find the min max, right? We're gonna find what the max curvature could be and the minimum curvature could be.
Okay, go for it.
So what do we got? 3,950. So the funny thing is you know you're wrong, and I know you know you're wrong, but you won't admit it because you're a fucking retarded glober, and you can't look wrong to a flat earther in front of people. But I'm going to show you wrong in front of people, which is going to make you look even worse. You should have just fucking admitted you were wrong.
When you're done with the ad homs, show me the calculations, please.
No, this ain't an ad hom. This is a meta fucking evaluation of your retardation.
Bro, he doesn't even know what atom is. What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So look in the chat. That's the equatorial. Hold on, Chris. So this is the equatorial versus polar radius. So the drop. You see the drop?
Observation height.
So the drop in 6 miles.
1 second. Let me go over the numbers.
It's 7,334 millimeters versus 7,310 millimeters.
Let me focus on. I can read. Let me look up. Latitude Earth radius 85 point. See okay, here again. Why did you calculate the radius as 3,950?
Because that's the polar radius, dude.
But it depends on where you're standing, right?
That's the shortest the radius can possibly be is the polar radius. The longest it can possibly be is the equatorial radius. So we're finding the minimum and the maximum it could be. And the difference between those two is to see if that difference is significant, where it would fuck up any measurement. And it don't.
Image width. What is image width?
If you want to calculate the field of view of like what something would look like. This is a Glober calculator. I'll give you the link. It's not a flat earth it's a flat earth math, whatever the fuck that is.
Horizontal FOV.
He denied it the other day too, the 8 inches per mile squared. He was like, that's totally wrong.
You say it's a parabola.
Yeah.
Like a retard.
He went
It is a parabola though.
So what?
QE.
What do you mean so what? The Earth is not a parabola.
Yeah, but all that, like, it's also not a fucking triangle.
Yeah, so that's why you can't use.
Yeah, so we use trigonometry, right? And that approximates a triangle. So Earth isn't a triangle either, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So there is no exact formula. There's no exact formula available.
There's no.
So we have to use it. There is no exact formula for the
specific. You have to take a specific location and then buy the.
No, there is no exact formula. Okay, sine and cosine are infinite Taylor series. There's no end to them. There's no exact formula available, right? So we have to use an approximation. Using 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation. And it approximates the sine cosine method. The sine cosine method, they're approximately the same for about 1,000 miles. But it's a comparison between two approximations. So you complaining, hey, it approximates a sphere, but it's a parabola. It's not actually an argument.
Of course, it's an argument.
No, it's not.
You're using
because it approximates a sphere, but it approximates a sphere.
Not in every location. In certain locations,
yeah.
You are
so
correct.
what?
What do you mean? So what? So it depends where you're conducting the experiment.
We're not doing experiments that are beyond what the approximation is useful for.
Oh my God, you understand that the distance from the horizon matters, right? In this specific formula. It uses radius.
No. 8 inches from mile squared is drop. It has nothing to do with the horizon, dude. You're confused.
Indio, he thinks he lives on a potato Earth, man. He thinks it's round over here and flat over there. He's thinking of potato Earth. He doesn't even know what oblate means.
Mr. Pizza Planet.
Yeah. Okay. So cool. Yeah. You have the potato planet, dude.
Yeah. So we both have weird shapes. Isn't that funny?
So the calculation for drop has nothing to do with the horizon. It's just the drop from eye level. How far is the surface of the Earth below eye level? Has nothing to do with the horizon. And all this to get out of you, what's the drop from 10 miles because you said Earth too biggy?
Well,
you know Earth's not too biggy. It doesn't depend on anything.
It does, but okay.
I'll literally just put in 10 miles in this. Let's see what the difference is. You see it also has the latitude, right? You can actually punch in the latitude and do the prediction for any latitude on Earth.
It's negligible, you retard.
He knows it is. The drop at 10 miles. 288 inches for the 3963 radius. and it's 289 inches for the 3950 radius. So it's a difference of an inch.
Oh, there you go. Oh, but it matters. Oh, see, it depends, right? Just a cope.
It's not a cope. You're using the wrong formula. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm using. Okay, show us the right one then. Show us the right one. You see how it says curve, great circle distance? It also has the formulas right there. So the drop is calculated by D equals R divided by cos O divided by R, right? With O is observation height. Or O is object distance. So what part's wrong with that formula? Be specific. Just look at the pics, bro. Just look at the pics and just trust the caption that's on the video, man. Now, what do you think the result is of anybody listening to this, right? And you
are listening to this right now.
On YouTube, they are.
Oh, hi YouTube. Am I famous?
Probably infamous, maybe.
I see only 2 people on YouTube, even less.
I see 32 watching.
Oh wow, I'm worldwide famous around the globe.
It's also on X. So there's probably like 20 people on X watching.
Holy shit, 50 people watching me now. I must feel like a fool.
Well, that's not the point. The point is, what do you think people think when they hear you do these mental gymnastics? Dude? You won't be intellectually honest.
The same thing normal people hear when you're talking gibberish.
So you're the one talking gibberish, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see you. You just say, "Oh, the calculation's wrong." I say, "What's wrong with the calculation?" You won't say.
Because you're using the wrong formula, is what I said.
But for some reason, I have to prove that all the images are fake, even though I have no access to anything about the images. And you have infinite access to mathematics. But you don't have to demonstrate why the mathematics is wrong.
I can bring you experts to demonstrate why the mathematics.
Oh, experts.
Yeah, I'm not an expert.
Is that what we do? We check their wallet? Is that how we determine truth? We check their wallet and see if there's a card that says expert in it?
Did not.
Oh, it says that fucking expert. They're automatically right. Fucking bow down, dude. Or in your case, get on your knees.
Mm-hmm.
Is appeal to authority a logical fallacy?
Could say so.
Okay, is appeal to credentials a logical fallacy? It depends.
Yeah. Like if you're debating a certain topic that you're not knowledgeable about, it would be more wise to use someone who has more knowledge about this subject in math.
Yeah, but do they need evidence? Do the authorities need evidence? Or is their authority the evidence of the truth of their claim?
Oh, of course they need to provide evidence.
Okay.
So
saying the experts don't mean anything.
Well, if the experts are using scientific evidence, then it does mean something, right? The experts are people who are more probable.
It doesn't matter if they're experts, though.
Yeah, of course.
Because Adolf Hitler or some fucking 3-year-old girl could come in. Dude, no, stop. It's the evidence. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence.
Okay, now I'll ask you who.
The evidence doesn't become stronger because an expert presented it.
That's not what I said. I said who is more likely.
It is what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
No, it's not more likely. It has no bearing on the truth of the evidence.
Open your ears.
Zero.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's more likely that someone.
It's not.
Oh my god. Okay,
it's not more likely.
A little girl is more likely to know more about a scientist who has conducted experiments.
No, you're trying to move the goalposts. No,
scientist that is
you're trying to move the goalposts. No, it ain't happening. No, can't move the goalposts, dude.
Okay, literally use your
evidence. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence, dude.
Who is more likely to prove the evidence?
Present the evidence, I said.
Present or prove the evidence.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence.
Okay. I didn't say that it matters. I'm saying who is more likely. You keep avoiding the question, but I can.
The one who has it. It doesn't matter. It's not more likely or less likely.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence is independent of the person. you think if they wear a bow tie or a yellow shirt, all of a sudden the evidence becomes better?
Okay. If you dug in your garden and you find an ancient coin, who are you going to ask if that coin is actually an ancient artifact that is, an archaeological certain piece of, of history? Are you going to walk up to your neighbor and be like, "Oh, is this the coin from the Byzantine era, or is this what does it seem to you?" You will go to an expert. Why are you going to an expert? Why are you going to an expert?
Equivalence, because then you're bringing up
to their authority
again. Okay, no, you're bringing up something subjective again. No, it's not. It's a false equivalence because you're bringing up something subjective again.
Okay, so if you have a rash on your fucking knee, are you going to go to your neighbor and ask him what the rash on your knee is, or are you going to go to a doctor?
That is subjective again.
Again, you're going to say subjective because you don't want to answer.
It is subjective because there's nothing objective about it. Okay. You're asking for an opinion.
Yeah, and who do you ask the opinion from? People with knowledge. Who are these people with knowledge?
Yeah, but we're talking about objective evidence and who presents it. We're not that's not subject to opinion.
Okay, who deals with medicine and healthcare on a daily basis?
Doctors. So what?
Right. Okay, and who deals with?
I wouldn't bring up doctors if I were you.
Who deals with math, space, and astronomy?
I would not bring up astronomers.
Scientists.
So
scientists, right?
Astronomers.
Okay, astronomers,
not scientists. Astronomers aren't scientists.
Okay. So you know where I'm going with this, right? Okay.
Yeah, nowhere, because you're comparing. You should never bring up medicine because the number of people that fucking die from misdiagnoses. Okay.
Look who's embarrassing himself in?
It's like the number one cause of death, dude. Like, are you serious? You're gonna bring up that?
What?
Yeah, misdiagnosis of medical conditions is the number one cause of death in America.
And still, you're going to always trust your doctor, and you're always going to trust your doctor more than other people.
No, I don't trust my doctor.
Okay, so
no, I
you're
don't.
dumb, but doesn't mean
you are, because you're stupid. Because you're ignorant about how.
Why do you trust? Why do you trust the pilot that you're flying with?
don't.
If you ever left your country, you
I don't.
Exactly. So you have objective truth that is you don't trust anyone.
It's not objective.
It is objective.
Okay.
Because you live in your own bubble.
If I trust or don't trust the pilot, it's not objective, dude. That's subjective.
Okay. You're always appealing to higher.
Can the pilot guarantee me that I'm going to get to my destination without dying? Can he guarantee 100%?
You appeal to higher.
Can he guarantee me 100%? Can he guarantee me 100% objectively that I'm going to get to my destination without dying?
You'll still count on him regardless.
Yeah, but that's trust,
your
right?
pilot.
That's trust, right?
Yeah, of course it's trust. Why do you trust him, though?
Okay, so you have a faith. That's the whole point that you've been resisting. I don't.
Okay, so you don't.
I fly from necessity. That's how most people fly by necessity, not because they trust the pilot. They fly because it's necessary for them to fly.
Do you take your car to a mechanic?
I don't drive.
Okay, so you never left your little bubble.
Well, I did take my car to a mechanic, and you know what? They fucked up my car. They destroyed my transmission once. They destroyed my radiator once.
Better mechanic then.
Well, I mean, I trusted them. I trusted them, so my car must have been fixed, right?
Why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you fix your car yourself?
My car must have been fixed because I trusted the mechanic, right?
Why didn't you fix your car yourself?
Why wasn't my car fixed? I trusted the mechanic.
Good question. Why didn't you fix the car yourself then, if you don't trust the mechanic?
No, apparently I did trust the mechanic, and that was also necessity.
Okay, so now you know not to trust the mechanic. So now what are you going to do? Are you going to find a different mechanic? Are you going to find a different mechanic, or are you going to fix it yourself?
Ragnar, like, this is pathetic.
Well, I found a different mechanic, so he wants to go on this false equivalence, dude. It's a false equivalence. You can't fix it, dude. No matter how many examples you bring up, these are all subjective evaluations.
Mm-hmm.
Based upon trust. Okay, if you want to go that route, fine. Your whole worldview is based upon trust, which is what we were trying to point out, which is what Alpha was pointing out, is that your worldview is based upon trust.
It's trust based on observations and
observations of what?
Well, for example, when I go into my car and I start the engine, I trust that it's not going to explode on me because I've ignited the.
Why would your engine explode? Why would your engine explode?
You fear that your engine's going to explode sometimes?
Oh, so what you're saying is that you do trust the mechanics that build the engineers that build the car. You trust the engineers, right?
Engines don't explode, dumbass.
So you
You
trust
don't know
the
how an
engineers.
internal combustion engine even works, do you?
So
It
you
wouldn't
trust
explode
you
if you
trust the
could try
engineers
to
that build
make
the
them
car that it's not going to
explode, you
explode.
idiot. It wouldn't
Look,
explode.
you couldn't make a car engine explode if you wanted to, man. Fucking like, what the
What
fuck
if
are
I
you talking
what if I strapped a bomb to it? Would it not explode?
So,
Oh, Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
this guy is non
bomb to
sequitur.
motors, so
You,
he
you,
feels
you
he starts his car.
fucking so much cope in fucking one session, dude. It's crazy.
When you
So,
show me your
Ragnar,
flat Earth
like
cell
if
phones and flat Earth cars, then I'll understand that you're
flat Earth
actually
cars,
not
every
using
car is a flat Earth car.
every scientist and engineer.
Every science. So geneticists are geneticist scientists.
They take the radius into account.
Yeah, the geneticists take the radius into account.
How do you think
I'm
they
a
build all these
biologist.
things? How do you think they build satellites and planes? Who designs all these things? Scientists and engineers, right? Who learn
Scientists
science, math,
and
and physics, right? And that's why we
Who
rely on
invented
them,
the
because
airplane?
they know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, so if they didn't think the Earth was a globe, they couldn't make an airplane.
Oh my god!
Is that what you're saying?
Like the point completely just went over your head.
Yeah, no, that you have a faith. No, I understand the point. You have a faith-based. So these people are mystical to you. They're mystical priests.
No, not
because you don't
mystical.
even know how an internal combustion engine works.
Nothing
So
is
someone that makes an
you can
airplane,
learn
like,
these
oh my
things.
god, they must know everything. They're like my fucking priests. They're like fucking demigods.
I don't have to worship my pilot to trust him, right? I don't have to bow and get on my knees to trust my pilot to get me from point A to B.
You're doing it right now.
Well, I literally just.
You think somehow they have specialized? Do you think they know the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean how?
What's their knowledge? Yeah, what is their knowledge? How did they come to this knowledge?
They're pilots. They study these
So
things.
what? And they study these things. Yeah. So studying these things, I can study fucking Lord of the Rings. So what? How do they know the Earth is a globe?
Well, that'll make you more knowledgeable about Lord of the Rings, I guess.
How do they know the Earth is a globe?
How do they know?
Yeah, how do they know? No, I didn't say believe. I said no.
Well, they know the Earth is a globe because the things that we build today as a society, humanity has built, technology, all of these things are based on math and physics that conform.
Are you a communications major? You're not telling me anything, dude. You're just like spinning PR. How do they know the Earth's a globe?
Well, show me a scientist, for example, who says.
Yeah. How do they know the Earth's a globe?
Well, I just explained how.
No, you didn't. You're dodging.
Physics and observation.
That's just a buzzword, dude. How do they know specifically?
Observations, experiments.
None of these generalized bullshit. Specifically.
Now he's saying that pilots do physics before they fly a plane to make sure it's a globe.
They'd never be able to fucking fly if they did the physics.
What do you mean? They wouldn't be able to fly if they did the physics. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, they have to assume a flat stationary.
Well, they assume a flat stationary plane just out of convenience because they don't have to actually account for the curvature of the Earth because the plane
or the spin, right?
The plane
or the spin.
The plane autocorrects.
Or the spin, right?
Why would they need to account for the spin?
Okay, so then they don't need to do any physics, just like Radwin said. They're not doing any physics.
You're in the same inertial reference. You don't need to account for spin.
Did the Wright brothers have to account for it?
No, they did not.
Oh, there you go. But so their plane automatically accounted for it.
What? They're just talking out of your ass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Pilots don't have to
fix your mic, bro. I can't understand you. Fix your mic first. You're using a flat Earth mic. I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh God. Okay, whatever.
Okay, yeah, we're just muting you. Fucking.
Just send him to bed, man. His brain is mush. He got nothing.
Hey Ragnarok, when you figure out how they know the Earth's a globe, just type it in the chat. When you figure out what physics they're doing. Fuck's sake, you're like a crazy cultist, man.
Yeah, you weren't here for it, but yesterday he had a thermonuclear meltdown. He melted down so hard that he got server timed out.
Holy shit, dude! You gotta like go mental for that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
They tolerate anything here.
Posting the same shit over and over and over and over.
You guys have done it for 10 years, dude. So wait.
How old are you, dude? How old are you? You guys did it too.
He's muted.
Shut up, dude. Like, seriously.
I said for 10 fucking years. This is a different time
You guys
span.
did
You're
it
talking to me?
too. Billy did it first.
No, I said you've done it for 10 years, so what the fuck are you complaining
Yeah, you sound
about?
like a child.
Yeah, Pickle, trying to get you caught up to the conversation is painful, dude. It's literally painful. Just like earlier today. Everyone's talking normally, and you just blurt something out, shows that you're not listening, you're not paying attention, and trying to get you caught up to what's going on. If what you said is true, and all of us act exactly like Ragnar did yesterday, by your own logic, there should be all kinds of times out happening here. Your version of reality is so far away from anything that is testable, observable, and repeatable. It's just random quips that highlight you're not paying attention at all. Ever.
Yeah. Did you debunk entropy yet?
Wagner's back in the chat. Now he's in the chat, strawmanning. No one said going over that fucking curve of the earth. No one said look at it again. How many times do I gotta say that shit? No one's saying look at it. That's your bullshit. You're the one who's like, oh, go on YouTube and look at it. That's you.
Yeah, aircraft just has a natural autocorrect feature. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, we build that in. When we build those devices, we automatically figure that into them so that the other guys that put those altimeters and gyros together, we build it into that, into the pieces that go inside of it. They don't even know about it. The trade secret.
Yeah, Ragnar. Okay, so you said the Wright brothers didn't have to account for it. Did their aircraft automatically correct?
The Wright brothers were extremely religious. They said that God directed them to do this. So that's why they didn't really need to adjust for the curve of the Earth. Because God helped them build.
God took care of it for them.
I mean, people look at it, it's like, it's pretty amazing when you ask them. It's like, that whole shtick, like the guy came in earlier. Do you question everything? Well, do you question manned flight? Because, like, they say God gave that to man via the Wright brothers. Two dudes without, there's like, almost like in the days of yore, they would call them saints. Two guys who dropped out of school at like 5th and 7th grade. They never went to college, don't have any degrees in anything. They were like farmers. Inside the globalist...
They're bicycle mechanics.
Oh, okay. I thought there was more to it than that.
Yeah, I think they started like repairing like farm equipment or something, and then like moved to the big city, then became bicycle mechanics. Like I remember when I was a kid, it was like a big thing. The Wright brothers, they like really brainwashed us with that shit in school. Thomas Edison, the Wright brothers, that was like a big thing. Like
that's America. That's America right there.
That's right, man. America, we invent shit. The telephone, right? All the good stuff.
Australians invented the TAB machine, which made gambling so much better.
Yeah, the dude knucking futz in here. We're talking about how the final... some rando, I don't know who it was. Maybe Ragnar was with it too. Talking about the TFE. And then I'm like, yeah, what it demonstrated... They're psychopaths, man. They're delusional. They're literally just a bunch of freaks yelling into the ether, like, where's the guns at? And then Nucking's like, hey, well, why did he say that? I just told you why. It's fucking delusional nutcase.
They had to pay $60,000 to go take a poop in a bucket? That's weird. That's an expensive bucket poop.
It's like the latest Jaren drama where they get someone accused him of like being unfaithful with like that Lesbeth. And so now he's upset. He's upset that someone accused him. I'm like, so now the Earth is a globe. Really, dude? That's your proof now? Your proof of the Earth is a globe is some random person that I don't know, that I've never heard of, that maybe you don't know either. That you didn't show any email or anything. So that's all it takes? I just got to make a sock account, pretend to be a globe person, and then tell you like, oh, I think you slept with some other girl that isn't your wife. And then you'd be like, oh, well, I guess the Earth can't be a globe then. It's like, good riddance. Like, people are like, what do you think about Jaren? Nothing. Zero. I don't care. Why would I care what some other dude thinks? If that was the case, I'd be a globalist. Where you just care all about what other people do and don't do. Really get upset that someone disagrees. Like, just go live your life. Shit. It can't be that hard to comprehend that people disagree. Duh. If you want to convince them to agree with you offer up something worth agreeing on. But they'll come in here and they'll be like, watch, this is what I thought the final experiment thing, to tie it all back in. For me, it demonstrated that these dudes are even worse in real life than they are in their echo chambers. Like, you get McToon out of his echo chamber, and he's even worse. These disagreeable, insufferable twats. Just straight up assholes. And you want me to just accept what they say? Because, oh, I'm just wrong. Okay, so what? I'm wrong. Then what? Then nothing. You just keep freaking out.
Is it McToon that has the Batman outfit? When I was on the other server, he was talking about how he has a Batman outfit, and I'm like, nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's the other thing that is cringe about the anti-flat earthers. They like to brand themselves as superheroes. Like,
dude, I'm like, dude, you got a Batman outfit? I'm like, who's boy Wonder? Who's your little pal?
Yeah, and then the other one,
little
freaking flat Earth, fancies himself as Green Lantern. One of the other ones was Superman. Was it Mr. Sensible? Fancies himself as Superman. Like, his avatar is like him pulling his shirt away. It's a big S for super sensible or something. Like, it's the comic book. That comic book mindset. You see, they play with Legos. They play with toys. The toy collection. They've got comic book type crap. They play a lot of video games. I'm not knocking video games. Okay, I know a lot of people play video games. What I'm saying is they spend a lot of time playing video games, dressing up as superheroes and playing with Legos. Like, holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget the action figures, man. I think Simon Dan did a video of him building a Lego ISS.
Yeah, and that dude's supposed to have kids and shit. Did you want to break out your Lego set for your kids and play together? So your shtick was you buy a Lego set and you build it on camera and try to do this quick as you possibly can, and your kids are like, Daddy, I want to play with Legos too, and you're like, shut up. Like this adult fan of Legos.
Shut up, kid. You're putting it together wrong. You're doing it wrong.
You should watch the Lego movie because that's literally like the plot of the Lego movie.
Oh, the adults sort of taking over for the kids' toys and ruining them with the crackle, the super glue. Yeah, there was
then they learn to play together and have father and son time. Yep.
Weird.
I think I just heard something very degenerate.
Uh-oh.
What, father and son time?
Is that what that was?
I don't know.
No, that's father and Uncle Richie time.
Weird. Yeah. Gross.
Well, I was just thinking the liberal mind virus thinks I'm not going to get into it. The patriarchy and all that shit. You're going to corrupt your kid to be a fucking woman beater or something. Ragnar, you still spiraling?
Here we go. Here's the news. 29 September 2024. Like where you see the breakdown of just functional reality. Adult, there he is. Simon Dan, adult fan of Legos. In the news of the day, Lego idea submissions for Lunar Scape, Space Probe Telescope, and Voyager 1 Pale Blue Dot make it into real sets. Cheese it. Cheese it. If I see you playing with Legos, I'm just like, that's a wrap. I mean, unless it's your like your kid or something, you know, like. It's like you gotta think it's some retard, like you know, in the mental hospital, they got like a bucket of Legos or something, or like these guys are just one step away from full institutional.
Hey Pandos, you in here, man?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, while you've got Indio in here, I was told by Amish that Indio knows a fair bit about that video that you were sharing in the DMs earlier. I'm not sure if he has time to go over it a little bit, but I can post it in the side chat. I'm not sure if you're there, Indio, but
okay, I'll post
video in the side chat. Yeah, I just posted it. So.
Okay. Yeah, Indio, are you here? Do you have your mic? I want to ask you something about. Are you there? You got a mic, Indio? Hello, Indio.
Dude,
yeah, I hear you. Hold on, though. I'm busy, so you got to give me 5 minutes.
Okay, so
Yeah, you can talk. Just say it, but I can't answer you right away.
The guy claimed that on this bridge, the guy had a GPS that was tracking his Z position, like his elevation above the sea level. And when he went along this bridge, the Z positions were it basically formed a sphere, like correlated to the sphere with the radius that the scientists tell us. So I'm wondering, like, why exactly this is wrong? Is it because he was using longitude, latitude?
Yeah, it's just an artifact of the coordinate system he's using. It's always going to show that.
I don't understand that. Why?
There's no other way to express it, dude.
Because it's like moving a 3D ball on a 2D surface, right? Like moving a three-dimensional...
The entire coordinate system is based upon a distance from the center. So when you convert to that coordinate system, you can only have curved lines. You can't have any straight lines.
Okay. And when...
It's not even... You can't even express a straight line in spherical geometry. It's not even expressible. You don't have the coordinate points to even express a straight line.
When I looked at the video, you can even see the bridge was like curving up in some spots, curving down in others. It was bending, dude.
Yeah, it's just an artifact. So, I mean, GPS isn't even originally in spherical coordinates. It's in something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is a tangent plane. And then they convert that into latitude and longitude in the receiver, right? So you get the signal in the ECEF, right? But then that's converted into latitude and longitude. They don't measure any of that crap. So, like, say they convert it to some other coordinate system, like some skewed Cartesian coordinate system, it would look like some different shape, right? So
yeah.
When you express a coordinate systems are like arbitrary. So when you choose a coordinate system, you are de facto choosing some shape, profile, surface, etc. I mean, say they chose the coordinate system for like a Mobius strip. Like if you go far enough, you're going to have negative values and you're going to be upside down, even though you're not upside down, just because you chose those coordinates.
Okay.
And like I can go further. So you have things like it seems like unrelated, but like Einstein's general relativity. So their coordinate system is the distances aren't set values. So there's this distance metric that they use, but the distances are not uniform, right? So we think, oh yeah, there's just a linear distance in inches and inches and inches and inch, but they can change the distance metrics formulaically by changing the coordinates. So I know it sounds like crazy shit, but this is like what they do in general relativity to like, because like nothing can go faster than the speed of light.
Just
so
like mapping one coordinate system to a different.
Yeah, and you can clamp it, right? So like, so what so you have an object in motion through their coordinate system, but you set the object so, well, if it goes this fast, then the metric has to shrink, right? The space between the points has to shrink in order to keep that speed a constant. And this is literally what they do. Time doesn't slow down, space shrinks, but it's the same thing, right? So like, you could say the clocks go slower, or or you have, the space compresses or stretches, right? The warping of space time. They're both warping. Space and time are warping.
India, regarding time, you should have been here. Have you heard Robert V today talking about time?
Robert V is like, I don't know if he's mentally ill or a LARPer or Dunning-Kruger or like fucking some weird narcissist. or has like some social delusion. Like there's something wrong with that dude.
So he literally said you can put time in a bottle. In so many words.
Isn't that a song?
Yeah, that's why I said that. In so many words, he said that. He said time is physical.
He's been watching too much Doctor Who. He thinks he's a Time Lord.
Okay, so I understand this. Can you explain how they actually map the straight line onto a sphere?
They don't. What do you mean? Straight lines don't exist on a sphere.
No, but they're making it
You don't
seem
use
as
a
such.
sphere map, dude. You don't use a sphere map. Those are paper mache. Those all globes, and they wrap that shit just like they do on a computer screen. They wrap it. They cut the little creases so because it's gonna overlap each other. So they cut that off. They never map. They never measure anything as a globe and then map it.
So the potato Earth, dude. That's how they map it. Plumb lines aren't straight; they're curved, and like you have a lumpy fucking potato Earth because everything's in reference to the gravity. So that's the actual spatial reference. Like people think they're measuring the ground, but they're really just measuring up and down, right?
So because they're not plummets going at angles and they're going to be at separate elevations?
It's not angles; it's curved. They're actually
curves.
curving plumb lines. Yeah, they're curving plumb lines. They're not just like tipping at an angle. So it's common belief that people would think, oh, they're like to take one surface like sphere to flat or flat to sphere that you're going to do a projection of rays. That's not the only way to do it. That's just one way to do it. So the way they do it, like in geodetic surveying and like with their potato earth bullshit, their gravitational model, is that they're using curved lines. So they're not using rays, right? So if you had an array, you would have a known distortion. But if you have curved lines and you take those and you map it from like undulating lumpy surface to a smooth like reference ellipsoid, you can change the curvature of the lines and you can what's called interpolate the error between points so that it's smooth across the whole surface, so it doesn't like less distortion in the middle, more distortion at the edges. You can smooth the distortion across the whole surface so that distortion between any two particular points isn't going to be noticeable. Unless they're far apart, but we don't have measured distances anyway at large scale, so you would never notice that either.
And why do the plumb lines curve?
Because Earth's not a ball. They're trying to match the surface of the Earth to the celestial sphere, and it don't match.
Did I miss all the good? Did I miss all the good stuff? I heard Indio was on here for a while. I was listening to him for a while. Did Ragnar Rumpelstiltskin got spiraled or something?
Well, Sony, apparently Earth is a globe because he trusts auto mechanics to fix his car so the engine don't explode.
The engine's gonna explode if auto mechanics don't touch your car. What are the statistics? I need to see the videos. So all those cars in the junkyard are gonna blow up? That's crazy.
Denmark, you ought to be one of these voice people, man. I swear, that is just
If
awesome.
you can hook me up with a steady paycheck, you might be the first in line. Anybody who's got a steady paycheck, I'm down. I'm not going to say Earth's the ball, though. That's the one thing I'm not going to say in my prologue.
Okay, now wait a minute. Let me get this straight, Indio. So, if auto mechanics, let me get this right. So, if auto mechanics don't work on your engine, or if they do?
He's bringing up ridiculous examples of why we should trust the experts. So it's like auto mechanics, which was like a horrible example. And involved the medical field, which is another horrible example of people I don't trust because they fucked up my car before and they fucked people up before. They fuck people up all the time. It's part of the job.
Yep.
Guinea pig.
So the reason
there's a long video on YouTube. So it's a dude from Canada. He's Chinese descent. I don't know why that's important. Just throw that out there. And he was what do you call it? Spine surgeon. And he basically quit his job because he was like, I can't fucking help nobody. Like they sell them all this shit that's supposed to help them that they actually don't help anybody. So he quit.
Interesting.
Basically all they can do is try to improve the quality of their life to a degree. But he said even that fails most of the time.
The funniest videos, I'm not even gonna lie, I've seen some of the people get chiropractic, and then people with Tourette's saying stuff or being comedians or talking regular, try to be regular in society, but having Tourette's while they're doing it. That's the funniest, I swear. I don't know why.
So don't have somebody with Tourette's working on your automobile.
Or your back.
Maybe you should have auto mechanics explain to you how the Earth is a globe.
Don't let a chiropractor work on your Tourette's.
And we should trust the experts because they never leave things in your body ever. Extra parts.
They never leave extra bolts behind on your car. Look at this screw I found just the other day, Tommy. It's evidence that they never mess up. They'll never have extras.
Yeah, what's that hole there, Dad? in your engine. Oh, they must not have needed that bolt, Johnny. Otherwise, it would have been put back if it was needed, right?
$42,000 to replace my battery. I just bought it the other day. Good thing you mechanics are smart. Just get him
So this Jesse Kozlowski video. So he inserts the geo data into Business Calculator. Those little mounds that are in the middle of the car over, they're not that steep, dude. St. Duke's a hazard, dude. If you fucking tried to drive up that, your car would flip over backwards. What is that, like a fucking 60-degree grade? Fucking Bigfoot monster truck couldn't make it over that. I put the screenshot in the chat, man. You think the peaks in those bridges look like that, dude?
Wait, what are we looking at there, India?
Oh, that he posted a video, Jesse Kozlowski, the surveyor. He took a bunch of GNS measurements across Lake Pontchartrain. Then he took all the geolocation data and he fed it into Bislin's curve calculator. And this is what it spat out. These humps, dude. But the humps aren't like that in real life, dude. Like, imagine trying to drive up and down that.
That's a bridge that you can drive across.
Lake Pontchartrain.
Right.
This is supposed to be Lake Pontchartrain. Proved it's curved, right? He proved the bridge is curved with this.
Yeah, it's
He
breaking
also
my
proved
brain.
that there's a 6. Yeah, like, dude, like you'd be able to, if you went fast enough, you'd be able to jump from one of these humps to the other hump like Evel Knievel.
What I don't get is why does that curve exist?
It don't exist.
Yeah, but they make it seem like it does.
So what? You can make a lot of things seem. There's dudes that make it seem like they're fucking women. So what?
Yeah, I think the reason they're making it look like that is because they're taking the optical effect and they're turning it into Earth curve, avoiding perspective completely.
No, that's GPS data.
Okay.
It even says,
And it's
says
using longitude.
the 3D. But if you looked at the very first part, the 3D ECF Cartesian coordinates.
What does that mean?
It means the actual data is not in spherical coordinates.
So what is the actual data?
ECEF. It's a plane, dude.
So the system is actually intentionally mapping to 3D coordinates.
So when you get, like, it's called Rhinex, that's the message format. Your GPS gets that. That's what your GPS gets. GPS is a passive receiver. It's a quote-unquote satellite, or if it's differential GPS or tower or whatever, that signal is a beacon. Your GPS receiver just receives the beacon. That's all it does. Okay? That beacon, the message that your receiver gets from the beacon is in not spherical coordinates. It's in something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is what's called a tangent the coordinate system you're in is on the surface of a ball, but the part you're on is a plane.
Okay.
Okay, so then they take those coordinates and they convert them into latitude and longitude. But they can convert them into 100 other different coordinate systems, if not millions, fucking billions. Like any arbitrary coordinate system you can convert it into. And because they're converting it into a spherical coordinate system, it has to show a curve. It can't show anything else.
Okay, I understand. So they just manipulated the data.
They're not manipulating the data. It's just a mathematical transformation where the data points, when mapped to a second surface,
to that sphere.
Yeah, they have to. Yes, like I said, they could do a rabbit. Let's say they have a coordinate system for a rabbit, right? It's going to be somewhere. The coordinates are going to have to be somewhere on the surface of that rabbit.
Okay, I understand now. Thank
Doesn't mean the fucking you're driving around along a rabbit. It's just a coordinate transformation. They do this all the time in 3D graphics, right? So you got your wireframe. You ever seen 3D graphics? So like it's in wireframe. Yeah. And then they got the skin. They map the skin to the wireframe. Now it doesn't matter what the wireframe model is of. They can map, and the skin is just the 3D picture or a 2D picture. It's just some XYZ. It's a bitmap, right? So they take that bitmap and they wrap it around some 3D object.
So I get the XY part, but how exactly does their Z coordinates map to the curvature that they would expect?
What do you mean Z coordinates? Z from what?
The the height.
The height from where?
On that picture, there's a height.
Yeah, the height from where? Measured from where? Where's the origin of the coordinates? Where's the zero, dude? Where's the zero?
I need to look at the video now.
No, it's really simple. The origin coordinates is the center of a sphere.
Okay.
Okay, right. Like say I have a center of a sphere. I have a sphere. So I take the center, and I have a plane, and I want to take that plane, and I want to map it to the center of the sphere. Well, a property of a sphere is that all the points are equidistant from the center. So I have to map it so all those points are equidistant from the center. It's the only way you can do it.
Okay, thank you.
What they're really just doing is tilting the vertical, right? They're just tilting the Z.
Yeah.
They're doing a rotation or so, like whatever you want to call it. They're just rotating it. Each point gets rotated a little bit. And what they're using to determine what the rotation is the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. So that's like, these aren't, like, they're not measuring a curve. They're creating a curve through calculation.
So this plane that they're mapping onto the surface of a sphere, would the different points, like the Z, would that be like rotating? Would that be like rotating the plane?
Yeah, rotating it to keep like so you have some point, right? So they took a bunch of points across the bridge, right?
Yeah.
So that horizontal at that point, right? They're rotating.
So this video,
they have to rotate it to keep it perpendicular, right?
This
because
this video is just
so like it's spokes on a wheel, right? Think about it like spokes on a wheel. Now every point is like you have that spoke. It's a spoke that runs through that point vertically from the center out. But your horizontal plane has to be perpendicular to that spoke, and that's all they're just doing is rotating.
Okay, so it's just a mathematical trick they're doing.
It's not. I wouldn't characterize it as a trick. It's just that they're saying, hey, we want our fucking measurements in this coordinate system. We're just going to do the transformation and put it in it. It's not a trick. It's not like they don't think it's a ball. Believe me, Jesse Kozlowski thinks it's a ball. He's one of the very first people I ever interact with on this topic, fucking 7, 8 years ago. And his answers were not satisfactory. He didn't even know what deflection of the plumb line was. And he's a professional surveyor. He also didn't know that when you use weighted means, you're automatically going to output some curved function. You have to. Not that you probably know what any of that is, but like saying, hey, I measure curvature. Okay. Okay, you take your measurements, right? Yeah. So you think your measurements are going to follow a Gaussian distribution, right? Yeah. But you use weighted means, right? What determines whether what determines whether there's an outlier? A measurement. Oh, the ones that fucking don't match the curvature of the Earth. What was that?
How do you know about Gaussian distributions?
How do I know about Gaussian distributions? What kind of question is that?
Did you go to school for math?
Dude, that's like fucking statistics 101, man. What was that, second year fucking college?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to go to school to math, dude. Fucking. I mean, yeah, I went to university. Yeah, I graduated. Yeah, I have a science degree.
No, because I can kind of tell by the way some people talk sometimes whether they went to school for this or not.
I wouldn't assume that, dude. A lot of us in here are older, and have like careers outside of academia. So, for example, so we have
Get in there.
John, can you stop?
Okay. What is wrong with people?
What was that echo, man? Of these people.
Joe, you're fucking humping a toaster. So anyway, the point is that I found the further you like, academia has a particular manner of speaking and terminology. If you don't like stay in that loop, your terminology will drift. So I know plenty of people, they went to university, all this shit, right? But they're fucking 30 years away from it. They don't talk like they were in university anymore, right? They don't use the same terminology. They just don't talk that way anymore. But a lot of the people that come in here, they're either in university, going to university, so they talk a certain way, right? They communicate a certain way, because that's like the culture of academia. So they talk within that culture. But like people that have been working for 30 years, they don't talk like that anymore. I find it very like almost like childish way of speaking, to be honest.
At least I got that over with, because that video was confusing me like crazy.
I mean, look, hold on a second. I'll just read this on. So the problem here is like, we want to measure the Earth. What's our spatial reference? What's our origin of coordinates? Where are we starting from? What are we going to measure everything relative to?
Sea level.
Yeah, kind of. But that's not what they do, right? They go, we're measuring everything from the center of the Earth, which they have no evidence of, right? They have no evidence of a center or where it would even be. But if you map everything within this coordinate system where you assume there's some center 3,959 miles under your fucking feet, no matter what measurements you make in that coordinate system, because you've made that assumption, right? It's like an axiom. Every measurement you make has to be within that. And it'll be coherent to a degree. You're not going to go out and but if you start with some other coordinate system, right, then you're going to get different results. It's just choice of coordinate system is just an arbitrary choice. Why not assume the origin of coordinates is in fucking 10th dimension?
I wonder if that's what they had in mind when the Congress had that meeting with all these media corporations, and they asked, "What are you guys going to do about the flat Earth?" And the Google and all these people, they came up with the solution. Do you think it was this? We're going to send a bunch of abject dumbasses into the flat Earth server and talk a bunch of rubbish that doesn't make any sense to anybody. That'll prove the globe to them. Crazy.
What do you mean they don't believe my cartoons, Bob? You heard what I said, Tom.
Yeah, like that guy. Because if they wanted to draw more people into flat Earth, they're doing a great job of it.
Robert the cultist is back in chat skanking.
Robert v. Utah?
Yeah, he's fucking
The Earth is a sphere of people. He's got to let us know. He sent me that picture in my DMs like a few hours ago.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Hello, everybody.